တွေအတွက်ပြောစရာအကောင်းဆုံးနေရာ Let's play arena
ကန်ထူရဲ့ကံမျိုးတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုအတမ်နဲ့ကန်ထူရဲ့ကံမျိုးကိုရကိုစကိုချင်တဲ့ဂျိုင်းနေတဲ့ရ package တွေဝယ်ရင်အတမ်ကနေခုတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုကန်ထူရဲ့ကံမျိုးတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုအတမ်နဲ့ချေတဲ့ပြီးတော့ကန်ထူရဲ့ကံမျိုးကြာရ channel မှာကိုရကိုစကိုချင်တဲ့အထက် package များဝယ်ယူပြီးစုစုပေါင်းငွေသားကျပ်သိန်း12000ကန်ထူလိုက်ပါအတမ်
energy level ကကိုယ့်ရဲ့အကြီးမားဆုံးရန်သူဖြစ်လာတဲ့အခါတမတ်ချက်တွေကိုချိုးဖျက်ပြီး energy level ကို V ကုတ်နဲ့နောက်တစ်ဆင့်မြင့်ရမယ့်အချိန်ပဲ V ကုတ်မှာပါဝင်တဲ့ caffeine ကစိတ်ကိုနိုးကြတက်ကြွစေတယ်လူတင်းကမျက်လုံးကြောင့်ညခြင်းကိုတတ်တာစေပြီး vitamin B ကလမ်းဆန်ပြီးခွားမြတ်ကိုရရှိစေပါတယ် V ကုတ်ကြီးမြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ပထမဦးဆုံး sparkling coffee အားဖြည့်အချိုရည် V ကုတ်
တမန်ရိုးကြပုံစံတွေကခွဲထွက်ဖို့အစင်းနေမယ်လားမြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ပထမဦးဆုံး V-Go Sparkling Coffee အပြည့်အချိုရည်နဲ့တူကိုသာလီကိုဘွားရဲ့ပဲ့ကန်ရှင်ဖြစ်ဖန်တီးလိုက်ပါV-Go နဲ့တူကိုဘွားရဲ့ရှင်သခင်ဖြစ်ကိုရိုင်းဖန်တီးလိုက်ပါ
တွေအတွက်ပြောစရာအကောင်းဆုံးနေရာ Let's Play Arena
ကန်ထူရဲ့ကံမျိုးတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုအတမ်နဲ့ကန်ထူရဲ့ကံမျိုးကိုရကိုစကိုချင်တဲ့ဂျိုင်းနေတဲ့ရ package တွေဝယ်ရင်အတမ်ကနေခုတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုကန်ထူရဲ့ကံမျိုးတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုအတမ်နဲ့ချေဆက်ပြီးတော့ကန်ထူရဲ့ကံမျိုးကြာရ channel မှာကိုရကိုစကိုချင်တဲ့အထက် package များဝယ်ယူပြီးစုစုပေါင်းငွေသားကျပ်သိန်း12000ကန်ထူလိုက်ပါအတမ်
energy level ကကိုယ့်ရဲ့အကြီးမားဆုံးရန်သူဖြစ်လာတဲ့အခါတမတ်ချက်တွေကိုချိုးဖျက်ပြီး energy level ကို V-Go နဲ့နောက်တစ်ဆင့်မြင်ရမယ့်အချိန်ပဲ V-Go မှာပါဝင်တဲ့ caffeine ကစိတ်ကိုနိုးကြတက်ကြွစေတယ်လူတင်းကမျက်လုံးရောင်ရခြင်းကိုတတ်တာစေပြီး ဗီတာမင် B ကလန်းဆန်ပြီးခွားများကိုရရှိစေပါတယ် V-Go teamမြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ပထမဦးဆုံး sparkling coffee အားဖြည့်အချိုရည် V-Go
တမန်ရိုးကြပုံစံတွေကခွဲထွက်ဖို့အစင်းနေမယ်လားမြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ပထမဦးဆုံး V-Go Sparkling Coffee အားဖြည့်ချိုရည်နဲ့တူကိုသာလီကိုဘွားရဲ့ပဲ့ကန်ရှင်ဖြစ်ဖန်တီးလိုက်ပါ V-Go နဲ့တူကိုဘွားရဲ့ရှင်သခင်ဖြစ်ကိုရိုင်းဖန်တီးလိုက်ပါ
ဂိမ်းမာအတွက်ပြောစရာအကောင်းဆုံးနေရာ Let's play arena
ကန်ထူရင်ကန်မြူတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုအတမ်နဲ့ကန်ထူရင်ကန်မြူကိုရကိုစကိုချန်နေတဲ့ဂျိုင်းနေတဲ့ရ package တွေဝယ်ရင်အတမ်ကနေခုတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုကန်ထူရင်ကန်မြူတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုအတမ်နဲ့ချေဆက်ပြီးတော့ကန်ထူရင်ကန်မြူကြာရ channel မှာ996ကျပ်နဲ့အထက် package များဝယ်ယူပြီးစုစုပေါင်းငွေသားကျပ်သိန်း12000ကန်ထူလိုက်ပါ
energy level ကကိုယ့်ရဲ့အကြီးမားဆုံးရန်သူဖြစ်လာတဲ့အခါတမတ်ချက်တွေကိုချိုးဖျက်ပြီး energy level ကို V ကုတ်နဲ့နောက်တစ်ဆင့်မြင်ရမယ့်အချိန်ပဲ V ကုတ်ပါဝင်တဲ့ကဖိန်းကစိတ်ကိုနိုးကြတက်ကြွစေတယ်လူတင်းကမျက်လုံးကြောင့်ညာခြင်းကိုတတ်တာစေပြီးဗီတာမင် B ကလမ်းဆန်ပြီးခွားမြတ်ကိုရရှိစေပါတယ် V ကုတ် Gမြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ပထမဦးဆုံး sparkling coffee အားဖြည့်ချိုရည် V Gold
တမန်ရိုးကြပုံစံတွေကခွဲထွက်ဖို့အစင်းနေမယ်လားမြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ပထမဦးဆုံး FCON Sparkling Coffee အပြည့်ချိုရင်တဲ့တူကိုသာလီကိုဘွားရဲ့ပဲ့ကန်ရှင်ဖြစ်ဖန်တီးလိုက်ပါFCON နဲ့တူကိုဘွားရဲ့ရှင်သခင်ဖြစ်ကိုရိုင်းဖန်တီးလိုက်ပါ
တွေအတွက်ပျော်စရာအကောင်းဆုံးနေရာ Let's play arena
ကန်ထူရင်ကံမြူတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုအတမ်နဲ့ကန်ထူရင်ကံမြူကိုရကိုစကိုချင်နေတဲ့ဂျိုင်းနေတဲ့ရ package တွေဝယ်ရင်အတမ်ကနေခုတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုထူရင်ကံမြူတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုအတမ်နဲ့ chase that beat of ကန်ထူရင်ကံမြူကြာရ channel မှာ996ကျပ်နဲ့အထက် package များဝယ်ယူပြီးစုစုပေါင်းငွေသားကျပ်သိန်း12000ကန်ထူလိုက်ပါ
energy level ကကိုယ့်ရဲ့အကြီးမားဆုံးရန်သူဖြစ်လာတဲ့အခါတမန်ချက်တွေကိုချိုးဖျက်ပြီး energy level ကို V ကုတ်နဲ့နောက်တစ်ဆင့်မြင်ရမယ့်အချိန်ပဲ V ကုတ်ပါဝင်တဲ့ caffeine ကစိတ်ကိုနိုးကြတက်ကြွစေတယ်လူတင်းကမျက်လုံးရောင်ခြင်းကိုတတ်တာစေပြီးဗီတာမင် B ကလန်းဆန်းပြီးခွားများကိုရရှိစေပါတယ် V ကုတ် Gမြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ပထမဦးဆုံး sparkling coffee အားဖြည့်အချိုရည် V ကုတ်
တမန်ရိုးကြပုံစံတွေကခွဲထွက်ဖို့အစင်းနေမယ်လားမြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ပထမဦးဆုံး Falcon Sparkling Coffee အပြည့်အချိုနဲ့တူကိုယ်သာလီကိုယ့်ဘဝရဲ့ပဲ့ကန်ရှင်ဖြစ်ဖန်တီးလိုက်ပါနဲ့တူကိုဘွားရဲ့ရှင်သခင်ဖြစ်ကိုရိုင်းဖန်တီးလိုက်ပါ
တွေအတွက်ပျော်စရာကောင်းဆုံးနေရာ Let's Play Arena
ကန်ထူရင်ကံမြူတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုအတမ်နဲ့ကန်ထူရင်ကံမြူ999ချက်နဲ့တက်ကြိုင်းနေတဲ့ရ package တွေဝယ်ရင်အတမ်ကနေခုတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုကန်ထူရင်ကံမြူတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုအတမ်နဲ့ချိန်ဆက်ပြီးတော့ကန်ထူရင်ကံမြူကြာရ channel မှာ999ချက်နဲ့အထက် package နဲ့ဝယ်ယူပြီးစုစုပေါင်းငွေသားကျပ်သိန်း12000ကန်ထူလိုက်ပါ
energy level ကကိုယ့်ရဲ့အကြီးမားဆုံးရန်သူဖြစ်လာတဲ့အခါတမတ်ချက်တွေကိုချိုးဖျက်ပြီး energy level ကို V-Code နဲ့နောက်တစ်ဆင့်မြင်ရမယ့်အချိန်ပဲ V-Code မှာပါဝင်တဲ့ caffeine ကစိတ်ကိုနိုးကြတက်ကြွစေတယ်လူတင်းကမျက်လုံးရောင်ရခြင်းကိုတတ်တာစေပြီးဗီတာမင် B ကလန်းဆန်းပြီးခွားမြတ်ကိုရရှိစေပါတယ် V-Code teamမြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ပထမဦးဆုံး sparkling coffee အားဖြည့်ချိုရည် V-Code
တမန်ရိုးကြပုံစံတွေကခွဲထွက်ဖို့အစင်းနေမယ်လားမြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ပထမဦးဆုံး V-Code Sparkling Coffee အပြည့်အချိုရည်နဲ့တူကိုယ်သာလင်ကိုယ့်ဘဝရဲ့ပဲ့ကန်ရှင်ဖြစ်ဖန်တီးလိုက်ပါV-Code နဲ့တူကိုယ့်ဘဝရဲ့ရှင်သခင်ဖြစ်ကိုယ်ရိုင်းဖန်တီးလိုက်ပါ
တွေအတွက်ပြောစရာအကောင်းဆုံးနေရာ Let's play arena
ကန်ထူရင်ကံမြူတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုအတမ်နဲ့ကန်ထူရင်ကံမြူကိုရကိုစကိုချင်တဲ့ဂျိုင်းနေတဲ့ရ package တွေဝယ်ရင်အတမ်ကနေခုတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုကန်ထူရင်ကံမြူတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုအတမ်နဲ့ဂျိုင်းဆက်ပြီးတော့ကန်ထူရင်ကံမြူကြာရ channel မှာကိုရကိုစကိုချင်တဲ့အထက် package များဝယ်ယူပြီးစုစုပေါင်းငွေသားကျပ်သိန်း1200ကန်ထူလိုက်ပါအတမ်
energy level ကကိုယ့်ရဲ့အကြီးမားဆုံးရန်သူဖြစ်လာတဲ့အခါတမတ်ချက်တွေကိုချိုးဖျက်ပြီး energy level ကို V ကုတ်နဲ့နောက်တစ်ဆင့်မြင်ရမယ့်အချိန်ပဲ V ကုတ်ပါဝင်တဲ့ caffeine ကစိတ်ကိုနိုးကြတက်ကြွစေတယ်လူတင်းကမျက်လုံးကြောင့်ညင်ကိုတတ်တာစေပြီး vitamin B ကလမ်းဆန်ပြီးခွားများကိုရရှိစေပါတယ် V ကုတ် Gမြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ပထမဦးဆုံး sparkling coffee အားဖြည့်ချိုရည် V ကုတ်
တမန်ရိုးကြပုံစံတွေကခွဲထွက်ဖို့အစင်းနေမယ်လားမြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ပထမဦးဆုံး FCON Sparkling Coffee အပြည့်အချိုနဲ့တူကိုသာလီကိုဘွားရဲ့ပဲ့ကန်ရှင်ဖြစ်ဖန်တီးလိုက်ပါFCONနဲ့တူကိုဘွားရဲ့ရှင်သခင်ဖြစ်ကိုရိုင်းဖန်တီးလိုက်ပါ
အတွက်ပျော်စရာအကောင်းဆုံးနေရာ Let's Play Arena
ကန်ထူရင်ကံမြူတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုအတမ်နဲ့ကန်ထူရင်ကံမြူကိုရကိုစကိုချင်နေတဲ့ဂျိုင်းနေတဲ့ရ package တွေဝယ်ရင်အတမ်ကနေခုတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုကန်ထူရင်ကံမြူတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုအတမ်နဲ့ chase that me ကန်ထူရင်ကံမြူကြာရ channel မှာ996ကျပ်နဲ့အထက် package များဝယ်ယူပြီးစုစုပေါင်းငွေသားကျပ်သိန်း12000ကန်ထူလိုက်ပါအတမ်
energy level ကကိုယ့်ရဲ့အကြီးမားဆုံးရန်သူဖြစ်လာတဲ့အခါတမတ်ချက်တွေကိုချိုးဖျက်ပြီး energy level ကို V ကုတ်နဲ့နောက်တစ်ဆင့်မြင်ရမယ့်အချိန်ပဲ V ကုတ်ပါဝင်တဲ့ caffeine ကစိတ်ကိုနိုးကြတက်ကြွစေတယ်လူတင်းကမျက်လုံးကြောင့်ညာခြင်းကိုတတ်တာစေပြီး vitamin B ကလမ်းဆန်ပြီးခွားများကိုရရှိစေပါတယ် V ကုတ် Gမြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ပထမဦးဆုံး sparkling coffee အားဖြည့်ချိုရည် V ကုတ်
တမန်ရိုးကြပုံစံတွေကခွဲထွက်ဖို့အစင်းနေမယ်လားမြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ပထမဦးဆုံး Falcon Sparkling Coffee အပြည့်ချိုးနေတဲ့သူကိုသာလီကိုဘွားရဲ့ပဲ့ကန်ရှင်ဖြစ်ဖန်တီးလိုက်ပါFalcon နဲ့သူကိုဘွားရဲ့ရှင်သခင်ဖြစ်ကိုရိုင်းဖန်တီးလိုက်ပါ
ဂိမ်းမာတွေအတွက်ပျော်စရာအကောင်းဆုံးနေရာ Let's Play Arena
ကန်ထူရဲ့ကံမျိုးတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုအတမ်နဲ့ကန်ထူရဲ့ကံမျိုးကိုရကိုစကိုချင်တဲ့ဂျိုင်းနေတဲ့ရ package တွေဝယ်ရင်အတမ်ကနေခုတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုကန်ထူရဲ့ကံမျိုးတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုအတမ်နဲ့ chase that me ကန်ထူရဲ့ကံမျိုးကြာရ channel မှာ996ကျပ်နဲ့အထက် package နာဝယ်ယူပြီးစုစုပေါင်းငွေသားကျပ်သိန်း12000ကန်ထူလိုက်ပါ
energy level ကကိုယ့်ရဲ့အကြီးမားဆုံးရန်သူဖြစ်လာတဲ့အခါတမတ်ချက်တွေကိုချိုးဖြတ်ပြီး energy level ကို V-Go နဲ့နောက်တစ်ဆင့်မြင်ရမယ့်အချိန်ပဲ V-Go မှာပါဝင်တဲ့ caffeine ကစိတ်ကိုနိုးကြတက်ကြွစေတယ်လူတွေကမျက်လုံးကြောင့်ညာခြင်းကိုတတ်တာစေပြီး ဗီတာမင် B ကလန်းဆန်းပြီးခွားများကိုရရှိစေပါတယ် V-Go Teamမြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ပထမဦးဆုံး sparkling coffee အားဖြည့်အချိုရည် V-Go
တမန်ရိုးကြပုံစံတွေကခွဲထွက်ဖို့အစင်းနေမယ်လားမြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ပထမဦးဆုံး V-Go Sparkling Coffee အားဖြည့်အချိုရည်နဲ့တူကိုသာလီကိုဘွားရဲ့ပဲ့ကန်ရှင်ဖြစ်ဖန်တီးလိုက်ပါနဲ့တူကိုဘွားရဲ့ရှင်သခင်ဖြစ်ကိုရိုင်းဖန်တီးလိုက်ပါ
မာတွေအတွက်ပြောစရာအကောင်းဆုံးနေရာ Let's Play Arena
ကန်ထူရင်ကံမြူတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုအတမ်နဲ့ကန်ထူရင်ကံမြူကိုရကိုစကိုချင်တဲ့ဂျိုင်းနေတဲ့ရ package တွေဝယ်ရင်အတမ်ကနေခုတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုကန်ထူရင်ကံမြူတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုအတမ်နဲ့ချေဆက်ပြီးတော့ကန်ထူရင်ကံမြူကြာရ channel မှာ996ကျပ်နဲ့အထက် package များဝယ်ယူပြီးစုစုပေါင်းငွေသားကျပ်သိန်း12000ကန်ထူလိုက်ပါ
energy level ကကိုယ့်ရဲ့အကြီးမားဆုံးရန်သူဖြစ်လာတဲ့အခါတမတ်ချက်တွေကိုချိုးဖြတ်ပြီး energy level ကို V ကုတ်နဲ့နောက်တစ်ဆင့်မြင့်ရမယ့်အချိန်ပဲ V ကုတ်ပါဝင်တဲ့ caffeine ကစိတ်ကိုနိုးကြတက်ကြွစေတယ်လူတင်းကမျက်လုံးကြောင့်ညင်ကိုတတ်တာစေပြီး vitamin B ကလမ်းဆန်ပြီးခွားများကိုရရှိစေပါတယ် V ကုတ် teamမြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ပထမဦးဆုံး sparkling coffee အားဖြည့်ချိုရည် V ကုတ်
တမန်ရိုးကြပုံစံတွေကခွဲထွက်ဖို့အစင်းနေမယ်လားမြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ပထမဦးဆုံး Vigo Sparkling Coffee အပြည့်အချိုရည်နဲ့တူကိုယ်သာလင်ကိုယ့်ဘဝရဲ့ပဲ့ကန်ရှင်ဖြစ်ဖန်တီးလိုက်ပါ Vigo နဲ့တူကိုယ့်ဘဝရဲ့ရှင်သခင်ဖြစ်ကိုယ်ရိုင်းဖန်တီးလိုက်ပါ
All right, welcome everybody. We are approaching the last day. Actually, this is the last day of MSL Myanmar Season 3. Welcome! We're going to have our lower bracket finals and our grand finals here today. And we'll be your casters for this. I'm Rockhart, and alongside me is Husky. What's up, brother? How are you today?
I'm doing great. First, finally, we get to work together, and MSL Myanmar has been quite the eventful tournament. You know, we get the slot. Of course, everyone's fighting to go to Paris for EWC, for MSC, and 2 great series coming up. You know, best of 5, best of 7, and familiar names. I have, you know, my own predictions. I'm hoping to see a certain team make it through and lift that trophy. But to say the least, this season has been pretty unpredictable.
Very, very unpredictable. Obviously, one of the things that really kind of just stuck to the top, thing that never really changed here, is of course one of the teams that played yesterday, YG, man, Yangon, Galacticos. 9-0 in the regular season, wins it out on the play-ins, and also sweeps their games yesterday. Again, despite all odds on that game number 2, that was really insane. I got to give it to them, man. So YG, I think, is definitely a big forerunner here for the day. But again, we still have 3 teams. 3 teams are remaining here, and one of them, or 2 of them rather, are going to be fighting off later today. That is going to be Team 7 and, of course, Falcon Esports.
Yep, and even for Falcon Esports, they had to make that lower bracket run. That full game, 5 games series to make it to that lower bracket finals. And YG, they're comfortably waiting in the grand finals to see who is going to challenge them. But Falcons against Team 7 is also going to be a series that I look forward to. I am particularly excited to see Dax in action again, Dax and New Cole, especially for Falcons. They have been around for so long, big veterans, my personal favorite to make it through. But I'm all for an underdog story. I want to see if Team 7 can put up a fight and really push them to their limits and maybe get that match against YG again in the finals.
That's right, because Team 7 has actually been, their second seed. Team 7 has been really performing pretty spectacularly, only losing that one series to YG. And yesterday was just given a pretty solid defeat there, which again already was a revenge arc. And now they have to revenge the revenge arc, bro, because they have to do it again. They have to fight. They have to beat Falcons here just so they can be able to do the revenge against YG. So just for beating them again. So it's going to be so interesting if that's actually going to be the case. So we've got some pretty interesting stories for you. Yeah, basically it was Falcons. If you did not watch yesterday, it was Falcon Esports who won the Battle of the Skies. And they actually took down pretty handily games yesterday. So I'm very excited, very, very excited for this one. I feel like we have a lot of players to watch out for as well. Personally, I think a lot of people have been watching Blink. Blink respected on that Hellcurt. And I'm very excited to see whether or not that's going to be the case as well today.
Yeah, I mean we have been spoiled with revenge arcs. Even I believe over in MPLPH, you guys also witnessed your own revenge arc yesterday. Falcons, the other Falcons, taking out Onyx Philippines to head to Paris, I think as well. So that itself has already, I think, set up for quite the narrative. But here, if you ask me, I think Team 7, the fact that they got into play-ins by taking down Falcons and and making Falcons run that lower bracket and now having another chance to take them down again, it is going to be a story to tell if you're a Team 7 fan. But if you're a Falcon Esports fan, you're looking for redemption, right? You're looking to right the wrongs and hopefully prove that you are still one of the top 2 teams in that region, like they've always been for the longest of time.
Yeah, and I feel like, that's always been the case, right? Like, it's always hunting for that top one spot. Because top 1 from Myanmar has always been just so good, right? Top 1 from Myanmar has always been like the dark horse in major tournaments, right? I know you cast internationals, right? You cast a lot of internationals. You always expect a really strong appearance from Myanmar, despite them always being like underdogs, right? And they always show up strong, always placing highly. Even YG in last M7, right? They're so good. They were able to place very highly. A lot of people didn't expect that from them, and that's why top 1 here in Myanmar is just so important.
Yeah, I think YG plays like 7th and 8th, right? They plays like in the same bracket as Team Falcons. I remember that when we look at even M6 as well, or even in tournaments like the Snapdragon Pro Series, when we see teams like Falcons or even from regions like Cambodia, for example, like CFU, these teams are always the one that at least gives Malaysia some of the biggest challenges out there. We really have to fight tooth and nail to edge out a win. And every single time, we meet on the international stage, it feels like we are in our own playoffs. And I think that's the fun part, right? They have been consistently showing up. They are aggressive. gameplay has always been a shocker because we always thought that we are good at that, but then Myanmar comes out and ones-up us. This region goes all the way back to M1, M2, where they finished second in M2 as well, just trailing behind Bren. So I think overall across these years, if there's one thing they're good at, is that they are fighters, man. They are so good at setting up these situations where you are forced to take a fight, but you're never gonna win.
That's always been the identity of a Myanmar representative. Every time you're in an international, we are fighters. We are the unpredictable. We are the game changers basically for a majority of the time. And I'm very excited. That's why, everyone's just so excited. And the playstyle for Myanmar has been very distinct. If you notice, right? Like, it's not just aggro, it's like complete chaos. It's fast gameplay. And that's something that we saw yesterday for YG. That's why YG really has I think a really high place in a lot of people's power rankings. A lot of people's power rankings for the championship today. Later on, they are in the grand finals. They're only waiting for the next fight, or for the next winner of this coming best of 5. And again, it is going to be a best of 5 here in this one, guys. And then it's going to be a best of 7 later on. So hopefully you guys are excited for that one. Right now, yesterday, Team 7 really did do very well. They did very well, right? They were swept. But if you watch, they really put up a pretty solid fight, especially that game number 2, man. That game number 2, they were like 8K, 7,000 gold ahead. They were on the brink of closing it against YG. They just fell a little bit short. And again, a miracle comeback play, right? That's just a miracle comeback play coming in from YG. But other than that, it feels like Team 7 could have actually brought it all the way to 5.
Yeah, I remember, like, I tuned in, I remember, like halfway through, and I noticed that, okay, Team 7, they were very far ahead, but the results say otherwise, right? Like, for a moment, I thought that maybe there might have been a graphical error, where the team tags were flipped, but then I looked at the plays and I'm like, no, that's not the case. And I did YG, that game 2 was probably one of those morale boost moments where it really shows that their experience in the game and how they handle these late game situations, right? Having a comp that is well versed with obviously clear limitations up against what Team 7 has. Team 7 got that Freya, got the Harry going, late game demons, but YG just better in these kind of front to back peel, and they were able to hold it out, especially for Kaiser on that Zusin, being able to go almost deathless the entire game and just being that rock that YG needs to outlast Team 7.
That's true. It's amazing, right? That you were able to do a comeback like that. And that's what we were talking about last night as well. Husky, like, all right, I'll lose like that. What does that do to Team 7, right? What does that do to the morale of Team 7? Because they know they had that game. They should have had that game in their minds, right? So what do you do? What happens when you just let that slip from your fingers? And I think we got a little bit of a preview of that in Game 3. Game 3 was just pretty far. That was miles away from their performance in Game 2. So what I'm hoping is, that they kind of just took the time to recover from that. Because if they don't recover from that mentally, mental is very important, right? So if they don't recover from that mentally, they might have a hard time here in this series.
Yeah, in fact, I think the bigger irony for me as a viewer yesterday was that I went through the exact same situation, right? I watched 7 basically got comeback by YG. I went in to play a couple games myself, and I had one game where I was in the same spot as 7. We had like an 8K goal lead. We're about to knock on the base doors, and we ended up losing the game. And I gotta say, didn't do too well for my team. We couldn't recover from that, and we decided to call it a day and go to bed. But for Team 7, there are higher stakes, right? There's a championship at hand. There's a slot to Paris. So for them, I think by hook or by crook, they have to come back from this. And they have demonstrated some picks yesterday that I've also seen in MPL MY, I've seen in MSL Thailand. The Valir has always been a very interesting prospect for me when it comes to a mid laner in certain situations. even though they lost that game yesterday, I feel like this is a hero that we probably would see a bit more of today, just because in the right conditions, Valir can be good.
That's right. I think Valir yesterday was actually pretty nuts. I mean, it was picked very well. The Valir picking yesterday on the draft was very, very well. It was used against like heroes like a Frederian, the slower heroes, Freya. Usually, usually very, very good, right? But somehow Valir is just, it's been a little bit 50-50 now. Valir yesterday did get win. But I feel like, that's where the macro shines. That's where the team building or the whole drafting phase really does shine, because if you can kind of just make your way around it and play around it with very certain heroes, you're absolutely golden. Atlas, man, the big story yesterday was it's so weird. So many Atlas picks coming out. Even Belleric in our first game of the day, we saw Belleric on Rome. Like, what is really happening to the metagame right now? It's so weird. The shifting is very unnatural, but at the same time, it's so fun.
Yeah, we've seen it in like where Malaysia is as well. We had like one Belleric game, so I will not count that. That was a loss by Bigatron. But we had a couple of Atlas games, or at least Atlas bans. In fact, I think Atlas was banned more than it was picked here in the local league. Teams picking for just the annoyance of the passive, of being a disruption, right? A disruption in the early game. We've seen a couple of Paquitos now popping up ever since the minor patch that dropped, that really gave Paquito the extra oomph in his abilities. And as a result of that, we actually got a Paquito Savage towards the end of the regular season. And it was against SRG, so that was quite the spectacle. But overall, I think the staples are still going to be the same, the Khalid and Hildas, the Benedettas for teams that are good at it, the Fulvius into Harif, that one feels like a must, and I think the Gord as well, with one of the biggest rise in stocks, just being a very good hero to chew through tanks, gives you good clear, and has general stability. And even some teams in Malaysia are straying away from that Sin, just because you have picks like that Zerten and Gord, and even I think the Lilia to a certain degree, that sort of provides them a bit more in the long run.
You're absolutely right. I feel like Lilia is just super underrated right now. Zetian feels like, you pick it when there's a Farsa, you pick it when you want global, you pick it when your team kind of feels like playing Yisan Gold Lane. We talked about this yesterday. There's just so much more flexibility in the meta right now that I'm surprised that not more heroes are getting picked up, honestly. Gord has been rising and has really been dominating games, honestly. Gord used to be, it's so hard to play Gord because so many uh heroes have multiple dashes, right? But now people don't mind. People know how to play with it. People know how to use the Gord in their lineups. Mostly even pairing it with like heroes like Frederian, right? Like the big boys in the front who can take your aggro, who can taunt heroes. And I think that we saw that as well with Belleric, right? You can use that. You can use that very well. Combo with Refa Dryad is a really strong composition. So hopefully we'll see more innovation, because you know what, here in Myanmar, that's what we're very much known for, right? We're known for the innovation, we're known for the really scary picks, we're known for bringing out Hellcourt Rome in the big international stage. So
Yep.
you know what, I want to see more. I want to see more, man. And that Paquito is only cream, it's only the icing on top of the cake, man. I feel like we can see more. I'm expecting it to go higher in usage just because of its performance in other international in other regions rather.
Yeah, and I think like there are certain like situations as well when we sort of look back at yesterday. There are just so many, so many good storylines coming out from these teams. I think the craziest thing to me was that at some point in the play-ins there was a Selena roam by YG, and they made it work.
Yeah. There you go. That is essentially it. We got our teams walking into the stage here. First up, it is the winner of the Battle of the Skies yesterday, now trying to get their way and claw their way back to the grand finals. This is Falcon Esports.
King of the Skies for sure. Falcons looking to head back into the grand finals if possible. They had to make the longest runs from the lower bracket, full series against Mythic Seal, and now having to take on Team 7 that gave YG a run for their money yesterday. This is going to be quite the tough proving grounds.
Yeah, gonna be a big proving ground, especially against the second seed of the regular season, who has beaten so many teams, save for one. The one that they want to get some revenge against today. And again, climb their way back to the top. It's Team 7.
Got that mental reset. Hope is in place. I just gotta sidetrack a bit. Man, these team intro songs, they're pretty lit. I like it. I like the vibe that it's bringing. Obviously for Team 7, there's a lot of pressure on their shoulders considering the chain of events that has transpired yesterday. But the battle has to continue on, and we will have both coaches of the teams also coming out on stage. Then we proceed with the fist bumps and get them ready for the draft picks, man.
Yeah, I'm so excited for the draft picks. I like the smiles here on our players' faces, especially for Team 7. That's actually the one that I was watching out for. I want to see what they will look like. I want to see how they're feeling coming into this game, because mental is like a big part of it, right? You know this very well, right? Your mental state coming into a game is gonna dictate how it ends, how it finishes.
Yeah, I just spent a good amount of time researching it, like observing it for like, especially when I play with my friends and all, or like when I play alone, and because I always thought that how hard can it be, right? How hard can it be to move on from a tough loss? You just reset, treat it as it's never happened. And I realized it is not that easy. There's actually a significant contrast in how good you perform with how good your mental state is at. You start making more common mistakes, you start having lapse of judgment, you start overlooking key details in the game. So it's a tough battle. Most games are won before you hop into the land of dawn, and it's won on the mental side. But for Falcons, we got New Code, Dax, PS, Kidax, and Benny, the usual names, the usual veterans, but in a more competitive climate.
Absolutely. And again, if you're talking about mental, you know what? They seem to be in a very good one. They did come from a big win yesterday, and that was something that you could be very, very proud of. If you're Falcons right now, you must be feeling very good about that. And knowing that you are facing off against Team 7, though, that might be a different story. They are second seed. They're the second most powerful team in MSL Myanmar right now, which is, of course, Team 7.
Team 7, yeah. Again, CK, Lucky, Cien, Tanpok, and OP. I think, if you are in a spot like Team 7 is currently at as the second seed, there's going to be that extra pressure knowing that, you have something to prove for yourselves as compared to the usual names like YG and Falcons. But I personally think that, Falcons fans, they should feel a bit more at ease considering this lineup. Sure, they have slightly, expanded over the seasons, but the names are still the same, right? You look behind the scenes, you still have PX7, who has been on that international stage. You have Royal Milk, who at one point is one of those XP laners that really give the best in the world a run for their money. And it's a team that is filled with innovation, a team that is not afraid to go at you even when the going gets tough. Something that Team 7 had to learn the hard way yesterday when going up against YG is that when people will show resistance, and you just have to fight back. And Team 7, unfortunately, after losing to YG, realized that, okay, these resistance are quite relentless.
Yeah, they absolutely, like, they've shown that, at least what Team 7 experienced yesterday, I'm pretty sure they learned that, there's just no fear. There's no fear with your opposition here. Even if it looks like you're the guy, you're the big guy, you're the Goliath, man, that David is gonna attack. He's gonna attack with all his heart. So I think that's very important to note coming into this one, that you can't rest on your laurels, man. I think in that game too, they kind of just slacked off a little bit in the last game, in the last few minutes, and that's when YG took advantage. After that, the mental hit was very evident, and that's why they couldn't recover. So hopefully they've had a really good talk. I'm walking on the stage; they look very, very refreshed, and that's what I'm looking forward to, man. I'm looking forward to seeing Team Seven in their optimal form. I don't want to see Team Seven lose because of like a mental hit because of YG. I want to see them flourish. I want to see that reset, because if you want to be a champion, you need to learn how to reset your mind, right? You need to learn how to get your team together, talk, communicate, and make sure that you have a very good consensus and that you're all willing to go for the W.
Yeah, my personal view on this is just I don't mind if a team gets swept 3-0, but I want it to be a good 3-0, right? I want a 3-0 where both teams were just neck and neck, and it comes down to sort of the smallest margin where the scoreline itself doesn't fully justify what actually happened. It's going to be a harder hit, of course, to the losing team, but I think being able to put up a fight would also be more of a respect to yourself and your opponent, and that's what I expect from both teams today. Even if they lose in a clean sweep, I want it to at least be a tight fight. Another thing I'm looking at is, at least here in NPL NY, we have some favorites in that goal lane. The Claude and Harif are almost always the priority. I personally am not a big fan of Harif, and I'll explain why, right? I'm not a big fan of because of how much he has been juiced up in the recent patch. I think the numbers are a bit ridiculous now for Harif, even though he's not 100% win rate, but it's quite the insurance policy. How do you kind of deal with that?
I mean, maybe you deal with it with using these assassin junglers, right? You use the Joy, maybe use the Fanny, which was used yesterday. Again, Dax was able to use that to a very strong effect. And maybe that's the way you deal with that Harif. And the matchup here is, of course, Lucky versus Dax. Joy, not so much. I will be honest, not very excited about seeing a Joy, if ever. I would probably like, if you're talking assassin junglers, maybe stick with Hayabusa, right? Like and Suyo. I like Suyo better, absolutely. But definitely we'll see a bit of a swap in. I think both of them are very versed in a lot of these assassin jungles. But I think the bigger test, brother, is whether or not they can actually perform with the big Frederian picks. Those are the ones that kind of just change the game a lot more.
Yeah, even I think yesterday's Lucky put out the Uranus jungle too in that game 2 against YG, and actually has quite the effect in that early to mid game where you just take over with a minor lead. So that's something that they could bank on in their back pocket when push comes to shove. When we look at the team head-to-head as well, obviously for Team 7 side, a lot bloodier in terms of the KD and that GPM. Even for team fighting as well, they're not too far behind Team Falcon's Esports.
Absolutely. I mean, all of this, of course, is accumulated through a very strong regular season. So Team 7, they have to just remember that, right? Like, if you're Team 7 right now, you got to tell yourself, hey, remember what we did? Remember a few weeks ago when we just keep winning and winning and winning and winning? Just get back into that one. Like, just remember who you are, as the big lion head in the sky will say, remember who you are. Just do that, right?
Yeah, I think that's also it's something that I observe, at least in Malaysia too, where we had what was that team again? Like RQ Tora. They had like a great week 1 and 2. They were smashing the competition, and then they went on like a 4-5 week lose streak, right? Like completely just losing every single game. And even in interviews, they were mentioning like how they couldn't find their groove, and even I think towards the very end, where it seemed like they've rediscovered who they were. They still showed some great inconsistencies, and I think that itself is quite the interesting subject to look at. How did a team go from that dominant force of nature to just being it's just another contender, something that people treat as a pushover for the majority of the regular season. I think even till now, I still don't have that answer. I think it's just quite fascinating how a team that already has a winning formula can suddenly just not be able to replicate that success.
I mean, that looked like the case as well in the Philippines, honestly, right now. Like, it looked like Team Falcons was just like, slacking off a little bit in the first few against Onyx, and then suddenly they were top two. They were number 2 seed as well, and people were really just commenting really mean stuff. And you know what? You know what they are now? They're on the way to Paris. So, so stuff like that can really happen. It all depends on, again, how well you are going to be able to collect yourself. Just collect yourself and be able to just fight against the all odds. And again, that's if you really want to be considered a champion, that has to be part of your toolkit, right? What do you do when you're faced with a tough situation? Because not all games are going to go smooth, right? Not all games smooth. Sometimes people misstep. People, your opponent just does crazy stuff. What do you do in that situation? I think that really defines what a champion is. And if you want to be called a champion, you need to prove yourself in that regard as well, right? You got to be able to show what you're made of.
Yeah, I think for Team 7, there's a couple of, I think, positive traits that they have shown yesterday. Is I think that early to mid game, right, they have some pretty good ideas on what to do, and clearly when they have some pocket picks up their sleeves as well, like again the lucky Uranus, I think that was quite brilliant. It's always nice to have a Cho player on your team, and Tanpok, does it pretty well. There's some pretty flexible means with the Freya too that we have seen in that XP lane. But I think the biggest excitement for me is still seeing that Selena back in the meta, right? It feels very last year, very 2025, where Selena was a very big thing. Obviously, the meta right now doesn't reward her as much, because at the end of the day, if the bulk of your kit comes from landing skill shots, you have to be super accurate, or you're not going to have too much of an impact. But they still were able to make it work. And I think, it's such a high stakes situation. If we do ever go to a game 5, that is one of those few picks that I expect to be reviewed.
Yeah, Selena mid has been becoming like, I was expecting Selena roam, but most of them have actually been on mid now. So maybe we'll definitely see Selena. But one thing's for sure, I want to see those roam picks really expand as well. Like, I want some really crazy stuff to come out today. Come on, show us that, that creativity, the Myanmar creativity, right? Like, I want to see that. And maybe, just maybe, right, we can get to a point where, okay, we're done being creative. Let's go ahead and show him full meta pick. Like, go, just be very, very stable. And those are the things that I want to see, like the transition between what you can be and who you really are is going to have to be shown here. So Team Falcons, I feel like they just have a really good performance, man. Like I was watching Team Falcons yesterday and I was like, all right. Because, Coach RC, one of their old coaches, he's a really good friend of mine, right? When he says, you know what, watch out for Team Falcons, I suddenly understood what he meant. Like, having Benny back into this lineup is really crazy. It's giving them so much stability. But Benny, obviously, he also plays that Harif a lot that you were talking about. He also plays the Claude a lot. So having more stability just enables everyone else, like New Code, like Dax, to just go crazy here. And I guess that's one of the things that make Team Falcons just so scary, man. Falcon Esports has been like a really wild card in so many games, and until now, like even way back, like years back, Falcons Esports already been wild card. What more now, right? With such a wide meta, so many picks that can be picked now.
Yeah, like when they were playing with the PX7, when they were playing with Royal Milk back then in the main lineup, it's just you have such a lineup that is so fierce in how they fight, and it feels like these players are psychopaths in games, right? Like they see you, they're gonna use their spells. You want to flick a penalty zone, Royal Milk will do it. He will do it regardless, right? And it's so hard to fight against them when they are always forcing the issue. The way that they draft is very linear. They're very honest in how they draft. They're not shy in say, oh, we're gonna hide some flex picks and surprise you. No, they show you that they are out for blood, and they will do it. And I think this version of Falcons is the exact same thing. Just to echo on what you mentioned about Benny, he is, I think, one of the best goal laners we have seen come out from that region. And right now he's in a meta where he is given the tools to literally win a game for his team. And that the Harif again is one of the strongest heroes right now. But if you put it on something like a Claude, like a carry, Benny, I think he's got it. If we have to go down the list and somehow end up with that M6 Bruno as well, Benny's pretty good on that hero.
That's true. Benny's so good on that hero, man. So I'm excited to see stuff like that occur. We saw a Bruno, I think, a few days ago. So check that out. Right now, we're going into the draft very soon. We're going into the random map draw. We got a lot of dangerous grass yesterday. We got a lot of expanding rivers. So I'm wondering if that's going to be the case as well here. I think we only have one game of broken walls yesterday or flying clouds. So this is going to be something, right? And I love that you brought up that, that swap between what PX7, what Royal Milk could do. Because yesterday, New Cold, I think I got impressed so much with New Cold yesterday, able to use the Freya XP. Right, so let's see if that's going to make an appearance here, as they did not seem to have banned the Freya yet.
Yeah, like Freya XP has been quite the thing in MPL MY as well. It is open up again. The priority actually, at least from Falcon Esports side, is more towards having that Uranus and the Kalea, and of course the Dusin being sort of like the primary targets. But with the Phobias taken up by 7, I think that Freya becomes quite the commodity. Of course, we have the Guinevere as well that is available, the Marcel, but I feel like that Freya is too good to pass up, like in most situations.
Yeah, you take it. As much as you can, you take it. I love the research being done by 7 as well, banning out the Harif instead of the Freya. They know what we're talking about. They know Benny on that Harif. But I'm not sure if that's worth it to open a Freya on the lineup. I know Phovius and Marcel are up. What do you call that? Marcel and Zushin are no. Zushin's bad. That's fine though. So we have a lot of really good stuff still open. Marcel has been highly prioritized, and if you don't pick it up, they are gonna do it for you.
Yeah, that Freya is too good to pass up. One of the biggest surprises to me, I think, just watching, the recent games is, Guinevere is almost non-existent, right, in these games, and I think that's sort of like the fascinating thing when when I watch games from other regions. Like where MSL Thailand or like MY, Guinevere is almost a must ban. Like it feels like it's such a big flex pick here. And then I look at Myanmar games yesterday and I was like, wait a minute, I'm not kidding myself. There's actually very minimal Guinevere selections or bans. But we did talk about the Valir, good against tank lineups that just want to be in your face because he's so great at peeling and just keeping you at an arm's length. And then they give Benny that claw that we also were discussing earlier on. So there's already quite a framework there for Falcons Esports.
Absolutely. A really good framework. All they need now is like a really solid tank XP and maybe a strong roam. I'm thinking about Glue right now on the roam, just so that you can control that Freya, one of the few heroes that can kind of just straight up control that. And I love that you brought up the lack of the Guinevere here. Usually, Guinevere is just so good on its own. Actually, in our region, mostly gets first pick, especially in like the MDLs and everything. But I guess one of the key components of that, the Guinevere is banned out, the Kalea. So people love running the Guinevere Kalea, right? So if one of them's removed, they don't really want to show up as much as possible. So more jungle bans are going to be coming up. And again, this is a very frail lineup for Falcons right now. They really need a really strong roam and maybe a tank jungle. I'm thinking maybe a Fredrin can do something about this one. Fredrin jungle and blue roam feels like it should be what makes it for Falcons, right?
Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing, and I think 7 also had the sort of had that foresight. That's why that gourd was picked up in anticipation. If you go for a tank, we already have an answer to shred their health bar. But I think, if not for that glue in the XP, if they want to go slightly harder and more gung-ho into 7, something that can reach the gourd, then maybe the Turisla or the Alice could be the alternative. Although I personally would still like that glue, just so you could help out that Valir in the peeling department in case Freya slips through, especially with the Valkyrie's Descent. You time it well, and suddenly the Searing Torrent doesn't push you back, and then it will pose quite the problem for that backline. So there's a couple of options that Falcons can consider, but 7 are taking out big engaged heroes like that Sora.
They know that XP is the big deal, so that's why glue on XP is still pretty good, I think. And especially now that you've mentioned it, doesn't need to be glue. Maybe it can be that Alice. The Alice also can kind of just deal with the Freya very early on. In the later stages, the Alice can't really sustain anymore against the Freya, but you know what? They don't mind. I feel like that should be fine. The only thing about the Alice in the early game problem might just be the anti-heal. The built-in anti-heal from the Baksha might be a big problem. You might not be able to sustain that good. But I love the bans on the marksman here, but I feel like they left one strong marksman open, and that is the carry.
Yep, carry free for the taking here, and it's another answer in anticipation to any tanks that Falcons would most likely go for. And 7, they are gonna lock into Moskov instead. So just giving them a bit more freedom to play the macro game if needed, and lesser reliance, I guess, is sticking together with the team like that carry. But overall, still pretty good, right? Because I think the clean ban is to really keep Benny safe so he doesn't get run over solo in that lane. But 7, I think they're okay with it, having someone that can enter the fight at a whim as long as he lands that SOD.
I mean, that's true. That also gives them that split push opportunity, right? Because the Freya already has that. Freya already has that, right? Again, I love that the Falcon already expects that Freya is gonna go XP because they ban out gold laners. So here in this one, they need frontline Paquito. Whoa, this is a very aggressive take. No tank. What tank? We already have a Marcel. He's all we need. You go for a Paquito and you go for the Leomord.
This goes back to the raw concept of we don't need tanks if we can just kill you fast enough. And we did say, these teams, they are very, like Falcons, they are very honest with the lineup. They don't have party tricks where we show 3 squishy picks and then we bust out 2 tanks. No. They go full 5 damage because why the hell not, right? If we can just one-shot you, then you are technically not a threat. And this Paquito into Freya matchup, that looks spicy. But that also results in a glue being picked up for Team 7 as a means of deterrent. Great when you pair him up with Gord and Freya, who helps them stick onto a target. So I want to see how Falcons navigate this.
Yeah, this is going to be so interesting. I'm going to keep my eyes peeled on their map rotation because a lineup like this, you just say, hey, you know what? Let's move fast. Let's clear fast. Everyone has such fast wave clear, right? That they want to clear and they just want to go for the fights. I expect a lot of strong, invades later on. So maybe they're going to try to invade as soon as they can, especially with a lineup that can, again, so much firepower, man. No one's even on Purify. It's all Flicker. It's all action all the time here for Falcon. So I'm very excited about that. And of course, we have a very stable lineup from 7 with the Freya XP, who won such a strong game yesterday. Let's go ahead and find out who comes out on top as we enter match number 1, game 1. It is an elimination match between Team Falcon Esports and Team 7.
I do like the approach, and this is such a classic Myanmar region experience where just all flickers, all gas, no breaks. Of course, for the side of Falcons, like you mentioned, Rockhart, plenty of firepower. You pair it up with a flicker, you catch someone off guard. They are as good as gone. But the invase will be the thing for Team 7 as Falcons. They traded that they traded durability for firepower, so it's harder for them to stop if Team 7 tries to brute force and invade.
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot harder, especially right now. Team 7 though have such a strong front line, and they're not afraid to use it. You know what? If the Falcons have a lot of swords, man, Team 7 has the shields, and they can definitely do some damage, even especially the early game, right? The Baksha, the glue, they can wreak so much havoc. And I'm expecting that to be a trend here, getting into the mid game.
Yeah, Lucky has already gotten an XP lead with 2 camp steals. I think Dax was attempting to steal the Beetle camp, but that was foiled by OP. So he wasn't even able to get the full clear. He probably got the big Beetle. And unfortunately, as a Valir, you just don't really gain that much priority over the Gord, which was why we saw Xian. He clears out the wave and he instantly joins a 4-man invade. And with the turtle spawning on the bottom side, Dax is going to be slightly late to his timing.
Yeah, a little bit late. That should be fine, at least for now. It's all up to this next turtle. Again, they are going to try to get a little bit of XP sharing going on the bottom. We got New Cold on level 4. The Paquito, it feels like it is just such a strong, damaging XP laner. Tanpuk up on the side, getting whittled down. The glue's pretty low here right now. Now we're going to go ahead and see if they can put up a fight.
First blood. There it is. They force out Nuko's flicker too. And again, this is what we kind of talked about, right? Just very balanced. They have long-range artillery with Xian. And the way that they engage fights is also pretty straightforward just because of the Gord stun. And that invade is going to keep on going. Dax is gone as he gets dragged back. So 2 kills for 7 and a turtle to boot.
There you go. So instead of them invading, they're the ones who are actually getting invaded right now. And as you can see, there's so much firepower being used there, using that bruiserness to its full effect, and New Cold can't fight back.
Quick pause on site so we figure out what the issue is. But I think, man, that is something that Falcons will have to, if they haven't learned just yet from that very short sequence, they would have to find a quick way to adjust immediately, is that you cannot man fight 7 like this. It's almost impossible, right? We talked about how sticky that team comp is. Glue, Baksha, Freya, Gord, all you need is someone to just lay their hands onto you, and then it just feels like you are in quicksand. You're drowning in quicksand. And especially Nuko, who sort of found it the hard way. You don't really win that lane against Freya, and he still attempted to try and, all in, and ended up losing that, getting killed and losing that lane subsequently. This is going to set Falcons Esports back by quite a lot.
Yeah, I think so too. It's going to be a big setup. It's going to be harder for them to climb back up because they need the items on the Leomord before they can fight. They also need like pretty decent itemization, maybe a Hunter Strike right now for the Paquito. So you know what, New Cold, I know usually we want like a full damage Paquito, but in this case, I would really suggest maybe he go for more like an Oracle first, right? That's what some Paquitos has been doing right now. Even like one of the best XP players in the world, Sanford, he's actually been playing Paquito on Oracle first item right after the Hunter Strike, right after the Fury Hammer. So maybe that's something that we can think about here, because right now it does feel like they're getting overwhelmed so much.
Even for KidX's Marcel, usually, Marcel is a pretty good door stopper, but 7, they don't really care about that Marcel. And again, a 2-man stun there. That is going to be a flicker out from Kid X, and there's really nothing much the 7 can do. It even freezes his own teammate with the golden hour. This should not be a kill, but without the golden hour, that means that Falcons don't really have any tools if they want to go for objective contest. So it's almost a guarantee that 7 will get the next turtle.
Yeah, that was a little odd. I'm sure the communications there could have done a lot more work. So let's see if that's going to be changing. As we go into, of course, our next turtle of the game, Nicole going to get spied out by CK, so they know what's up. And I think they're planning another dive.
And this time, Nuko got out of there. If he went down again, that lane is going to explode, and then we will have a rogue Freya on the map for like at least the next 6 to 8 minutes. And just as expected, the next turtle, second one for Team 7. And really, there's nothing much that Falcons can do like this. Leomord, he just got the War Axe and the re-dive onto Nuko. They revisit with the Valkyrie's Descent. Nuko really trying to hang on, but there's just no way to do so. He dies, and the bottom tier 1 goes down.
Yeah, that's going to be bottom tier 1. Of course, they will get a little bit of trade, so that's a big plus, right? So they're kind of equalizing a little bit, slowly getting that Claude into a state where it can finally join the fights. Because for the Falcons, it's been more like 4v4, but feels like 4v5, right? Because they need Leomord on the farm. They need the Paquito's not really doing that much. And Benny, he's going to have to do the hard carrying in terms of damage later on.
I'm expecting that lane swap to come in soon so that OP can get better farm time, I guess. The Golden Hour does hit on the 2, and Kid X will buy some time. Mystic Gush is more than enough to melt him down. 7 can still go on if they want to. They get the grab, and the stun from the projectile. So another 2 kills going over to Team 7. Nuko will only get 1 in return, but Team 7 gets a full team wipe 6 minutes in.
Okay. So it's so ironic that the team that has full-on damage from almost every single role is now the team who's getting run over by the team that just has like a glue and just has a Baksha. It just shows you how strong those picks are right now. You can see here on the replay, they love playing on this, man. They love it when you group up on him. And I think we just saw the power of the Freya in this matchup, just dipping and diving inside and outside those turrets. They're happy to dive here. They're doing it again.
And Nuko is going to go down for the 4th time this game, just not giving Paquito any room to breathe. And not just, the Freya that you mentioned, right? Even like the glue, once those 2 stick onto someone, it is almost impossible to get them off of you. It feels like they're like leeches, It's you try to pull them out, they hurt even more. You keep on bleeding. A 5.4k goalie for Team 7, all 3 turtles in their favor. This game has essentially spiraled out of control for Team Falcons.
It's spiraling way out of control right now. And this could end quickly if they don't do something about it. I think this could end after this Lord, if they're not super careful here. So watch out for the next moves. And I think we should be able to get into a very good spot here when maybe Benny can fight. But that's not coming anytime soon, man.
Yeah, they're going to lean a whole lot more to get Benny into a fighting position. Although PS did survive, Nuko tries to look for one shot onto OP. Just does not have the damage and even had to use his own flicker to get out. So Team 7, they are the ones that come out on the better end.
Man, all right. So Team 7 looks like they are mad. They are roaring. They want to get more kills here, man. You can see it, right? They're so ready to dive. And I think this is going to be very interesting. Again, what is Falcon Esports going to do about this? All they can do is just buy time until Benny's properly suited up, man. But he's having a hard time getting gold on his own.
Yeah, it's pretty hard. And you think about it, the cores on the side of Falcons, they all are resource hungry, and Kid X, he's gonna get stuck on and instantly go down. Then Pook with the flicker out, SOD connects. Here comes Nuko from the corner as well. Does some decent damage, but not enough to find any sort of a trade back. So Team 7 walks away with a kill on the roamer of Falcons.
All right, so this is going to be a pretty decent deal here for 7. I don't think they need to rush it. All they need to do is buy more time, get to that Lord, and just get into gear. I think they can end it right here if they can catch Benny, if they can catch PS later. That should be game.
Yeah, and Benny is not even... It doesn't even have his Trinity just yet. I think he's like, at least a minute and a half away from that. And again, right, like Nuko, Dax, Benny, they all want resources to be functional. And unfortunately, they will have to sacrifice it to give it to Benny, because Benny is their final hope. But against the Lord, and they're damaged. Oh my goodness, you say they're going to catch Benny, and they found it. Oh, PSOD in the golden hour, just way too late. The core members are already dead.
All right, so I think I literally called that into existence, right? And now, luckily for them, the Lord's pretty far away. But now they have a few more seconds. These energy shields are gonna get popped right now, and this is gonna be a problem. What are they gonna
do? I think you wait for the next Lord, and the game ends. It is pretty safe to call it GG's unless Falcons pull off a miracle or they replicate what was done yesterday by YG. But even YG still had a standing inhibitor when they made the comeback instead of having a bare base. And they had a draft that could maneuver in and out of the map pretty quickly. They had the Alice in the XP lane. They had some sort of hero that can front, but not the case for Falcons. The people who front is only the Marcel. If the Paquito and the Leomord want to do that, they are throwing their body into the fire. This Baksha has a cursed helmet. The glue is basically going full damage. Just got the radiant armor, but also has a glowing one on top of the cursed helmet. If he finds the Valir or the Claude, they are guaranteed to go down.
Suddenly I was thinking, what if this Leomord was like a Fredrin? Maybe they would have been had a better fight, since Fredrin not super item dependent to get ramping. But now they are suffering the consequences of that very, very greedy draft, honestly. Now that you think about it, everyone needs items. No one can function without like at least 2 to 3 items on their own. So now they suffer the consequences. They will need to look for gold. They need to buy more time. That is the game plan here for Falcon Esports. Buy more time so that your items can get into a good spot, or if you can finally take a fight. But we don't see that anytime here soon.
Yeah, the silver lining is that PS just got his Ice Queen's wand, so some extra peel, but Dax still not at his endless battle just yet. I wager probably Benny just got his Trinity not long ago, but is still trying to farm up for the Winds of Nature. This also, made me look back at the draft and think that maybe this Valir didn't need to come out that early, because there are a lot of better options left. But what's done is done. This is the final push from Team 7. It's gonna take a hell of an effort to defend against this Lord, but they will have to try. Nuko gets instantly jumped on, stuck on as well, but was able to bring the glue into the fountain. They take him down. The Golden Hour stops the gore in place. Maybe this is the way back for Falcons, but they need a lot more than that, because CK is wailing on, and the Mystic Gush comes out again. They lose Dax in the process. Kidex comes back from behind, and they take out Shen. The shutdown gets converted, but unfortunately, Benny ends up getting pinned and goes down. OP comes in with the SOD. Kidex trying to stick onto him. There's a wave coming in from all directions. They need to have Nuko and PS save the game. OP being able to relocate. Kidex could not stand against CK and OP, and this is almost a guarantee. They will try their best. They take out the Baksha, but 7 are too far ahead, and game 1's in the bag.
If only Benny didn't die in that last one. If only Benny survived for a few more seconds, that could have been very well defended. But just like that, Team 7 take game number 1 in this best of 5.
Yeah, that honestly, the flicker, man. We did say that the key thing that Benny needs to look out for is the fact that he does not have a Purify. You get hit by a Mystic Projectile, it is lights out. And just as he was about to become the hero, he gets hit by Mystic Projectile. I'm not sure if they kept track whether the Mystic Gush was used, because that Golden Hour, it did stop the Gord for the momentarily, but he still had that ult, man. Benny ate it like a champ. Either way, they almost made it possible from a 10k deficit, which is very commendable, but they were just too far behind. I think, at some point, it's a GG go next.
Yeah, that grave was dug very, very low, very, very deep. It was so hard to climb out of that one. And those are one of the games where you wished, bro, we got too greedy, bro. We gotta fix that draft. MVP for that one is gonna be, of course, the Freya. As much as you want to be able to fight back, I don't see anyone who can actually fight back against the Freya, not even that Leomord in that game. So it was gonna have to be like a really bad mistake that they had to capitalize with. It had to be a really big mess up, man. But I don't see that coming. I see the Freya. I see Team 7 play, and I'm like, yeah, no, they're not gonna make a mistake like that. Nothing too major, especially if the gourd, right? The gourd was like the biggest one. I was thinking, what if Cian gets picked off? Maybe if something can happen. But no, Cian was very, very safe in this game. Only died twice, despite being like the biggest target here for Falcon Esports.
Yeah, I think he like if the gore is removed, then 100% Falcons have a very big chance. But as long as he is on the map, it feels impossible to walk up. Like he went for like a straight up lightning truncheon, man. Like he didn't even think about uh think about staying safe. He just goes full on damage. I think he probably doesn't even have glowing wand. If I last check, I think it was like what divine glaive, lightning, and then an ice queen's wand or something. Either way, they were just too far ahead that even when the glue technically fountain dove, thanks to being pulled in, and then they still were able to win the game. And they closed out the game still with a 10k gold lead, despite giving over a couple of shutdowns over the Falcons Esports.
Yeah, it was full damage. I mean, I checked. It was actually just the only defensive item there was Feather of Heaven, and I think even that one is like, yeah, you're fine, bro. You're fine. With this lineup that they created, obviously it can ramp up very quickly, and I think we saw the invades early on. I don't think the invades was something they expected, right? Because you know what? In fairness, I also expected that Falcon Esports would be the one to invade, but it was the other way around. It was actually Team 7 who invaded over and over again with the Glue Roam. So the Glue Roam really allowed them to just become such a nuisance in this game. And once you slow down the Leomord, once you slow down the Paquito, that was already good one. That was already, your job is already 100% done. And man, that Leomord just had to climb its way back up. It felt so bad watching it like that.
Yeah, even when we look back at the replay, I think a big contributor to what allowed Team 7 to just walk into the Falcons jungle, in the first 2 minutes was the fact that they had that lane prior, right? Like Glue, Gore, they all had the priority that they need, whereas for Falcons Esports, who are looking at the Valir and the Marcel, they're just not as good as brawling in the jungle, despite the fact that you take lesser, you deal more damage to enemies when they're in your jungle in the early game. The hero itself not well equipped to deal with what 7 is bringing to the table, and not to mention that they lost like their tier 1s very early on, especially that mid tier 1. Once that went down, Team 7, they just kept on invading, and they only called upon OP when needed. I think at one point, like the Moscow that usually is split pushing stops doing so. He just 5-man sticks with the team and just waits for Cian to hit a mystic projectile stun or something.
Now that's saying something. When your Moscow, who's supposed to be split pushing, just starts to, you know what? We don't need to split push. Let's just win. Let's just team fight them and win, right? That's when the trigger is already active. Like they made up their minds. They want to finish this as soon as possible. They didn't want to give Benny any chance to recover. And that's what I'm talking about, man. That big stun on Benny. If only Benny survived, this would have been a possible defense. But yeah, the targeting here from Team 7 is just so good. And now with no one left to control here, that Moskov, it was just clean game. 13 minutes on the timer.
Yeah, 13 minutes, quite a speed run through game 1 with just the amount of lead that they had. Again, it feels impossible to lose the game. And now it's on Falcons, because we floated the question of how Team 7 is feeling coming into the day after yesterday's chain of events. They look as if nothing happened. They were able to brush it off. In fact, refine how they approached the game and just came up with a more standard draft, right? A draft with larger margin of error, a draft where you could sort of mess up but have a way back into the game that is not too resource intensive as compared to Falcons Esports. So we got 4 damage dealers, and if we somehow lose the early game, we just have to tuck our heads down and keep on farming. So much harder to pull off. And let's see if Falcons adjust to that, because knowing this team can be quite the stubborn one, but in a good way, where they will just try to brute force you again. they technically have 2 more losses that they can afford. So we'll see what Falcons does later on in game 2.
I personally am a big fan of if they can brute force it. I mean, I don't want them to just go crazy. I don't want them to just feel bad about that draft. You can do it again. Just make sure that maybe just I would like that draft. Maybe one adjustment. Just don't lean too much on itemization heroes. I think they kind of forgot that when they were drafting. Like, oh guys, we have very strong heroes. Oh wait, we need items on these heroes. All of them need items. Even the Marcel, right? The Marcel is very squishy if it doesn't have the correct items as well. You need Thunderbelt very early. So, uh, just go back to the drawing board, man. Just go back to the drawing board and just go ahead and try to balance it out a little bit. Just a little bit more balance. Fredrin instead of Leomord might have worked. That's what I'm thinking. I would actually even prefer the Nakai there. Any jungler that doesn't need too much gold to actually be very strong, very impactful. Uranus gold. If they need a tank, Uranus gold, right? Like you pick free, squishy, 1, 2, 3, first 3 picks. So go ahead and get the Uranus jungle. Sorry, not gold, Uranus jungle, right? So
Yeah.
that should be that should have been like the turnaround or the pivot there.
Yeah, I think like the only option they had was probably the Fredrin, because Uranus was banned by themselves.
Oh, it was banned out. Yeah.
It was banned by them, yeah. But my personal adjustment, if they wanted to off Leomord, is to not have that Verlier shown that early, right? Because they shown Verlier in the blue 2nd and 3rd pick. I feel like the Eve probably would have also helped just a little bit against a draft that wants to run in your face like that. The RWM is a great tool, and not to mention it's also a hero with just 1 or 2 items can really start to become a problem for 7. Something that they could think of as well, because Valir, it's more of a, at least for me, it feels more of a reactive pick than it is a pick that you want to instantly show and be like, hey, now you can't do this. Teams would still go for what they want because there are workarounds around that Valir. He's not the biggest damage dealer, and he requires landing his abilities, and it takes time to really ramp up his control. So I think, if you want the Valir, use it as a reactive pick when you've seen majority of the enemy draft.
That's true. The Valir, as strong as it is, I can't stop singing praises about the Valir. It's so good in a lot of lineups right now. But you need to hit those shots. It has to be a straight line. If something blocks it, your combo's broken, right? And I would like to see something very similar to maybe a Lilia in that game. Maybe it could have been better. And again, don't show it too early. Don't show it too early, man. You show it too early, you got problems. That Valir can work. I see it work. Even in our region, right? In our region, you can pick the Valir, but it's number 4, number 5 after the draft.
Yeah. I agree. I think that's probably like the best place. It's more like a red side thing. Even on blue side, 4 or 5 is not bad because you see 4 picks from the enemy side. But overall, it's just game 1. If anything, I think Falcons Esports, that's going to be sort of like the litmus test to get a feel of what 7 is capable of, and make some adjustments. You did say that they did their homework as well in how they went for the first phase ban. I was slightly caught off guard with how much priority they gave to the Uranus ban in the first phase. It doesn't seem like Team 7 were too bothered by it. So let's see if that's going to be let through in game 2.
All right. I would like to see like a really big swap out though. I don't want to. I feel like if you do that again, if you do that lineup again, maybe just don't do it in the same way. Don't show it, right? And ban out the Freya. Bro, the Freya. What's the win rate of the Freya at this point? I think our Freya win rate is like pretty high right now, more than 60% or 70% for the playoffs. So just ban out heroes like that. Should be fine, man.
Yeah, let me. I wonder as well. I feel like Freya win rates. It's Freya. There's like 100 plus games played already in the Myanmar. Freya was picked like. Freya won like 40. And funnily enough, Freya has a sub 50% win rate. She actually won like 48%.
Oh, no, in the playoffs. Yeah,
in the playoffs.
Just
In the playoffs. Let's see. Playoffs. Playoffs probably. Well, they haven't updated it yet, so I can't tell.
I'm going on top of my head. I feel like we're at 60. Yeah, I feel like
Yeah.
it's 60.
Probably a
already.
positive.
I think
Yeah.
4 or 5 games. Very, very positive win rate on the Freyr. So I'm excited. Hopefully they can get us a little bit more. But before we go into that one, we got to take a quick break, guys. That game was so hot. The players need a break. We'll go on a quick break, and when we come back, it's going to be game 2 here.
ဂိမ်းမာတွေအတွက်ပြောစရာအကောင်းဆုံးနေရာ Let's Play Arena
ကန်သူရဲ့ကံမျိုးတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုအ တမ်နဲ့ကန်သူရဲ့ကန်မျိုး999ချက်နဲ့ထပ်ကြိုင်နေတဲ့ရ package တွေဝယ်ရင်အတမ်ကနေခုပိတ်တော့ချီစုခုသူရဲ့ကန်မျိုးပိတ်တော့ချီစုခုအတမ်နဲ့ချိန်ဆက်ပြီးတော့ကန်သူရဲ့ကန်မျိုးကြာရ channel မှာ999ချက်နဲ့အထက် package များဝယ်ယူပြီးစုစုပေါင်းငွေသားကျပ်သိန်း12000ကန်ထူးလိုက်ပါအတမ်
energy level ကကိုယ့်ရဲ့အကြီးမားဆုံးရန်သူဖြစ်လာတဲ့အခါတမတ်ချက်တွေကိုချိုးဖြတ်ပြီး energy level ကို V ကုတ်နဲ့နောက်တစ်ဆင့်မြင်ရမယ့်အချိန်ပဲ V ကုတ်ပါဝင်တဲ့ caffeine ကစိတ်ကိုနိုးကြတက်ကြွစေတယ်လူတင်းကမျက်လုံးကြောင့်ညင်ကိုတတ်တာစေပြီး vitamin B ကလမ်းဆန်ပြီးခွားများကိုရရှိစေပါတယ် V ကုတ် Gမြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ပထမဦးဆုံး sparkling coffee အားဖြည့်အချိုရည် V ကုတ်
တမန်ရိုးကြပုံစံတွေကခွဲထွက်ဖို့အစင်းနေမယ်လားမြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ပထမဦးဆုံး Vigo Sparkling Coffee အပြည့်အချိုရည်နဲ့တူကိုယ်သာလင်ကိုယ့်ဘဝရဲ့ပဲ့ကန်ရှင်ဖြစ်ဖန်တီးလိုက်ပါVigo နဲ့တူကိုယ့်ဘဝရဲ့ရှင်သခင်ဖြစ်ကိုယ်ရိုင်းဖန်တီးလိုက်ပါ
Game number 2, we are ready, we are rocking, we are rolling, and we are waiting for the draft here for the next one. I'm Rockhard alongside Husky, and we are going to bring you here for our lower bracket final. Don't forget, this is going to be a make or break, so loser of this whole series will be going home. And the winner is going to fight our current top contender here, YG, for a spot in they're going to be fighting for the MSL Myanmar Season 3 Championship and a spot in Paris for EWC 26. So big stakes here. So get your friends along, invite your friends to watch because it's going to be the Myanmar region, man. We're going to look for who's going to be the big representative for the Myanmar region today. So you don't want to be not here when that happens.
Yep. And of course, game one has given us sort of the premonition of what might come and of how, and also like how daring Falcon's Esports can be with the drafting patterns. It's very Falcon's Esports, but Team 7, they are very prepared, I think, to answer that, right? Again, they showed us a very standard draft, no shenanigans. They play very by the book, and even covering all of their bases with the draft that they have brought up. The preparation is definitely apparent as we head into the game to draft. The bans are almost the same, with Falcons Esports this time opting to ban out the Baksha instead, but everything else is the same as game one.
Yeah, I think they sort of forgot how strong the Baksha is, and now Falcon, oh, this is scary. They're going to be coming up first with the Freya of their own.
Yeah, they took a gamble with the Marcel in game one and then realized that, man, that Freya is too much of a problem, but they will give the Marcel over to Team 7 this time. But Team 7 can also pair it up, with a strong pick of their own. It could be a flex if they want, like the glue, but they could also go for I think like a strong jungler. I think the Harif is open this time if they want to opt for that as well.
I don't mind the Harif. I feel like you can lock it in here, although I don't really see that much of a what do you call that? I don't really see that much of a priority for the Harif right now, especially considering you are the team that has the Marcel. Sometimes Harif and Marcel they don't really mesh too well together, just because you can mess up the synchrovision. It has to be like a perfect Zaman Force placement for it to be effective, right? It's so hard to do that, and sometimes it can get messed up. So that's why this time around it's Harif going over the Falcons. Oh my goodness, what a strong lineup so far.
Yeah, and in true Falcon style, very direct, very straightforward. Just sort of like game one where they showed all three cores and they just say that, hey, we are gonna hit hard. We're gonna hit, and they have heroes that can do that slightly better in that early to mid game, especially that Suyo as compared to Leomord. But of course, these are also heroes that if the Marcel doesn't get his items yet, they could easily just blow through his health bar. Caught you yawning that, sir. There's no running away from that. That's on the internet forever. But 7 now, they don't have the box yet, but I think in the jungle, if they want to go for assassin matchup, there is the what am I missing? I still think like a Guinevere is not too bad now that you have the Gord as well. But they are gonna opt for the Claude. I think that's fine since you already saw the Harif on the other side.
So for me, it's a little difficult just because you're gonna have to buy so much time for the Claude here. But to be fair, there's not really much of a good gold laner pick. I don't think a Moskov would be wise to pick early on. And if they really want to secure their gold lane, if they said, hey, you know what? I just want to stay on Claude, man. Just give me the Claude. We'll be fine. And then you got to trust them, right? So for now, it is going to be a pretty much mid lane ban for me, I think. Completely removing a lot of good, strong mid lane picks is going to be important. I don't see the Valier getting banned here because I don't think they need to ban the Valier. But it could do some decent damage. Now, for other mid lane picks, I think we're starting to forget picks like the Eve, man. The Eve could be so good if it gets picked up for Falcon.
Yep. So it's a pick that I suggested that could be possible too. I was thinking if I'm Team 7, I would ban out the Eve, or at least Eve would be on my radar, because even if they if not Eve, then maybe the Zertia, like either or, right? But I think you can ban out the Eve since she is a way bigger threat in the grand scheme of things. And then you have the Claude that can sort of threaten the backline, but they opt to ban out the Selena instead, which is also like one of the few picks that we briefly talked about, where you said it's more in the mid lane, and it has showed up in Rome for doing the play-ins as well. I think, was it by Team Falcons? No, it was by a YG where they played in Rome for one of their games. Definitely a more targeted pick there, but Falcons, they are trying to protect the Harif and the Freya with the Esmer ban. Another XP, I think the glue ban would be okay, but they banned a higher Busa instead.
Oh, glue is so good, right? Like throw it on XP, maybe you can deal with the Freya, but we did see a few times where the glue did get kind of smashed by the Freya, so this could be a kind of 50-50 depending on how well they can actually play this. Now for this one, again, you need a strong, solid frontliner, not too hungry on the economics. As long as you get a XP that's not super item dependent, this could be fine. But there are very few XP laners like that right now, to be honest. Yeah, glue seems to be it, but I don't know what's happening here, man. This is very similar to Game 1 draft for Falcons, to be honest.
Oh, so they bring out the Park into the Freya this time. I mean, if there's anything that we've seen in game one is that you take like one bad trade and the lane is completely done. So
Yeah.
not maybe
Oh,
CK
no.
is saying that, hey, I'm gonna show New Cole how it's done. I'm gonna show him how to actually deal with this matchup. That would be a power move, man.
That's a power move. Absolutely. I think that's what they're trying to do, honestly. Like, why else would you pick a lineup like this? You're literally mirroring the lineup that you beat in last game. Like, what's that about?
Valentina and Hilda out. Well, that Hilda actually could be quite juicy here. It's a pick that does not care about the Marcel. Like, yeah, sure, you take a photo of me and stop me for half a second, but I'm gonna jump you and do like twice as much damage anyways. Now the jungler out, the Esther Fredrin, you did say that they needed a front line, and that Fredrin is it. It's the only front line that Seven can lean on, and everyone else is just I get my hands on you, you disappear. But with all things said and done, at least they have some sort of setup to help facilitate the Paquito and the Gore to dish out the damage. Unlike game one, where Falcons has very little means to do these setup with the heroes that they have, Team 7, they have the tools.
I mean, this is literally the lineup we talked about, right? Before the whole match started, we think, huh, you know what? Gord's so good. You just bring a Paquito out with taunt people, and then they die. And I think that's exactly what they're trying to do here. And you're absolutely right. You know what, Team 7, they saw the lineup earlier and says, hey, that's a pretty good lineup. Why don't we take it, but let's tweak it a little bit? And they bring the Frederick into it. So I like that. I really like what they're doing with this whole thing. Let's see if they can make it work. As we go into game number 2 of Falcons Esports versus Team 7. Again, so far it is Team 7 with 1-0. They completely swap out though, so Falcon Esports now are more on the more meta, super meta pick lineup. And Team 7 says, hey, nice lineup you got there. Let's see if I can do it better.
Yeah, let me take this. You didn't trademark that, right? So I'm gonna use it and show you how it's done. We're gonna be on Flying Cloud, so these early game tempos should be slightly more manageable. Even in losing lanes, you could just take the recall and come back quickly. Although Dax is a bit too zealous there, almost giving his life up. I would say, if you're Falcons Esports and let's say this game goes bust and they go down 0-2, then there is an argument that you might want to consider banning out the Gore in phase 1 because of like the drafting patterns, right? Like Team 7 have been picking the Gore very early in the past 2 games, and even in the previous games, the Gore is such an integral part of their lineup, and it has been really rewarding for them as well. They get the flicker out of OP, and now they're gonna. I thought they're gonna proxy that away because that would be a sabotage on the Benny, but no, let's steal a cam and get out.
You're absolutely right. I feel like the Gord, you kind of just have to answer it. They have to ban it out because it's becoming like a strong first pick for so many teams. And I wonder if that's going to give a lot of impact here, considering the Valentina is on the other side. So the Valentina also has his own Mystic Gush if he wants to. Now New Cold, dueling it out. We already saw New Cold win a series with Visfreya yesterday. Will it happen again? It's one of those picks that become really unstoppable if you give it the resources early on. Like they're going to try to go for a little bit of a spicy trade here. And I don't know. I think they can still contest the turtle, maybe?
Yeah, as long as but Zen doesn't have level 4. Yeah, they're gonna give it up. Pretty unfortunate there because I think the Gore was zoned out by a full wave actually. Zen is 1 full level behind PS. Mystic Gush is going to be stolen, but I guess the good news is that Valentina actually deals lesser damage with the stolen Mystic Gush without the Gore passive. They get Kid X's Flicker out, but the follow-up is there from Lucky. If Praises Wrap not enough, and now the counter Mystic Gush, that's going to be first blood. They just zap all 3 members of Team 7. They get a trade back, but Lucky also will go down. Double kill for Dax and 3 bodies for Falcons.
Yeah, trying to buy some time, but looks like Team 7 just does not have enough in the barrel. Luckily, flying clouds for everyone. Everyone's going to go back to lane pretty quickly. 1.4k for Falcons, that is not a joke. This lineup could snowball very, very quickly, and they're trying to do that right now as well with everyone on the map. struggling and scrambling to clear these waves, trying to get ready for that next hurdle. So I already expect a lot of aggression here for Falcon's top side, even if like they camp it out. I think Benny should be more comfortable to take this to OP just because OP doesn't really have the items quite yet. And right now, 7 with the counter engages, counter invades, flicker in.
Oh, they really want to get Kid X. They already set up the stun, so that's going to be a guaranteed kill onto the Hilda at the cost of their own Marcel. I guess it's okay, but if Benny gets more, then it will be better for Falcons. Salmon Force, Dax in with the Blaze Surge, finds Yen, an instant kill there, and he's a mega kill streak. OP just too late in with the Blazing Duet. And again, another small win for Falcons.
Yeah, Dax is very, very confident, very very in the zone here for his Suyo, and very happy to see that at least yesterday we're still seeing that, right? They still have their confidence. Fighting back though.
Yeah, just a massive axe from Kid X for the kill. He gets taunted under the turret though. They need a bit more damage and they will get it. Another trade for Team 7, but a lot better for Falcons. They get another stun on the PS5, the PS, and a good taunt there, and suddenly the trade swings around. Better for 7 now.
Yeah, I mean, slowly but surely, it feels like the trades are ramping up. Before it was a losing trade for 7, and now it looks like they're going to be the ones who have the advantage on the turtle.
What new coach dives to his death, and Dax, frozen in time. The setup is all there, and he's gonna eat all of them. As the Paquito gets that kill, Team 7 just fully swings a 2k deficit around. Man, Falcons bit of the whoopsie there. It really felt like they weren't considering a lot of the factors that allow Team 7 to win these fights, especially Liu Ko, a bit reckless with how he used that Valkyrie's Descent.
I think, yeah, you're right. Completely reckless. Dove into 4 people. Did I see that right? Dove into 4 or 5 people with it. And I don't know. They didn't have an out. They were just super duper angry, super duper greedy in that setup. They already had the disadvantage. You already have like a really bad position. I'm not sure why they actually fought that. But looks like they just want to go for a quick pause here, see if something happening on their phone maybe. And I would say Falcons really slipped up 100% there. It was just a little bit difficult to actually get into a good position, especially since everyone was pretty far away on the map. After they lost that one guy, I feel like they should just completely backed off there.
Yeah, they just kept on funneling back in, right? Like I think they lost Kid X, and then PS got taunted on the edge of the wall, and in the mid lane he dies, and now Benny gets dove. He's gonna almost die, but they commit the flicker. Because why not? You trade Lucky for Benny. I think that's still a win for 7, and you get the top tier 1. So whatever lead that Falcons has, that has been mitigated.
Yeah, completely mitigated here. You're also giving away so much assist gold to OP right there. So OP's not getting the kills on the Claude, but he is getting the assist. He is getting that lane gold. He is getting that tower gold as well. So everyone else just looking like they're really roaring to go here. And Falcons, you better be ready for this. If you want to do that dive again, you know you have a strong diving composition. You have to have full comps. You have to have full info on the map. Don't get caught by surprise, and maybe, just maybe, you can still fight back. But so far, Team 7, despite having a bit of a squishy lineup, honestly, with a Marcel in the front, with a Frederick in the front, a bit slower, they're able to get these advantages. And now maybe they can use that Paquito to get some more gold for their side as well.
Yeah, and I think the icing on the cake is CK kept his bottom tier 1 up. Just by a sliver of help, but the fact that Nuko couldn't crack that structure open means that the Paquito gets to stay in the lane and call in reinforcements whenever needed. Team 7 also has quite a low-cost team comp, right? They can keep on fighting with low cooldowns, low commitment, especially when you look at heroes like Gore and Fredrin. They love these kind of fights because their cooldowns technically will never run up, like almost 100% uptime. And now they're going to threaten to dive in the bottom lane. That's going to be Nuko again, the follow-up perfectly executed. And the Golden Hour catches all 3 of them. Team 7 have the setup, and now they will pounce again. Counter Golden Hour from PS to keep his team alive. And that is exactly what they needed to bail them out of the bad situation.
That was pretty good. The counter golden hour here, PS, doing very good job here of making sure that his team does not get run over. So you stop the big bus from running you over by throwing another big bus, but now you don't have any buses. You lose out. You're like, it's just a wash. And now the guys who have the goal lead still maintain the goal lead, and they also retain their control of the turtle. So now the one thing that Falcons at least has is they still hold on to that mid tower, the outer tower and mid. So at least their jungle is relatively safe. But that could change very soon, especially now Kid X and Dax are having a hard time pushing into this river.
Even for Dax, I think he doesn't want to man fight CK anymore because this Paquito can actually he's finally packing a big punch, and now the invade will commence. As long as Xian is around, Falcons will need to think twice if they want to go in, especially like a frontal assault from Falcons is quite ill-advised. If the Gore can easily just catch you like that with the Fredrin as well, it feels impossible to run straight into Team 7. But to find an alternative angle, they don't really have the heroes for that, right? It really feels like maybe you're looking at Dax and Kid X to do so, but everyone else, they're more suited to take on an honest team fight.
Yeah, absolutely. And honest is the way to go here. Because I feel like there's just no other way to go on the side. There's no way to take people by surprise. I don't even see any conceals here, right? So no surprise conceal play or whatever. It's just straight up fight. When you see a big Fredrin come in, when you see the Hilda come in, you know there's going to be a big brawl in the map, and you got to be ready for it.
It's going to be hard to kill Xian too. He does have the Blood Wings already. And all Team 7 is looking for is take down this mid-tier 1, and the whole map will be theirs to take. Lord is up it's going to be coming up in, under 10 seconds on the top side, and that's where Kid X is positioned. But the thing is, the Hilda not able to provide the threat that she usually would want to by standing in the bush, just because, Team 7, they're not really worried about that. They did steal the golden hour away, so let's see if PS will find another bailout.
Yeah, possibly. If they can find one, they got to do it soon, man. Because once they get a hold of this turtle, or sorry, this lord, it's over, right? These towers are gonna go down. They're gonna have so much gold. The Claude is gonna go crazy, and right now they're going for a fight.
And that's another golden hour used. This one, I believe, both of them used their golden hour, and the Mystic Gush a bit better from Zhen's side. So Kid X goes down again. The Pak in almost takes down PS. And Town Poke also zones out the Harley. Benny actually commits to it. That's a flicker out from the Marcel. The Zaman Force is going to be waited out by Team 7. And the Paquito continuously causing distraction in the side lane. They need a way in for a potential steal, but it doesn't seem possible. And now Newco is completely out of position. Has to use the Vengeance. Lord for Team 7. They lose the Marcel, but CK ready to go back in with Lucky getting knocked up. Newco disengages in time. The stun doesn't connect. Shan with a Mystic Gush as a deterrent. Kid X eats it up. And Team 7 finally calls it off. But Benny from the side seems like he's looking for an angle in. But Team 7, can they get out of this? The stun connects onto Lucky.
Back.
They're finally out here. Benny, dangerous! Almost gets hit by the Praiser's Wrath. And Team 7, now it's their turn to go back in.
I love this swap, man. It feels like I'm watching a cartoon, man. They're all just going back and forth and back and forth. And I like what I see. I like the fight here coming in from Falcons. They said, you know what? We're behind. Who cares? Go ahead, fight. Go ahead and die, man. But now they're going to be able to catch one very crucial member here of Team Falcon. And now they are in trouble. Dax is gone for 30 seconds with the Lord walking up on top.
The good news is that they still have the Holy Shield. If the Lord crashes in on time, I think it should be possible. And Dax will come back in time as well with the Retribution. We did say Team 7 has a low cost, low commitment draft, and that's why they could, give us that wild goose chase and running back and forth. Not to mention his flying cloud, so makes it even more convenient to do so. The Lord will end up crashing, and they have the tools to clear it out. Falcons will not lose any inhibs this time, contrary to Game 1. Another stolen golden hour in PS's hands. Let's see, Team 7. This is a slightly harder game, only a 3k gold lead. The next Lord in a minute plus on the bottom side.
Yeah, so in this Lord, despite everything that's happening for Falcon, I feel like they can still kind of contest this. It's only a 3K goal lead, and positioning is very off. Uses the golden hour so early on, though.
Yeah, both of them whiffing the golden hour. I feel like the idea was there, but if Danpuk actually caught someone, then they would have the Fredrin to follow up with a taunt. The idea was great, but they did commit a flicker from the Marcel, so that's 100 seconds without that battle spell. I guess the silver lining is that they basically have control of all the lanes, and they can basically send this Marcel to open up the map, and they have CK lurking in the jungle as well, so even if Falcons want to walk up into the map, they gotta do it as a team.
Yeah, they can do it. I feel like they can have some, they have a license to walk out the map. Right now, though, they have to choose where the fights are going to happen. Because right now, if it happens here, it might be problematic. It's a very tough area to fight in.
Oh, there's a golden hour catching on the tree, followed up with another knock-up taunt. PS is burning out the glowing one, but still somehow manages to walk away. Can't say the same for Kid X, as he goes down again, just in time for the Lord to spawn, and I think Team 7, they're going to turn to the objective.
Yeah, another -1 here so early on. How are you even going to fight? How are you even going to contest? They might just have to give this up because they don't have Kid X. They don't have like a really good way to get back into this. I don't know, man. It's gonna be so hard for them to actually just get in the position now that even Seven just playing so aggressively. So let's go ahead and walk over to the other side here, waiting for the next Lord on top. This could be a pretty deadly push. OP locking in the Malefic gun, so he should be more than willing to take this fight.
They even caught Dex in the jungle too. Probably one Mystic Projectile stun into a couple of pack combos. This would do the job. Now they look for all the inhibitors. The mid and the bottom one guaranteed to go down. Another Mystic Gush. Benny almost getting one shot at that by the Paquito. PS eventually ends up going down. It's a 5v4. The minion wave will be cleared out, and Flickering Time Poke gets all of them frozen up. But it's a bit off with the combo though. Doesn't really matter. They still have the follow-up damage. It's a cheap, low-commitment comp. They will keep on pelting away. That's a double kill for the Paquito. Team 7 turns onto the Crystal with the help of the Lord. They cash in on the team wipe. A triple kill for CK. And Team 7 are one game away from the grand finals.
Bro, they almost messed up the combo. Almost. If that golden hour was later by 1 second, that whole lineup would have survived, and maybe that could be the turnaround there. But Team 7 says, you know what? We can just keep going. Captain America says, I can do this all day. Team 7 says, so can we. And I think that's exactly what they did. They just kept fighting and fighting and fighting over again. And it worked out for them, bro. I mean, better, again, the Marcel just so good. That's what I think in this game you saw why. Don't open Marcel. Just don't open it, man, if you can't deal with it.
Yeah, technically, I think like 90% of the combo was messed up already. Like the whole Blazing Duet did 0 damage, but they were just too far ahead, right? Like the cooldowns came back off so fast. Team 7 again having the right idea and just showing Falcons Esports how it's done. The Paquito into the Freya lane wasn't as one-sided as game 1 just because the trades were better. You know, I think in game 1 Nuko was just a bit too gung-ho. We saw some of that habit in this game too as well, with how he used the Freya in the earlier stages, especially that turtle fight where he just nose dove into 4 members of Team 7. That could end up becoming their undoing, something that they have very little time to polish before game 3, but it's a necessity because we cannot have Nuko doing these kind of daredevil moves.
Absolutely, man. That was not what I was expecting. That was too risky, too often. And you kind of can see why, right? You can see why that lineup was so good. That's why in game 1, I said, bro, this lineup is killer. But then, oh, wait, it's too gold hungry. You need so much gold in it. But now they made it work. They saw the potential of that lineup, and they said, you know what? Just change the jungler and you're fine. That's what they did, and it works so well. Man, that's so good. A big props here for obviously for Falcon. I mean, they had a good idea. They just get the Freya. It's so high win rate, right? Just get the Freya. But no, it's not that simple.
Yeah, like Freya isn't the be all end all. There are actually plenty of ways to manage her, and we already saw that, right? She might be a Valkyrie, but the crowd controls do pretty well. True damage deals great as well. But most importantly, having the Fredrin, as the final piece, that was what you were suggesting as well for Falcons in game one, when they went for the Leomord instead. But Team 7 just showing them that, hey, that Fredrin is pretty darn good. You don't really need too much items on him, and he can still do his job well.
Yeah, the combo was executed perfectly as well. The moment someone gets landed with the energy eruption, that guy gets bursted down by Mystic Gush. That's exactly what you need to do. We saw that over and over again in this game. And it was actually pretty fun, right? It was pretty fun to watch. Just two very simple combos. And it's funny to see how effective it can actually be. Again, despite Falcons already having such strong meta picks like the Suyo, like the Valentina, like the Harif, it didn't feel like there was much of a fight, to be honest, for most of the game.
Yeah, and this is now dire times for Falcons Esports. Like I can respect the ferocity that they are bringing, but we are starting to also see a bit of that, I would say, reoccurring pattern of how Falcons were overcome in previous iterations of international tournaments, where teams uses that against them. Because Falcons, if the only keyword that they have in their mind is to go and fight, then why not have a draft that punishes them every time that they do that? It's quite reminiscent of Team Vamos, for example, from MPL Malaysia back in season 14 to 16, but that's sort of all they do. You fight when you're ahead, you fight more when you're behind, but at a certain point, you have to know when to pump the brakes. And I think Falcons, they need to learn that, and quickly.
Yeah, because time is slowly running out, right? So you have to learn everything, every single trade that you're doing here in this series. You have to keep it in heart, because we're one game away, bro. We're literally one game away. It's crunch time. If you don't learn all of that now, it's gonna be too late. You will lose the series. So I wonder how Falcons is doing right now with that all that info in mind. I wonder if they can kind of find a way to patch it up before time is too late now, right? Because you're only best of 5. You might think it's a best of 7, lower bracket final, but no, it's only a best of 5. And yeah, to everyone just watching, it's Team 7, one game away from a grand final slot and to complete the revenge arc against YG.
And that's gonna be insane. I think even YG watching this would probably, this series would probably make a couple of people's jaws drop with how it has transpired so far. But I think, heading into game 3, maybe some of the suggestions that we made that Falcons can consider, like for example, think about banning the Gord, or like you said, just don't let the Marcel through. I think Falcons might need to think about that, right? Or go red side for once, right? Go red side and get like a strong opening, red 1 and 2. That could probably be one of the ways that they could recover, considering that on blue side, it seems that they were very focused on getting those big numbers out, but in the grand scheme of things, there were a lot of loopholes that Team 7 sort of took advantage of.
Yeah, so many loopholes. Again, despite Falcons having like that counter golden hour, it's very fun to watch. Look at that. It's so good. It's so fun to watch it, but it's just not it, man. Dax had a hard time navigating this. Oh, I think all the golden hour made it so hard for the Suyo to actually be effective, right? Like, all right, you're a Suyo, you're very mobile, but watch where you're stepping. If you step wrong, you're dead. You're instantly dead because of how squishy you are.
Yeah, like the stolen golden hour actually was more of a follow-up setup for Team 7 than it is as a deterrent. I think there's like one good golden hour from Falcon's side that bailed them out from a potential catastrophe in that bottom jungle that we saw, but every single stolen golden hour after that point is I think Team 7 saw it and were like, yeah, well, thanks for the extended setup. Now we actually get to wipe you out. I think, for PS, definitely kicking himself in the shin there. Not. I think it's just the draft doesn't do well with the golden hour. The intention was good, but they just don't have the tools to actually utilize it.
That's true. I think, yeah, that was a shame. That golden hour, as strong as it looks, sometimes it can really mess you up. if you try to steal it, it can mess you up. That's why sometimes if there's a Valentina, you might as well just focus on getting like the big burst ulti. But even then, right? Like even if you take the Mystic Gush from Gord, your Valentina, you take it, it's not as effective because no passive,
Yep.
right? So honestly, the Valentina there feels like it didn't really do much.
Yeah, it's like Valentina is great to sort of peel for people, but there's like not much good ultimates that she can steal. Like Paquito ultimate is not that good. And like I think I only seen like Valentina really making use of a Paquito ult, and that was back in like season 12 of MPL MY, and that was like what 3 years ago, right? And during a base defense where you want to shove the minion wave out of crystal range, like I had to go into so much details to justify taking a knockout punch. But yeah, everything else aside from that, there wasn't really any good reason for the Valentina pick to come true, especially when you're on blue side. You pick it like 4, I think, after seeing the Fredrin and other thing the Paquito. So again, like I said, don't review the Valid too early. But this reactive pick of Valentina also didn't really give them much in the game, sadly. And that's also coming off of us saying that I think that Yves is pretty good, but they didn't consider it.
Yeah, it was. The Eve could have been like a lot better. Maybe if there's a golden hour, you can stop the others from behind from approaching your team. Or if people get trapped, there's like counter plays that work like that. Not to mention, you also kind of just need anti-crowd control just so that you don't get beaten up here. So other than that, I'm excited to just make sure to draft better on. It's just small mistakes, right? It's one by one small mistakes. Earlier, it was like one bad draft thing. And then now it's like another single bad draft thing. Just one bad draft thing. Everything else looks so good, right? So I don't know what to say, man. It feels so impossible. It feels so difficult to actually just get a good draft ahead against Team 7. So far, Team 7, good job. At least in draft and in game, they're doing good.
Yeah, I'm not sure about like the other regions, but I know that at least where I'm at, blue side actually is the more favorite side now with slightly higher win rate. I'm slightly surprised. I think no Falcons were not able to make use of that because with so many like power picks open, right? Like we did talk about earlier on where they prefer to have Kalea and Gwyn in the same team. But I don't think that's necessary because Gwyn alone is pretty good as a setup and as a big flex as well. So if anything, that was probably what most teams are missing out because that opens up so much more avenues, I think, overall. But for Team Falcons, I think you go back to basics, right? You go back to what makes a lineup tick and just play by the boat, Don't think too hard about whether I want a good ultimate to steal or I want a valid appeal. Just go for just very textbook cookie cutter comp and just make sure that you have more space to make errors if anything.
Yeah, just go ahead and just make sure that you are a little bit. I think you just have to breathe in when you're drafting, man. Like breathe in, breathe out. Just don't don't overthink it too much. Because that's exactly what's happening. I feel like there's so much overthinking on the draft that's happening, and it just messes up the in game, right? People are not really playing their optimal. I think, especially on the side of Falcons, this is not the Dax I remember, man. That's like it's so hard for him to play in this game. You mentioned this, right? You mentioned this before the game started. You want to see Dax just go crazy, and this is not the Dax I remember. Maybe it's because it's being stopped by the weird draft decisions here.
Yeah, like Dax is not able to do much. I think I feel like right now, at least for me, the weakest link is probably New Cole. Like both games he has had very underwhelming showing. Like game one, man, his Paquito just a bit too ambitious, right? Like loses early trade, and of course there is the follow up of him getting like dove 2-3 times on the turret. But even game two on the Freya, it really feels like there's some tunnel visioning going on where they just were too focused on the task at hand without considering like the conditions that they make it work. Again, diving into a Gord who has a stun, not the wisest, but then you see like the more layers of things that make life hard, like the golden hour being more of a nuisance than it is an assistance to their team. So if anything, I want to see if they would give New Cole back like something like a Terizla, like an Alice, right? We've seen him play that. Like, we've seen him play these heroes, decent laning phase, good way to set up. Maybe give him that so that you have more helping hands in the team fight rather than relying him being one of those damage dealers.
Yeah, it's time for New Cold Alice, man. We got to bring that back. I feel like that's like 2 strikes already, right? Lose Paquito, lose on the Paquito, lose on the Freya. It's time to just chill for now. Just don't go too aggressive. Go for a more tanky XP laner, then maybe that will work. I think that can work very, very well. So obviously we want to wait until the draft here for game number 3. I'm not sure if we're going to go on a break, but I feel like we should be able to just jump into it very, very soon. I'm excited to see whether or not like there going to be like, any major changes that's going to be done here by Falcon's Esports. But is it? I hope it's not too late. That's what's running in my mind, man. I hope it's not too late for Falcon's Esports to actually get a really good, comeback, because you're 1 game away. It's not easy. The mental on that game, it's like it's gonna bore a hole in your mind that you're getting swept. By the way, the game time, 13 minutes and 14 minutes. It's so quick. It's so quick, man. What does that mean, right? Like if you're Falcon Esports, what does that mean? Am I that bad today?
It's a very consistent, very, very consistent from the side of Team 7. Like they close out the games in a very consistent manner. Like game 2, they started slightly slower, but they still like were able to find those punishes, right? Like once they got those pickoffs, suddenly they just ramp up, and like Falcons felt like they had no way back into the game. I think now if you're Falcons, you gotta take it 1 game at a time, right? Like I mean, that's the only way. You lose this, you're out. You're gonna miss Paris. Whereas for Team 7, this could be one of those runs, where sort of like a new name, stakes their flag at EWC. And I think it's also a team that is hungry to take YG on the second time because they did come close yesterday.
Yeah, I was super close, man. I mean, that game too, I'll never forget that game too because it was just so dramatic. It was so dramatic, man. I think it kind of showcased exactly what Team 7 was capable of, but at the same time, it also shows like where they can kind of be weak. So maybe if Falcon Esports were watching that game, maybe they can kind of just repeat that and emulate that again, and then maybe just maybe we'll have a 5-game series. Because right now, with the way things are going, we could be in for a long break. We could be in for a quick 5-0. We could make a big 3-0, bro. So don't let that happen. Just don't let that happen. Like, especially if you're Falcon Esports coach right now, just don't get too mad. Don't get overheated. We'll be able to show your team that you'll be able to bounce back. Because right now the draft, honestly, man, the draft just isn't helping the team. Right, the draft in game 1 and game 2. It had very obvious problems.
Yeah, I think another way is like they could look back at yesterday, I suppose. Look back at yesterday or like the games that they won and just draw some references, right? And what makes those team comp works. Because again, I think it's not necessarily them making a big mistake. It's more in the gameplay. I mean, gameplay, it does play a part, but a lot of it really started from the draft. And if they just look back at what works and just give the players sort of like the default role, then that could be their way back into the game. Because right now they're going with drafts that are very reliant on them having like a perfect game. But once you kind of slip out a bit, there's very little room to come back, and that's something that, you know, if they haven't learned it in game 1, they should figure it out in game 2.
I mean, that's 2 games already of 2 games worth of lessons. Number 1, on how your team is playing the composition, and number 2, how the enemy is playing their composition. So that's already so much info, man. You maybe can be able to just get a lot of insights from both of those games and just, you know, let your team fly with their own style. I think we have to go back to comfort, right? Let's go back to comfort for everyone. Yeah, the Paquito and the Freya doesn't seem to be so super duper comfortable for them, like, especially for New Cold, right? So maybe go back into something that worked previously, like maybe Terizla, like you mentioned. Terizla and Alice could do so much. If you want to do some outplays, just do it in the game. Don't do it on the draft too much, man. I feel like he's outplaying himself in the draft too much, honestly. Just let your players, let the players do the outplaying inside the draft, and maybe you can get a chance. Because I'm just reviewing the composition right now. Kid X did not have fun with that Hilda. Like, do we really want to keep putting Kid X on Hilda picks like that? It's just not fun for him, man. Allow your players to have fun, and maybe they can get that dub.
Yeah, it's like 2 games in a row where they don't really have a setup per se, right? Like a part of me is quite surprised. I talk about the Gwyn a couple of times, but also the Khalid. Right? No team, they were not looking at the Khalid at all. That's a pretty strong early game hero, but slightly better than the Hilda in a way that he actually has a setup with the Raging Sandstorm. He has a way to keep himself safe with his second ability, the Quicksand Guard. I guess because there is not as common in this region, that's why like the options seem so restricted. But when you look at the grand scheme of things and what has been working in the current meta, I feel like there's a lot that can be expanded here in MSL Myanmar.
Yeah, so much more. Honestly, there are picks I don't see. Like, where are the picks that I'm looking for here? I feel like I see a lot of like Benedetta before. We're like, where's the Benedettas? Like, come on, they show up the Benedettas. I feel like if you want to do it, but just not in this game, right? Just maybe not in this game. Before we get into game 3, though, I feel like the teams are still getting ready on stage. So we'll be back for in a quick break. When we do return, we're gonna see game number 3. So don't go anywhere. Just MSL Myanmar Season 3.
အတွက်ပြောစရာအကောင်းဆုံးနေရာ Let's play arena
ကန်ထူရင်ကန်မြူတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုအတမ်နဲ့ကန်ထူရင်ကန်မြူ999ချက်နဲ့တက်ကြိုင်နေတဲ့ရ package တွေဝယ်ရင်
And we are back here in, of course, still our lower bracket finals for the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Super League in Myanmar Season 3 playoffs. We're on card. We've got Husky here, and we are going to bring you game number 3 of Team 7 versus Falcon Esports. Now, it's been an uphill climb for Falcons. Let's throw it over to the draft, and let's see what they're cooking.
So no side switching. They both stay on the same side, but the bans definitely changed, right? Like, well, the Boxer and the Marcel are banned out. Freya, Gord, and Leomord given over to Falcon 7. They get the Claw and the Zeus in, so this is definitely slightly different from the first 2 games. I think, you know, right now I'm definitely slightly liking what Falcons have. Compared to the first 2 games in terms of the draft, you know, they have a decent scaling. They have setup and control, which is what they were lacking. And now he puts the ball into Seven's court. What else do they have as a response? I was thinking of the glue, but I think the Alice also does fine.
Yeah, the Alice should be fine here. We're already considering, like earlier, hey, why don't we give over like a pretty good XP laner to New Cold? Maybe it's a trap. Maybe they want gold on Freya, right? I think if, you know, Seven might forget that Freya is gold lane, maybe that can be a good trap being set by Falcons. But here we go again, right? Like you're trying to flex too much. You might be overheating. You might be, you know, giving a bad, what do you call that? You might be giving like false presentation to your players. And I'm not sure if a big playstyle switch is going to be good for Benny, because I like Benny on long range heroes, man. I don't know if I want to see Benny on gold on like a Freya gold. So I feel like this should still be New Cold on the Freya. What do you think?
I think New Cold on Freya. I agree with you. I prefer New Cold being on Freya. And you give Benny like a Harry Vispan now. You probably give like a Moskov, a carry, or even a Granger, right, would be okay. Like someone that carries a Sky Piercer, that could help. You know, you have the Gore to soften up the targets for you. Your big burst damage from the Leomord. I think they both do well. Fredrin ban as well from Falcons. Great stuff on that. No Fredrin, no Baxia, so that would force Team 7 to opt for the Assassin Jungler route.
All right, Assassin Jungler is something they really do need. Suyo being left open is already a sign that they might just go for that. They already have a pretty tanky front line with the Alice. I think, in my mind, Zushin's like, yeah, that's like tanky mid lane. So I think they have a good option to go Suyo here. Hayabusa might be overloading it, but they also need a good tanky roam. And I love that. I love the glue ban here. Could be a roam glue as well. Could have been.
Yeah, could have been. I think right now we also know that the teams, they have like great Cho players, so I think Cho would also be okay if that's the route that they want to go down. The Khalid, I also talked about that, right? Like Khalid, fantastic roamer. The Quinn as well. Like again, I'm surprised it's not shown even till now. But for Team 7, they definitely need, you know, some sort of a setup to help facilitate this Alice and the Drusin. And they also need a bit of damage. Like they don't really have much damage except for the Claude.
That's true. Oh, all right. That's one way to kind of deal with the Freya. Also one way to deal with the Gord here. Easier entry to the back line, aside from the Alice that's already entering the back line. So, yeah, that's a pretty good roam pick. Very spicy. They don't really have that much bulkiness. They don't have that much mobility. They don't have that much tankiness, but they have a lot of mobility on their side.
Yeah, they do. I think if you are FCON, I wouldn't mind a Moskov with a Purifier. Okay, they take the Belleric out again. And this time, I guess it's okay, you know, like Belleric isn't someone you want to grab. The Moskov comes out. I definitely prefer this draft. I think this is probably the best draft from Falcons Esports we've seen today. And it's gonna put Team 7 in quite a pickle, right? Who is that mid laner that you want to pick? I'm thinking maybe an Eve. Lilia isn't too bad as well. The Zetian. Oh wait a minute. They already have Zhu Xin. The jungler.
Yeah. Jungler.
Suyo. Man,
That's
even Suyo doesn't
difficult.
feel good. It's difficult. It's actually very difficult.
It's not as simple as pick a Suyo in your gut. You're done. It's so hard to Suyo with a Belleric, man. This is gonna be a bit tough. I'm not sure. Fanny's banned, right? Yeah. All right.
Fanny's banned out, yeah.
Haya?
I guess.
Alice
Sora
Jungle, bro.
Alice Jungle? Alice Jungle, yeah. Because we know that they do play the tank. Wait a minute. Yeah, it
No.
should be Alice Jungle, right?
Oh, yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
Alice
there it
Jungle.
is.
All right. You got me there. You got me going there for the first half. Alice Jungle kind of suffers from being super slow and clear, but let's see. Maybe it can still work out. Team 7, I don't know what they're cooking. It looks very good, like if on paper, but in reality, I think you have to agree with me, right? Alice Jungle is super slow in clearing. Sometimes can get overshadowed by a Leomord. How will it fare against the Belleric? Sora against Freya is also I'm scared of that matchup. So let's see.
Yeah. I think overall it should be. This one I definitely prefer Falcons draft a bit more, but we've seen crazy stuff here, Rockart. Let's have the game 3 this time. If 7 wins this, then Falcons are out of grand finals and out of contention for EWC. So this is a must-win from them. And again, gotta take it one game at a time.
Yeah, one game at a time here. If ever there was a game that Falcons would win, this looks like it could be it. As long as they don't get too crazy with the shenanigans, which I think I already see shenanigans, vertical jungling being done here. They're trying to see if they can kind of insert themselves into the Falcon jungle, but looks like Falcon are ready to fight.
Yep. And that almost looks like a first blood angle there. Flicker out from the Kalea. Another thing that, that the teams might struggle with just a little bit is that because they don't have the Gord, so they don't really have the tank shred it needs to cut through a Belleric or a Freya, and almost a first blood angle. The Brace Smite actually saving Xian. So a lot of that damage is going to be coming, well, not a lot, almost 100% of the damage is going to be coming out from OP. So he's going to be put in the same spot as Benny, less like Benny in game 1, where the game rests on his shoulders.
You're absolutely right. Like this is a Benny game. Like even if Xian goes for like a Sky Piercer, right? It's going to be all up to OP here. It's all going to be up to OP getting in a good position with that Claude, just like in game 1 for Benny. And yeah, they're going to have to deal with so much. They're going to have to deal with the uncertainty of a Belleric here, who is actually getting whittled down a little bit. Dax could actually invade, but they're fighting.
Dax into deep, first blood given up. And 7 again wins out somehow. Even though, I guess, because Kid X, not level 4 just yet, doesn't have the Wrath of Dryas for the early game for Team 7. This is exactly what they need. So they get the Turtle on top as well to give themselves a much needed advantage. And I mean, even OP is somehow in ahead in experience. Does not have the Purify, but the stun doesn't connect. So OP will be safe.
Right, a little bit of disconnect there. And OP definitely having a better laning phase just because, I don't know, just because he is a Claude, I guess. Moskov usually good at dueling, but only after we have like SOD. Before that, you only have to rely on really bad positioning from your opponent. But if your opponent is good at positioning, like he's not against a wall, he actually is going to be ahead. That's what we're seeing right here as well. Like OP is doing some pretty good work in sustaining, even though it's only like a 1v2 for a majority of that game on top side. Now, I want to go for one more.
And Kid X, very much isolated. Yeah, it's just too much crowd control, man. Like, I just realized even CN went for the sprint instead of like a Purify or a Flicker. So as long as they cannot catch up to him, he's going to be the one that constantly poses a threat. They come in from behind as well. Benny able to navigate the first layer of engage, but not against Yen. You did not see that coming.
Oh, I saw a little bit of a misstep as well. CK, Suvi, one on the bottom side, shifting skies, going to be used up just as a defensive measure. But as I was saying earlier, I mean, that wasn't even a perfect dive. I think I saw Fanpoke kind of mess up on the targeting. He dove to the tower instead, right? So even though it wasn't the perfect setup, the macro play is still working out so well for Team 7 so far.
He has been fantastic, honestly. Like Team 7, you know, again, just recognizing the situation. OP should be okay. They will laser him down. They trade Flicker for Flicker. Here comes Lucky again. Look at PS. Flicker in with a tidal slam. Looks for Benny. Benny gets lifted up again. It's so hard to shake off the Kalia and the Tusen. Oh, Kid X into the wall with his own Flicker. That's a double kill for Lucky. And the top tier 1 is gone.
Okay. I don't know if you agree, Husky, but I am starting to see the nerves. I am starting to see the dread that Falcons are feeling on the game. Stuff like that shouldn't happen, man. What is up here? Now, because of that, 7 are going to be in such a big advantage now.
Yeah, you lose. I mean, as a Moskov, you are supposed to be the one that gets first dip on turrets. Man, and then you lose the turtle. I agree with you. I think Falcons, they're starting to lose control. Not of the game, but of themselves. The ball, the orange buff, not stolen. That almost looked like Lucky was able to get the steal away. But hey, doesn't matter, right? They can't control the bottom lane. They proxy the wave. And the bot tier 1 is now going to break. And CK should be able to hold this top turret himself. Even though, I mean, even better, he saw Falcons showing up. So I don't think they can kill him. They will try though. The taunt, the knock-up, the stun, more than enough. But I don't think they can get the turret unless they fully commit to it.
Yeah, they're trading right now. It's 5 people from Falcons on top side. Xian is going to be but only for long. They're buying some time and everything while all this is happening. Of course, there's gold going over to OP on that Claude. So they're not coming out of this scot-free. And the goal lead, though, going to get pretty much equalized a little bit. Re-engaged by Lucky. I think that was too much. They bit off too much there, 7 on top side. They gave away their life. They didn't need to. But, you know, that's just what happens. And Falcons, finally, something happened with the full commit. They finally get the resources they need to kind of fight, especially right now for Benny.
Yeah. I mean, all things considered, there is still some you know, fight left in them, right? I especially, you know, if you are on the side of Falcons, you want every single advantage that you can get. And let's see if they can continue that. Another kidnap attempt there. Raffle Dry as a response. OP comes in with the Blazing Duet. The Mystic Gush committed, but PS explodes. And now it is going to be 7's game. With the Drusen around, you cannot shake them off. Lucky and Xian in. And that is another 3 bodies for 7.
3 bodies free, and they're also going to lose out on the orange buff and possibly the last turtle of the game going over the 7. Just when you thought Falcons could actually fight back, 7 says, hold a minute. Hold my drink. We are going to go ahead and dive them under turret, and they can't do a thing about it. And so far, so good here for Team 7, getting everything they want on the map. They're actually getting all the waves properly. They're timing it correctly. And OP is untouched on the Claude. He has the items he needs, man. This Blazing Duet's going to hurt.
Yep. This condition is the same as game 1, right? As long as he doesn't get hit by any crowd control, he's good. If he comes in with the right timing with the Blazing Duet, he is going to wipe the floor with Team Falcons. With Falcons Esports. And look at that, almost a 4K goal advantage. We're looking at the top tier 2 already down. I mean, Falcons Esports, they still have some fight left in them, but if this keeps on going, we might not see that come to fruition. A Purify from Benny just to keep himself safe.
That was close. If Benny didn't have a Purify, that would have been such a massacre. Now a little bit of a check here. So luckily for Falcons, Benny's only behind by like almost less than 1,000 gold. So he should be fine item-wise. And everyone else, though, across the board, it is just a massive Falcon advantage. Sorry, it's 7 advantage.
They should be able to clean this up now. I think if you are Team Falcons, just gotta be very careful. Like even Kid X has this Beleric, finds the right timing, flickers in, counter engaged, but still, CK almost safe. SOD connects. That could be the opportunity for Benny to come in as they lose PS and somehow didn't find any
OP?
kill. Benny didn't even commit onto that. And that means they don't have the main damage dealers that they need. And the triple kill for Zhen, that was so odd, Rockhart. I honestly thought that maybe Moscow would participate.
I saw the SOD hit as well. Like, what
Yeah.
happened there? What is with the hesitation? And they were chasing. After the SOD hit, they were still chasing. He didn't go in. They went jump in over and over again. So there's a complete disconnect in the comms here for Falcon Esports. This is not a good look for them.
Oh, that really hurt. I felt like that was the opportunity. That was the opening to end the game. But they made that bid. Now they gotta sleep in it. A Lord for Team 7, 6.5k gold lead, 9 minutes in. This could truly be the final chance. If anything, if Falcons don't find a way out of this hole, we might just see Team 7 going to the finals with a 3-0 sweep over Falcons.
Yeah, this is a Team 7 that feels like they are enraged, they are energized, and they are happy to take these fights, especially if Lucky can get a good position. If Tanpo finds a good hit on that Moskov, if he can find Dax, that should be it, right? So now all Falcon Esports is doing is waiting for 7 to make a blunder, make a big error. But so far, they are going to have to deal with this wave. They're going to have to deal with the Lord on the bottom side as well. That tower does not have the holy defense. So they're going to have to brawl for this.
That is going to be tough. Let's see. They call in the horse. Lucky is right in the back line. He's on the PS. PS removed. And this is just brutal. They even come in with the shifting skies as well. CK ends up dying, but 4 kills for Team 7 and a healthy Lord and a clock. I think this is it, Rockhart. The fastest game of this series. Under 11 minutes, Team 7, they punched a ticket to the grand finals and a rematch against YG.
The revenge arc is only beginning, says Team 7, as they end the journey here of Falcon Esports for this lower bracket final. So that's going to be it for Falcon Esports for this season. Thank you so much for joining, and you will be securing that third place slot. And now it's going to be Team 7 with the grand finals appearance against Yangon Galacticos. Top seed number 1 versus second seed happening here. It's so poetic as well because right back in MPLPH, it's also top seed 1 versus top seed 2 in the finals today. So I am super hyped for this one, man. We are seeing the power levels of all these teams, of all these players combined, and we are seeing exactly where they should fall. So look, let's go ahead and just enjoy what victory you have for now, 7, because it's going to be a big battle later on. A best of 7 versus YG.
Yeah, that one is going to be quite the doozy. Again, commiserations to Falcons Esports. Today is not it. Today just doesn't feel like the Falcons that we know. But I guess, you know, it's a good thing as well, proving that there are better teams are evolving and growing a lot more. The region is strengthening overall, and Team 7 now have a chance to really complete that saga, right? That Cinderella story, that if they take down YG, they complete the revenge, and they will be one of the new faces that will be heading to Paris. And quite what a tale it would be. And they've already gotten the first step, you know, riding off a momentum, a 3-0 over Falcons Esports into a grand finals against YG. YG will have to watch out for what's to come.
That's huge momentum, honestly. And I think we saw that, right? We saw that momentum can really work wonders. We also saw that momentum didn't work well for Falcon Esports. They got that big victory yesterday, still didn't help them get a single game today. And yes, we have very, very fast games in this game number 3, less than 11 minutes. It was 10 minutes 40 something. I don't know, but it's just really, really strong, man. It's a really strong showing here for Team 7. I'm excited. They might actually be able to do well here in the revenge arc later on today against YG, where just so you guys don't for you guys who don't know, YG actually beat. They're the only team that gave Team 7 their regular season loss. And they're also the team that beat them in playoffs they won. So now
Mm-hmm.
Seven's like, no way you do that three times, right? No way. No way it happens three times. So that's what Team Seven's fighting for now, since they have a chance to fight YG and fight for that slot in Paris. They will be able to fly into Paris and get that EWC, get a chance at that EWC trophy if and only if they can complete the revenge arc and beat YG.
Yeah, some people say that third time's a charm, right? You would believe that after a certain amount of practice against a boss fight, you should figure out a way, and we'll see if Team 7 is that team that refuses to go down. And I think if you're YG, you're gonna start putting some respect on Team 7's name. The fact that they keep coming back for more, and no matter how brutal the losses have been, they just keep coming back swinging. And YG, well, Team 7, they're going to be fueled by hunger. And sometimes the team that is hungrier is the team that comes out on top. I personally am excited for the grand finals. And if we do, I think there's a good chance we get a slightly extended break. That is plenty of time for both teams to really prep themselves for that final showdown. And, it's a bit of a shame that they only get one slot. I thought maybe someday hopefully they get two slots, because there's just so many teams I want to see on that world stage. But for now, we'll just have to settle for the best.
Yeah, we need to find the best of the best here in Myanmar, and that is the guy. That is the team that will be flying off to Paris. Again, flying to Europe, that's not easy, right? That's saying something. That's a very fun time, and I hope that we can find they can find their momentum here, Team 7. And YG, I'm just excited, man. I'm just excited to see. They look like they're the best. At least that's what they're showing, right? Such an exciting time, especially later on in our grand finals. But for Falcons, man, I had high hopes. I had high hopes for Falcons here, honestly. Not gonna lie, I was hoping for Falcons to really just go ham in this last series. Um, I could feel the nerves, especially that last one. I saw a Belleric just failing to jump over a wall with the flicker. It's one of those signs that the team just got in their heads. The losses in the first two games, I feel like it got in their heads a little bit, and that is a bit of a shame to see, because I know the potential of these players. You also know the potential of these players, man. You know where they came from. You know how long these guys have really grinded. You know how long these guys have fought against so many odds. Again, beating so many teams as well, going into the play-ins, through the play-ins, into the playoffs. That was so interesting to see the way that Falcons really committed in their journey today.
Yeah, I think that's sort of like the exciting part, and also the crew part of competition. Sometimes, every now and then you get stories like these where the teams, the vets, they don't make it through, but then it in the process you see like new talents blossom. For Falcons Esports, this is gonna be a tough one, but hey, this is just half of the season, right? You still have another half. We still have the M series to look forward to. M8. I think the same can be said for a lot of the other teams that expected to go further but didn't. Even for MPL MY, we're gonna have our playoffs in the coming week. So I personally am not sure what's gonna happen there, right? There's a good chance that we don't get the 5-peat for SRG, and who knows. So overall, I think it's been exciting. Like this current meta has been pretty fun with how teams are, kind of find the evolution, like the gore being brought back in halfway through. So I just hope that moving forward, moving the MSC in the near future, if there's going to be any patch drops, make the meta even more diverse than it already is. Because I think we're in a good spot.
Yeah, we're in a very good spot. I feel like it's not even completely explored yet. We see picks like the Belleric. Honestly, the Belleric's really, really strong. I've seen it work time and time again in so many other regions. And I feel like we've only scratched the surface. I feel like there are more gold lane picks that really deserve to be shown up here, because I feel like the gold lane is just, quite unexplored territory. You mentioned it earlier. I like to see Brunos. We've seen a Bruno actually in the play-ins. So I'm really wondering like what's happening. It's just so interesting to watch, man. I personally just want to see more. I don't know about you guys. A big shout out to everyone who's watching, by the way. I'm reading the comment section. Everyone's just having fun. And I hope that you guys are also just going to be able to join us later, because I know we have a lot of different international events happening right now. We have our own MPLs doing their own things. So thank you so much for hanging out with us here today. And we have one more series to go. That's gonna be a best of 7 that I hope is not a sweep. Bro, stop giving us sweeps today, man. We want a strong game tomorrow.
Same,
Later.
like I want those intense games, right? Like I don't mind the game goes 20 minutes, but good quality games is always welcome. Like and it's very rare that we see like teams, when they get pushed to the limits and you start seeing those out of world plays that you usually feels like are mechanically or impossible, but then the play just locks in and they pull out some crazy stuff. That is what I want to see, in the grand finals later. I mean, yesterday we caught a glimpse, we got a taste of what that's like from YG side. I want to see Team 7 do it if push comes to shove. MVP for this game, of course, is Lucky, busting out that Alice jungle, a lost tech. I think the first time I saw it was from MPL Singapore, but now it's a legit thing, and that's the X Factor pick we've been talking about. He has tank picks up in his pocket for the jungle, and I cannot believe it's the Alice that made the difference.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, the Alice is definitely slower than most junglers, right? I mean, there's a reason why the Alice jungle was used less. In MPL PH specifically, we also see it a lot. We used to see it a lot, especially for teams like who like to pick out those really weird jungle, like MP the King on Twisted Minds. But this time around, it's really good to use in this specific lineup just because you need that front line, right? You need that front line because it can't be the Kalea. It can be the Kalea because the Kalea is more for the pick off than run away kind of hero, right? So you need someone who's gonna soak damage, and he did a very good job alongside CK to make sure they were able to do that, despite having like again a Freya XP on the other side. It's very hard to do that. If you're CK, you're looking at the Freya, you're like, no, I don't want to fight that. I'm gonna do it another way. I'm gonna go and join the team fights, and we're gonna get along so well. And the Sky Piercer on Shan is also very useful. He had so many of the kills, and that feels like that's just the case here. He got a lot of advantages. I'm still here. There you go. Can you hear me? Hello? All right, we might have disconnected a little bit here, but yeah, just in case I am still heard. Yeah, this Kalea just goes crazy. It goes ham, but you need to have like a really strong tank presence. It can't just be the Kalea. So it's a really good idea that you have the Alice there, that you have the Sora there. And now, because of that, they were able to give a lot of time for OP. OP got so many assists early on, man. And I'm excited, right? I'm excited to see more plays from OP like this. Although this is a very high pressure situation already, it feels like they did very well under pressure. I just want to bring up again, Freya XP lost twice today, sadly. So yeah, I don't know. We gotta rethink how we think about Freya. Maybe Freya should stay on gold, man.
Yeah, like unfortunately for Freya, it's the stock's not doing well, and again, like I feel like that's the cool thing, that teams, we will have like a week or two where hero becomes so good that it feels like there's no way to go around it, and then teams just start finding solutions, right? The coaching staff start finding solutions to it. Now we have ways to deal with the Freya XP. We have ways to deal with like the gourd, for example. Like, I think the idea from Falcons were correct. They, at least in terms of adjustment, right? Instead of banning the gourd, they picked the gourd. But I think Team 7 are just on the ball today with how they respond to Falcon's ideas. They always have a solution to that. And in Game 3, I feel like it's less about the draft and more of just how Team 7 play better as a team.
I agree. It's the draft was okay, man. I don't know what to say. The draft feels okay. It was more of the in-game decisions. I think we pointed out a few of them, right? The in-game micro where the Belleric is missing out on like a flicker, where Benny is not triggering the SOD. What's up? Like, are you guys just have so much fear, or are you just nervous? Maybe that's what I'm thinking. So I hope they can kind of find these mistakes once they rewatch the video, patch it up, practice better, because that was a winnable game. Honestly, that draft felt like it was winnable. You can see, right? 7 made the mistake here. Like, instead of jumping on the hero, the Kalea jumped on the tower. So you could probably use those later on, but yeah, it was also not a perfect game for 7. That's why it feels so bad that this is what happened to Falcons, man.
I think Falcons, like, this was the part where, we both agreed that there were some nerfs, the flicker into the wall, but I think it's also, like having the Belleric, you're less mobile compared to the Kalea. And not only that, there was quite a weird attempt while Benny was getting ganked that they tried to 2-man gank a Sora with Freya and Leomord, which on paper is almost impossible to make work. I can respect the attempt, but I think, Falcons, maybe they just felt like they needed to do something, and that something unfortunately didn't work. This was the one where the SOD land, I think, right? The SOD, it lands...
Yeah, right there.
And then Benny just takes a recall. I feel like
He was
he
just
could have
recalling.
done something. He just goes back to base. And I had to check the map. I was like, is this Flying Clouds? Like, did he not have mana? But no, he just went home and he left his team to die.
Oh, that was painful. That was honestly painful to watch, bro. Because they were fighting. The rest of Falcons were fighting in that moment, right? It's not like they ran away. It's not like they were disengaging. They were punching. So I don't know. That was not optimal. I feel bad for that. That was a very winnable game, to be honest. I just gotta give it to 7, man. They held through. They stuck to their guns, and they knew that Falcons were kind of floundering, and they took advantage. So good job to Team 7, man. I really like what they did here, and I hope they can keep it up. Especially now they have a very, very big match coming soon, and it is gonna be against the top 1 seed YG Yangon Galacticos.
Yeah, Yangon Galacticos has always been that name that gives us some of the greatest games as well. Some fancy picks and some picks that we usually don't see. But man, Blink does it so well, and that's gonna be a scary matchup, right? Blink fighting into Tanpok. It's gonna be Battle of the Romans later on. So I'm excited for that.
Yep. And of course, we're going to go on a quick break before we head into our grand finals. So guys, get your snacks, get ready. Because when we come back, it's going to be the grand finals of MSL Myanmar Season 3. I'm Rockhart. This is Husky. We'll be right back.
Jaya Channel မှာ999ကျပ်နဲ့အထက် package များဝယ်ယူပြီးစုစုပေါင်းငွေသားကျပ်သိန်း12000ကန်ထူးလိုက်ပါ
ကိုယ့်ရဲ့ energy level ကကိုယ့်ရဲ့အကြီးမားဆုံးရန်သူဖြစ်လာတဲ့အခါတမန်ချက်တွေကိုချိုးဖြတ်ပြီး energy level ကို V ကုတ်နဲ့နောက်တစ်ဆင့်မြင့်ရမယ့်အချိန်ပဲ V ကုတ်မှာပါဝင်တဲ့ caffeine ကစိတ်ကိုနိုးကြတက်ကြွစေတယ်လူတင်းကမျက်လုံးရောင်ရခြင်းကိုတတ်တာစေပြီးဗီတာမင် B ကလန်းဆန်းပြီးခွားများကိုရရှိစေပါတယ် V ကုတ် Gမြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ပထမဦးဆုံး sparkling coffee အားဖြည့်အချိုရည် V Gold
တမန်ရိုးကြပုံစံတွေကခွဲထွက်ဖို့အစင်းနေမယ်လားမြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ပထမဦးဆုံး Vigo Sparkling Coffee အပြည့်အချိုနဲ့တူကိုသာလီကိုဘွားရဲ့ပဲ့ကန်ရှင်ဖြစ်ဖန်တီးလိုက်ပါနဲ့တူကိုဘွားရဲ့ရှင်သခင်ဖြစ်ကိုရိုင်းဖန်တီးလိုက်ပါ
ဂိမ်းမာတွေအတွက်ပြောစရာအကောင်းဆုံးနေရာ Let's play arena
ကန်ထူရင်ကံမြူတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုအတမ်နဲ့ကန်ထူရင်ကံမြူ999ချက်နဲ့တက်ကြိုင်နေတဲ့ package တွေဝယ်ရင်အတမ်ကနေခုတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုကန်ထူရင်ကံမြူတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုအတမ်နဲ့ချက်တက်ပြီးတော့ကန်ထူရင်ကံမြူကြာရ channel မှာ999ချက်နဲ့အထက် package များဝယ်ယူပြီးစုစုပေါင်းငွေသားကျပ်သိန်း12000ကန်ထူလိုက်ပါ
ကိုယ့်ရဲ့ energy level ကကိုယ့်ရဲ့အကြီးမားဆုံးရန်သူဖြစ်လာတဲ့အခါတမတ်ချက်တွေကိုချိုးဖျက်ပြီး energy level ကို V-Go နဲ့နောက်တစ်ဆင့်မြင့်ရမယ့်အချိန်ပဲ V-Go မှာပါဝင်တဲ့ caffeine ကစိတ်ကိုနိုးကြတက်ကြွစေတယ်လူတင်းကမျက်လုံးကြောင့်ညခြင်းကိုတတ်တာစေပြီးဗီတာမင် B ကလန်းဆန်ပြီးခွားမြတ်ကိုရရှိစေပါတယ် V-Go Gမြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ပထမဦးဆုံး sparkling coffee အားဖြည့်အချိုရည် V-Go
တမန်ရိုးကြပုံစံတွေကခွဲထွက်ဖို့အစင်းနေမယ်လားမြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ပထမဦးဆုံး V-Go Sparkling Coffee အားဖြည့်ချိုရည်နဲ့တူကိုသာလီကိုဘွားရဲ့ပဲ့ကန်ရှင်ဖြစ်ဖန်တီးလိုက်ပါနဲ့တူကိုဘွားရဲ့ရှင်သခင်ဖြစ်ကိုရိုင်းဖန်တီးလိုက်ပါ
မာတွေအတွက်ပြောစရာအကောင်းဆုံးနေရာ Let's play arena
ကန်ထူရဲ့ကံမြူတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုအတမ်နဲ့ကန်ထူရဲ့ကံမြူကိုရကိုစကိုချင်နေတဲ့ဂျိုင်းနေတဲ့ရ package တွေဝယ်ရင်အတမ်ကနေခုတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုကန်ထူရဲ့ကံမြူတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုအတမ်နဲ့ချေတပ်ပြီးတော့ကန်ထူရဲ့ကံမြူကြာရ channel မှာ996ကျပ်နဲ့အထက် package များဝယ်ယူပြီးစုစုပေါင်းငွေသားကျပ်သိန်း12000ကန်ထူလိုက်ပါ
ကိုယ့်ရဲ့ energy level ကကိုယ့်ရဲ့အကြီးမားဆုံးရန်သူဖြစ်လာတဲ့အခါတမတ်ချက်တွေကိုချိုးဖျက်ပြီး energy level ကို V ကုတ်နဲ့နောက်တစ်ဆင့်မြင့်ရမယ့်အချိန်ပဲ V ကုတ်ပါဝင်တဲ့ caffeine ကစိတ်ကိုနိုးကြတက်ကြွစေတယ်လူတင်းကမျက်လုံးကြောင့်ညာခြင်းကိုတတ်တာစေပြီး vitamin B ကလမ်းဆန်းပြီးခွားများကိုရရှိစေပါတယ် V ကုတ် Gမြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ပထမဦးဆုံး sparkling coffee အားဖြည့်ချိုရည် V Gold
တမန်ရိုးကြပုံစံတွေကခွဲထွက်ဖို့အစင်းနေမလားမြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ပထမဦးဆုံး Vigo Sparkling Coffee အပြည့်ချိုရင်နဲ့တူကိုသာလီကိုဘွားရဲ့ပဲ့ကန်ရှင်ဖြစ်ဖန်တီးလိုက်ပါVigo နဲ့တူကိုဘွားရဲ့ရှင်သခင်ဖြစ်ကိုရိုင်းဖန်တီးလိုက်ပါ
အတွက်ပြောစရာအကောင်းဆုံးနေရာ Let's play arena
ကန်ထူရင်ကံမြူတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုအတမ်နဲ့ကန်ထူရင်ကံမြူ999ချက်နဲ့တက်ကြိုင်းနေတဲ့ရ package တွေဝယ်ရင်အတမ်ကနေခုတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုကန်ထူရင်ကံမြူတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုအတမ်နဲ့ချိန်ဆက်ပြီးတော့ကန်ထူရင်ကံမြူကြာရ channel မှာ999ချက်နဲ့အထက် package များဝယ်ယူပြီးစုစုပေါင်းငွေသားကျပ်သိန်း12000ကန်ထူလိုက်ပါ
energy level ကကိုယ့်ရဲ့အကြီးမားဆုံးရန်သူဖြစ်လာတဲ့အခါတမတ်ချက်တွေကိုချိုးဖြတ်ပြီး energy level ကို V ကုတ်နဲ့နောက်တစ်ဆင့်မြင်ရမယ့်အချိန်ပဲ V ကုတ်မှာပါဝင်တဲ့ caffeine ကစိတ်ကိုနိုးကြတက်ကြွစေတယ်လူတင်းကမျက်လုံးကြောင့်ညင်ကိုတတ်တာစေပြီး vitamin B ကလမ်းဆန်ပြီးခွားများကိုရရှိစေပါတယ် V ကုတ် teamမြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ပထမဦးဆုံး sparkling coffee အားဖြည့်အချိုရည် V ကုတ်
တမန်ရိုးကြပုံစံတွေကခွဲထွက်ဖို့အစင်းနေမယ်လားမြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ပထမဦးဆုံး Vigo Sparkling Coffee အပြည့်အချိုနဲ့တူကိုသာလီကိုဘွားရဲ့ပဲ့ကန်ရှင်ဖြစ်ဖန်တီးလိုက်ပါVigo နဲ့တူကိုဘွားရဲ့ရှင်သခင်ဖြစ်ကိုရိုင်းဖန်တီးလိုက်ပါ
အတွက်ပြောစရာအကောင်းဆုံးနေရာ Let's play arena
ကန်ထူရဲ့ကံမြူတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုအတမ်နဲ့ကန်ထူရဲ့ကံမြူ999ချက်နဲ့တက်ကြိုင်းနေတဲ့ရ package တွေဝယ်ရင်အတမ်ကနေခုတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုကန်ထူရဲ့ကံမြူတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုအတမ်နဲ့ချိန်ဆက်ပြီးတော့ကန်ထူရဲ့ကံမြူကြာရ channel မှာ999ချက်နဲ့အထက် package များဝယ်ယူပြီးစုစုပေါင်းငွေသားကျပ်သိန်း12000ကန်ထူလိုက်ပါအတမ်
energy level ကကိုယ့်ရဲ့အကြီးမားဆုံးရန်သူဖြစ်လာတဲ့အခါတမတ်ချက်တွေကိုချိုးဖျက်ပြီး energy level ကို V ကုတ်နဲ့နောက်တစ်ဆင့်မြင်ရမယ့်အချိန်ပဲ V ကုတ်မှာပါဝင်တဲ့ caffeine ကစိတ်ကိုနိုးကြတက်ကြွစေတယ်လူတွေကမျက်လုံးကြောင့်ညင်ကိုတတ်တာစေပြီး vitamin B ကလမ်းဆန်ပြီးခွားများကိုရရှိစေပါတယ် V ကုတ်ကြီးမြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ပထမဦးဆုံး sparkling coffee အားဖြည့်အချိုရည် V ကုတ်
တမန်ရိုးကြပုံစံတွေကခွဲထွက်ဖို့အစင်းနေမယ်လားမြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ပထမဦးဆုံး Vigo Sparkling Coffee အပြည့်အချိုရည်နဲ့တူကိုယ်သာလင်ကိုယ့်ဘဝရဲ့ပဲ့ကန်ရှင်ဖြစ်ဖန်တီးလိုက်ပါ Vigo နဲ့တူကိုယ့်ဘဝရဲ့ရှင်သခင်ဖြစ်ကိုယ်ရိုင်းဖန်တီးလိုက်ပါ
ဂိမ်းမာတွေအတွက်ပြောစရာအကောင်းဆုံးနေရာ Let's play arena
ကန်ထူရဲ့ကံမြူတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုအတမ်နဲ့ကန်ထူရဲ့ကံမြူ999ချက်နဲ့တက်ကြိုင်နေတဲ့ရ package တွေဝယ်ရင်အတမ်ကနေခုတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုကန်ထူရဲ့ကံမြူတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုအတမ်နဲ့ချေဆက်ပြီးတော့ကန်ထူရဲ့ကံမြူကြာရ channel မှာ999ချက်နဲ့အထက် package များဝယ်ယူပြီးစုစုပေါင်းငွေသားကျပ်သိန်း12000ကန်ထူလိုက်ပါ
ကိုယ့်ရဲ့ energy level ကကိုယ့်ရဲ့အကြီးမားဆုံးရန်သူဖြစ်လာတဲ့အခါတမတ်ချက်တွေကိုချိုးဖျက်ပြီး energy level ကို V-Go နဲ့နောက်တစ်ဆင့်မြင့်ရမယ့်အချိန်ပဲ V-Go မှာပါဝင်တဲ့ caffeine ကစိတ်ကိုနိုးကြတက်ကြွစေတယ်လူတင်းကမျက်လုံးရောင်ရခြင်းကိုတတ်တာစေပြီး vitamin B ကလမ်းဆန်ပြီးခွားများကိုရရှိစေပါတယ် V-Go team မြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ပထမဦးဆုံး sparkling coffee အားဖြည့်အချိုရည် V-Go
တမန်ရိုးကြပုံစံတွေကခွဲထွက်ဖို့အစင်းနေမယ်လားမြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ပထမဦးဆုံး V-Go Sparkling Coffee အားဖြည့်ချိုရည်နဲ့တူကိုသာလီကိုဘွားရဲ့ပဲ့ကန်ရှင်ဖြစ်ဖန်တီးလိုက်ပါနဲ့တူကိုဘွားရဲ့ရှင်သခင်ဖြစ်ကိုရိုင်းဖန်တီးလိုက်ပါ
ဂိမ်းမာတွေအတွက်ပြောစရာအကောင်းဆုံးနေရာ Let's play arena
ကန်ထူရဲ့ကံမျိုးတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုအတမ်နဲ့ကန်ထူရဲ့ကံမျိုးကိုရကိုစကိုချင်တဲ့ဂျိုင်းနေတဲ့ရ package တွေဝယ်ရင်အတမ်ကနေခုတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုကန်ထူရဲ့ကံမျိုးတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုအတမ်နဲ့ချေတပ်ပြီးတော့ကန်ထူရဲ့ကံမျိုးကြာရ channel မှာ996ကျပ်နဲ့အထက် package များဝယ်ယူပြီးစုစုပေါင်းငွေသားကျပ်သိန်း12000ကန်ထူလိုက်ပါအတမ်
ကိုယ့်ရဲ့ energy level ကကိုယ့်ရဲ့အကြီးမားဆုံးရန်သူဖြစ်လာတဲ့အခါတမတ်ချက်တွေကိုချိုးဖျက်ပြီး energy level ကို V-Go နဲ့နောက်တစ်ဆင့်မြင့်ရမယ့်အချိန်ပဲ V-Go မှာပါဝင်တဲ့ caffeine ကစိတ်ကိုနိုးကြတက်ကြွစေတယ်လူတင်းကမျက်လုံးကြောင့်ညင်ကိုတတ်တာစေပြီး ဗီတာမင် B ကလမ်းဆန်ပြီးခွားများကိုရရှိစေပါတယ် V-Go Gမြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ပထမဦးဆုံး sparkling coffee အားဖြည့်အချိုရည် V-Go
တမန်ရိုးကြပုံစံတွေကခွဲထွက်ဖို့အစင်းနေမယ်လားမြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ပထမဦးဆုံး V-Go Sparkling Coffee အားဖြည့်ချိုရည်နဲ့တူကိုသာလီကိုဘွားရဲ့ပဲ့ကန်ရှင်ဖြစ်ဖန်တီးလိုက်ပါနဲ့တူကိုဘွားရဲ့ရှင်သခင်ဖြစ်ကိုရိုင်းဖန်တီးလိုက်ပါ
အတွက်ပြောစရာအကောင်းဆုံးနေရာ Let's play arena
ကန်ထူရဲ့ကံမြူတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုအတမ်နဲ့ကန်ထူရဲ့ကံမြူကိုရကိုစကိုချင်နေတဲ့ဂျိုင်းနေတဲ့ရ package တွေဝယ်ရင်အတမ်ကနေခုတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုကန်ထူရဲ့ကံမြူတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုအတမ်နဲ့ချေဆက်ပြီးတော့ကန်ထူရဲ့ကံမြူကြာရ channel မှာ996ကျပ်နဲ့အထက် package များဝယ်ယူပြီးစုစုပေါင်းငွေသားကျပ်သိန်း3000ကန်ထူလိုက်ပါအတမ်
ကိုယ့်ရဲ့ energy level ကကိုယ့်ရဲ့အကြီးမားဆုံးရန်သူဖြစ်လာတဲ့အခါတမန်ချက်တွေကိုချိုးဖြတ်ပြီး energy level ကို V ကုတ်နဲ့နောက်တစ်ဆင့်မြင့်ရမယ့်အချိန်ပဲ V ကုတ်ပါဝင်တဲ့ caffeine ကစိတ်ကိုနိုးကြတက်ကြွစေတယ်လူတင်းကမျက်လုံးကြောင့်ညာခြင်းကိုတတ်တာစေပြီး vitamin B ကလမ်းဆန်းပြီးခွားများကိုရရှိစေပါတယ် V ကုတ် Gမြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ပထမဦးဆုံး sparkling coffee အားဖြည့်ချိုရည် V Gold
တမန်ရိုးကြပုံစံတွေကခွဲထွက်ဖို့အစင်းနေမယ်လားမြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ပထမဦးဆုံး Vigo Sparkling Coffee အပြည့်အချိုနဲ့တူကိုယ်သာလီကိုဘွားရဲ့ပဲ့ကန်ရှင်ဖြစ်ဖန်တီးလိုက်ပါVigo နဲ့တူကိုဘွားရဲ့ရှင်သခင်ဖြစ်ကိုရိုင်းဖန်တီးလိုက်ပါ
အတွက်ပြောစရာအကောင်းဆုံးနေရာ Let's play arena
ကန်ထူရင်ကံမြူတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုအတမ်နဲ့ကန်ထူရင်ကံမြူကိုရကိုစကိုချင်နေတဲ့ဂျိုင်းနေတဲ့ရ package တွေဝယ်ရင်အတမ်ကနေခုတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုကန်ထူရင်ကံမြူတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုအတမ်နဲ့ chase that beat of ကန်ထူရင်ကံမြူကြာရ channel မှာ996ကျပ်နဲ့အထက် package များဝယ်ယူပြီးစုစုပေါင်းငွေသားကျပ်သိန်း12000ကန်ထူလိုက်ပါအတမ်
ကိုယ့်ရဲ့ energy level ကကိုယ့်ရဲ့အကြီးမားဆုံးရန်သူဖြစ်လာတဲ့အခါတမတ်ချက်တွေကိုချိုးဖြတ်ပြီး energy level ကို V ကုတ်နဲ့နောက်တစ်ချိန်မရမယ့်အချိန်ပဲ V ကုတ်မှာပါဝင်တဲ့ caffeine ကစိတ်ကိုနိုးကြတက်ကြွစေတယ်လူတင်းကမျက်လုံးကြောင့်ညခြင်းကိုတတ်တာစေပြီး ဗီတာမင် B ကလမ်းဆန်းပြီးခွန်အားများကိုရရှိစေပါတယ် V ကုတ်ကြီးမြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ပထမဦးဆုံး sparkling coffee အားဖြည့်အချိုရည် V ကုတ်
တမန်ရိုးကြပုံစံတွေကခွဲထွက်ဖို့အစင်းနေမယ်လားမြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ပထမဦးဆုံး Vigo Sparkling Coffee အပြည့်အချိုနဲ့တူကိုသာလီကိုဘွားရဲ့ပဲ့ကန်ရှင်ဖြစ်ဖန်တီးလိုက်ပါ Vigo နဲ့တူကိုဘွားရဲ့ရှင်သခင်ဖြစ်ကိုရိုင်းဖန်တီးလိုက်ပါ
ဂိမ်းမာအတွက်ပြောစရာအကောင်းဆုံးနေရာ Let's play arena
ကန်ထူရဲ့ကံမြူတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုအတမ်နဲ့ကန်ထူရဲ့ကံမြူကိုရကိုစကိုချင်တဲ့ဂျိုင်းနေတဲ့ရ package တွေဝယ်ရင်အတမ်ကနေခုတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုကန်ထူရဲ့ကံမြူတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုအတမ်နဲ့ချေဆက်ပြီးတော့ကန်ထူရဲ့ကံမြူကြာရ channel မှာကိုရကိုစကိုချင်တဲ့အထက် package များဝယ်ယူပြီးစုစုပေါင်းငွေသားကျပ်သိန်း12000ကန်ထူလိုက်ပါအတမ်
energy level ကကိုယ့်ရဲ့အကြီးမားဆုံးရန်သူဖြစ်လာတဲ့အခါတမတ်ချက်တွေကိုချိုးဖြတ်ပြီး energy level ကို V ကုတ်နဲ့နောက်တစ်ချိန်မြင်ရမယ့်အချိန်ပဲ V ကုတ်မှာပါဝင်တဲ့ caffeine ကစိတ်ကိုနိုးကြတက်ကြွစေတယ်လူတင်းကမျက်လုံးကြောင့်ညခြင်းကိုတတ်တာစေပြီး vitamin B ကလမ်းဆန်ပြီးခွားများကိုရရှိစေပါတယ် V ကုတ်ချီမြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ပထမဦးဆုံး sparkling coffee အားဖြည့်အချိုရည် V ကုတ်
တမန်ရိုးကြပုံစံတွေကခွဲထွက်ဖို့အစင်းနေမယ်လားမြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ပထမဦးဆုံး Vigo Sparkling Coffee အပြည့်အချိုရည်နဲ့တူကိုယ်သာလင်ကိုယ့်ဘဝရဲ့ပဲ့ကန်ရှင်ဖြစ်ဖန်တီးလိုက်ပါ Vigo နဲ့တူကိုယ့်ဘဝရဲ့ရှင်သခင်ဖြစ်ကိုယ်ရိုင်းဖန်တီးလိုက်ပါ
မာတွေအတွက်ပြောစရာအကောင်းဆုံးနေရာ Let's play arena
ကန်ထူရဲ့ကံမြူတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုအတမ်နဲ့ကန်ထူရဲ့ကံမြူကိုရကိုစကိုချနေတဲ့ဂျိုင်းနေတဲ့ရ package တွေဝယ်ရင်အတမ်သားလေးခုတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုကန်ထူရဲ့ကံမြူတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုအတမ်နဲ့ချေတဲ့ပြီးတော့ကန်ထူရဲ့ကံမြူကြာရ channel မှာ996ကျပ်နဲ့အထက် package များဝယ်ယူပြီးစုစုပေါင်းငွေသားကျပ်သိန်း3000ကန်ထူလိုက်ပါ
energy level ကကိုယ့်ရဲ့အကြီးမားဆုံးရန်သူဖြစ်လာတဲ့အခါတမန်ချက်တွေကိုချိုးဖြတ်ပြီး energy level ကို V ကုတ်နဲ့နောက်တစ်ဆင့်မြင်ရမယ့်အချိန်ပဲ V ကုတ်မှာပါဝင်တဲ့ caffeine ကစိတ်ကိုနိုးကြတက်ကြွစေတယ်လူတင်းကမျက်လုံးကြောင့်ညာခြင်းကိုတတ်တာစေပြီး vitamin B ကလမ်းဆန်းပြီးခွားများကိုရရှိစေပါတယ် V ကုတ် Gမြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ပထမဦးဆုံး sparkling coffee အားဖြည့်ချိုရည် V ကုတ်
တမန်ရိုးကြပုံစံတွေကခွဲထွက်ဖို့အစင်းနေမယ်လားမြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ပထမဦးဆုံး Falcon Sparkling Coffee အပြည့်အချိုနဲ့တူကိုသာလီကိုဘွားရဲ့ပေ့ကန်ရှင်ဖြစ်ဖန်တီးလိုက်ပါFalcon နဲ့တူကိုဘွားရဲ့ရှင်သခင်ဖြစ်ကိုရိုင်းဖန်တီးလိုက်ပါ
အတွက်ပြောစရာအကောင်းဆုံးနေရာ Let's play arena
ကန်ထူရင်ကံမြူတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုအတမ်နဲ့ကန်ထူရင်ကံမြူ999ချက်နဲ့ချက်ကြိုင်းနေတဲ့ရ package တွေဝယ်ရင်အတမ်ကနေခုတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုကန်ထူရင်ကံမြူတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုအတမ်နဲ့ချက်ဆက်ပြီးတော့ကန်ထူရင်ကံမြူကြာရ channel မှာ999ချက်နဲ့အထက် package များဝယ်ယူပြီးစုစုပေါင်းငွေသားကျပ်သိန်း12000ကန်ထူလိုက်ပါအတမ်
ကိုယ့်ရဲ့ energy level ကကိုယ့်ရဲ့အကြီးမားဆုံးရန်သူဖြစ်လာတဲ့အခါတမတ်ချက်တွေကိုချိုးဖျက်ပြီး energy level ကို V-Go နဲ့နောက်တစ်ဆင့်မြင့်ရမယ့်အချိန်ပဲ V-Go မှာပါဝင်တဲ့ caffeine ကစိတ်ကိုနိုးကြတက်ကြွစေတယ်လူတွေကမျက်လုံးကြောင့်ညာခြင်းကိုတတ်တာစေပြီးဗီတာမင် B ကလန်းဆန်းပြီးခွားမြတ်ကိုရရှိစေပါတယ် V-Go team မြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ပထမဦးဆုံး sparkling coffee အားဖြည့်အချိုရည် V-Go
တမန်ရိုးကြပုံစံတွေကခွဲထွက်ဖို့အစင်းနေမလားမြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ပထမဦးဆုံး V-Go Sparkling Coffee အားဖြည့်အချိုရည်နဲ့တူကိုသာလီကိုဘွားရဲ့ပဲ့ကန်ရှင်ဖြစ်ဖန်တီးလိုက်ပါ V-Go နဲ့တူကိုဘွားရဲ့ရှင်သခင်ဖြစ်ကိုရိုင်းဖန်တီးလိုက်ပါ
မာတွေအတွက်ပြောစရာအကောင်းဆုံးနေရာ Let's play arena
ကန်ထူရဲ့ကံမြူတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုအတမ်နဲ့ကန်ထူရဲ့ကံမြူ999ချက်နဲ့တက်ကြိုင်းနေတဲ့ရ package တွေဝယ်ရင်အတမ်ကနေခုတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုကန်ထူရဲ့ကံမြူတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုအတမ်နဲ့ချိန်ဆက်ပြီးတော့ကန်ထူရဲ့ကံမြူကြာရ channel မှာ999ချက်နဲ့အထက် package များဝယ်ယူပြီးစုစုပေါင်းငွေသားကျပ်သိန်း12000ကန်ထူလိုက်ပါအတမ်
energy level ကကိုယ့်ရဲ့အကြီးမားဆုံးရန်သူဖြစ်လာတဲ့အခါတမန်ချက်တွေကိုချိုးဖျက်ပြီး energy level ကို V ကုတ်နဲ့နောက်တစ်ဆင့်မြင်ရမယ့်အချိန်ပဲ V ကုတ်ပါဝင်တဲ့ caffeine ကစိတ်ကိုနိုးကြတက်ကြွစေတယ်လူတင်းကမျက်လုံးကြောင့်ညင်ကိုတတ်တာစေပြီး vitamin B ကလမ်းဆန်းပြီးခွားမြတ်ကိုရရှိစေပါတယ် V ကုတ် Gမြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ပထမဦးဆုံး sparkling coffee အားဖြည့်အချိုရည် V Gold
တမန်ရိုးကြပုံစံတွေကခွဲထွက်ဖို့အစင်းနေမယ်လားမြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ပထမဦးဆုံး Vigo Sparkling Coffee အားဖြည့်အချိုရည်နဲ့တူကိုယ်သာလင်ကိုယ့်ဘဝရဲ့ပဲ့ကန်ရှင်ဖြစ်ဖန်တီးလိုက်ပါနဲ့တူကိုဘွားရဲ့ရှင်သခင်ဖြစ်ကိုရိုင်းဖန်တီးလိုက်ပါ
ဂိမ်းမာတွေအတွက်ပြောစရာအကောင်းဆုံးနေရာ Let's play arena
ကန်ထူရဲ့ကံမျိုးတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုအတမ်နဲ့ကန်ထူရဲ့ကံမျိုး999ချက်နဲ့တန်းဂျိုင်းနေတဲ့ရ package တွေဝယ်ရင်အတမ်သားနေခုတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုထူရဲ့ကံမျိုးတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုအတမ်နဲ့ချေဆက်ပြီးတော့ကန်ထူရဲ့ကံမျိုးကြာရ channel မှာ999ချက်နဲ့အထက် package များဝယ်ယူပြီးစုစုပေါင်းငွေသားကျပ်သိန်း12000ကန်ထူလိုက်ပါအတမ်
energy level ကကိုယ့်ရဲ့အကြီးမားဆုံးရန်သူဖြစ်လာတဲ့အခါတမတ်ချက်တွေကိုချိုးဖြတ်ပြီး energy level ကို V ကုတ်နဲ့နောက်တစ်ချိန်မြင်ရမယ့်အချိန်ပဲ V ကုတ်မှာပါဝင်တဲ့ caffeine ကစိတ်ကိုနိုးကြတက်ကြွစေတယ်လူတင်းကမျက်လုံးကြောင့်ညခြင်းကိုတတ်တာစေပြီး vitamin B ကလမ်းဆန်းပြီးခွားများကိုရရှိစေပါတယ် V ကုတ် teamမြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ပထမဦးဆုံး sparkling coffee အားဖြည့်အချိုရည် V Gold
တမန်ရိုးကြပုံစံတွေကခွဲထွက်ဖို့အစင်းနေမလားမြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ပထမဦးဆုံး Vigo Sparkling Coffee အားဖြည့်အချိုရည်နဲ့တူကိုယ်သာလင်ကိုယ့်ဘဝရဲ့ပဲ့ကန်ရှင်ဖြစ်ဖန်တီးလိုက်ပါ နဲ့တူကိုဘွားရဲ့ရှင်သခင်ဖြစ်ကိုရိုင်းဖန်တီးလိုက်ပါ
အတွက်ပြောစရာအကောင်းဆုံးနေရာ Let's play arena
ကန်ထူရင်ကံမြူတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုအတမ်နဲ့ကန်ထူရင်ကံမြူကိုရကိုစကိုချင်နေတဲ့ဂျိုင်းနေတဲ့ရ package တွေဝယ်ရင်အတမ်ကနေခုတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုကန်ထူရင်ကံမြူတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုအတမ်နဲ့ချေဆက်ပြီးတော့ကန်ထူရင်ကံမြူကြာရ channel မှာကိုရကိုစကိုချင်တဲ့အထက် package များဝယ်ယူပြီးစုစုပေါင်းငွေသားကျပ်သိန်း12000ကန်ထူလိုက်ပါအတမ်
energy level ကကိုယ့်ရဲ့အကြီးမားဆုံးရန်သူဖြစ်လာတဲ့အခါတမတ်ချက်တွေကိုချိုးဖြတ်ပြီး energy level ကို V ကုတ်နဲ့နောက်တစ်ဆင့်မြင်ရမယ့်အချိန်ပဲ V ကုတ်မှာပါဝင်တဲ့ caffeine ကစိတ်ကိုနိုးကြတက်ကြွစေတယ်လူတင်းကမျက်လုံးကြောင့်ညခြင်းကိုတတ်တာစေပြီး vitamin B ကလမ်းဆန်းပြီးခွားများကိုရရှိစေပါတယ် V ကုတ် teamမြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ပထမဦးဆုံး sparkling coffee အားဖြည့်အချိုရည် V Gold
တမန်ရိုးကြပုံစံတွေကခွဲထွက်ဖို့အစင်းနေမယ်လားမြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ပထမဦးဆုံး Falcon Sparkling Coffee အားဖြည့်အချိုရည်နဲ့တူကိုယ်သာလီကိုဘွားရဲ့ပဲ့ကန်ရှင်ဖြစ်ဟန်ကြည့်လိုက်ပါနဲ့တူကိုဘွားရဲ့ရှင်သခင်ဖြစ်ကိုရိုင်းဖန်ကြည့်လိုက်ပါ
There you go. And here we are into our last match for the day. Welcome to the grand finals of Mobile Legends Bang Bang Super League Myanmar Season 3. And we are about to witness history here as one of our two teams today will be joining us for the big event EWC 2026 happening in Paris later on this year. I'm Rockhart and this is Husky, and we are about to bring you the action coming here from of course, the big last game, the BO7 that will determine everything for Myanmar.
The BO7, which is also the rematch on top of a rematch between Yangon Galacticos and Team 7. And we did say at the start of the day, Rockhart, that the only loss that was delivered to Team 7 was by none other than YG. Did it in the regular season, did it again in the upper bracket, but Team 7, they are back for more and they always come back stronger. Now they get a full BO7 to prove that they have it, especially after coming off a momentous win over Falcon's Esports earlier on in the lower bracket finals in a insanely dominant 3-0 fashion.
That's right. And of course, all of that is, of course, live on the stage. So let's throw it over to the stage and see what's happening here for our grand finals. Happening right now, by the way, live on the venue.
community မှာအပြည့်အဝ supporting ပေးခဲ့တာပဲဖြစ်ပါတယ် Vico ကိုလည်းကျေးဇူးထူးပဲတင်ရှိပါတယ်ခင်ဗျာ
ဟုတ်ပါတယ်ဒါနောက်ထပ်ပြောစရာရှိရဲ့ partner တွေအနေနဲ့ကတော့ဒါ DH Razor နဲ့ဒါတော့ Grab တို့ကိုလည်းကျေးဇူးအထူးပဲတင်ရှိကြောင်းဒါဒီကနေပြီးတော့ပြောကြလို့ပါတယ်ဒါနဲ့ဒါတို့ဒီ MSL လာကြည့်မဲ့ပြည်သက်ကြီးတွေအတွက်ပေါ့နော်ဒါတို့ MSL Grab ကိုတုံးပြီးတော့ဒါတို့လာလို့ရှိရင်ဒီ9000ကျပ်ပေါ့နော်အထိ discount တွေရယူနိုင်ပဲတော့ free discount တွေရယူနိုင်မယ်အကြောင်းလည်းဒါဒီကနေပြီးတော့တင်ကောင်းပြောကြလို့ပါတယ်ရှင်အဲ့တော့အခု online ကနေကြည့်ပြီးတော့ကိုရိုင်းခရိုချအားပေးခြင်းနဲ့ Grand Final ပွဲကြီးကို Thuwunna Indoor Stadium ကိုလာခြင်းနဲ့ဆိုရင်Grab မှာ promo code လေးက MSL Grab GRAB ပေါ့နော်တုံးလိုက်လို့ရှိရင် discount 9000တောင်ရမယ်အဲ့တော့ online ကကြည့်ရှုနေတဲ့ပရိသတ်တွေကိုလည်းကိုရိုင်းကိုချကိုအားပေးတဲ့အသင်းကိုအားပါးတွေကအားပေးဖို့အတွက် Thuwunna Indoor Stadium ကိုရိုင်းကိုချလာရောက်ခဲ့ဖို့ကျွန်တော်တို့မောင်နှမနှစ်ယောက်ကနေပြီးတော့ဒီနေရာဖိတ်ခေါ်ပါတယ်။ Okay အားလုံးပဲအားပေးဖို့အတွက် ready ပါပဲလားခင်ဗျာ Okay ready ပဲဆိုရင်ရင်ခုန်စရာကောင်းတဲ့တင်ဆက်မှုအစီအစဉ်တွေကိုကျွန်တော်တို့ guest star ရဲ့တင်ဆက်မှုတွေနဲ့အတူဆက်လိုက်ရအောင် Let's go to guest stars
Okay. There you go. Thank you so much. So we are all live, of course, in Myanmar right now, and everyone's just so hyped, so pumped to get to the action. It is a best of 7. Like you mentioned, a big revenge arc as well for one of these teams. Of course, our two teams for the day will be featured. It is going to be Yangon Galacticos, #1 seed from the regular season, against Team 7, the #2 seed from the regular season. Both have actually played in play-ins and have defeated their respective opponents. And we've already seen Yangon Galacticos versus Team 7 already, and it has been a complete wipe. Yangon Galacticos won with a 3-0 on day 1 against Team 7. And that's why we mentioned, guys, it's a revenge arc for the ages here, right here in Myanmar.
Yeah, and the fans, the Myanmars, the fans get to witness it all the way, you know, in the Thuwunna National Indoor Stadium as well, right? I think, you know, the Burmese super excited for this one. I think it's either we get, you know, the old guards of YG onto the EWC MSC stage, or we get a new name, the new bloods of Team 7 making it to Paris, France. Either way, this story is going to have its own a victor that will define what the region is going to be for the next few months, and I can't wait, right? 'Cause I think YG they've made a name for themselves over the years of being one of the top contenders. You have players like, again, Blink, especially one of the elites there. But then you also have Team 7, who has shown great composure, great drafting, and most importantly, their handling of the game itself. It's very clean, very composed. It really feels like nothing gets by their keen eye. And it does put into perspective how good YG is with how they took down a Team 7 that we just saw roll over Falcon's Esports.
Yeah, Falcons Esports really, they tried their very best to soar, but they were not given a chance at all. It was a 3-0 sweep earlier in game number 1 of today, where we saw Falcons just really got their wins clipped in a 3-0 fashion by Team 7. That's why everyone is so excited to see, is this the Team 7 that can finally complete the revenge arc? Will we see them really come into action here? That's something that we'll see. So let's go ahead and throw over to the stage for now. We have the performance live for you.
ခင်ဗျာ MSL MM Season 3 Grand Final ပွဲရတဲ့ကြိုးစိုးလိုက်ပါလေကဲအားလုံးလည်းတကယ်ကိုရင်ခုန်စိတ်လှုပ်ရှားနေပြီလို့ထင်ပါတယ်အဲ့တော့စင်မြင့်ချက်မှာလည်းဒီနေ့ Grand Final မှာအနိုင်ရပြီးတော့မြန်မာနိုင်ငံကိုစားပြုနေတဲ့ Paris ကိုတွားရောက်ရှင်ပြိုင်မလဲဆိုတာအားလုံးရဲ့ထက်တူရင်ခုန်မိပါတယ်အဲ့တော့စင်မြင့်ထက်မှာရှိနေတဲ့ဒီတစ်ခါမှာplayer တွေပေါ့ coach တွေကိုနည်းနည်းလောက်မေးခွန်းပြုပါအဲ့တော့Grand Final အထိတက်လန်းလာတဲ့အတွက်ရင်ဆုံး congratulations ပါဂုဏ်ယူပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်သိချင်တာကကျွန်တော်တို့ Team 7နဲ့တွေ့တိုင်းဒါအမြဲတမ်းအသာစီးရနေရပါတော့ဒီလိုအသာစီးရနေတာကဘာကြောင့်လဲတစ်ဖက်အသင်းရဲ့ draft pick တွေ strategy တွေကိုများကြိုပြီးတော့သိနေလို့လားအားလေးသိချင်ပါတယ်ခင်ဗျ
အမြဲတမ်းရနေတယ်မဟုတ်ပါဘူးသူတို့ကလည်းကျွန်တော်တို့အများကြီးကောင်းကောင်းမ response လုပ်ခဲ့တယ်ပေါ့နော်ဒါပေမဲ့ကျွန်တော်တို့မှာသူတို့ ਨੇ မှမဟုတ်ဘူးအသင်းတိုင်းကိုကျွန်တော်တေချာလေးလာတယ်ကျွန်တော် data တေချာကောက်တယ်ကျွန်တော်အကုန်လုံးပြင်ဆင်ပြီးမှလာရောက်ရှင်ပြိုင်တာဖြစ်တဲ့အတွက်ကြောင့်သူတို့မှမဟုတ်ဘူးเนาะဘယ်အသင်းနဲ့ပဲတွေ့ကျွန်တော်တို့ကတော့ပို့ပြီးသားရအောင်ကြိုးစားသွားမှာပါ
ကဲ တခုပဲမေးပါတော့မယ်ဒီနေ့ပွဲမှာချန်ပီယံဖြစ်ဖို့ Grand Final ပွဲစဉ်မှာဘယ်လိုမျိုးပြင်ဆင်ထားလဲဆိုတာလေးလည်းသိချင်ပါတယ်ခင်ဗျ
မနေ့ကကျွန်တော်ပြောခဲ့သလိုပဲပေါ့နော်ကျွန်တော်တို့ကဒီပြိုင်ပွဲတစ်ခုဝင်ပြိုင်မှုဆိုလို့ရှိရင်ပြိုင်ပွဲစမှ training စတာမဟုတ်ဘူးဗျာကျွန်တော်တို့ကပြိုင်ပွဲမစခင်2လ3လလောက်လူတွေကကျွန်တော်တို့က training တွေဝင်ထားရတာဆိုတော့အဲ့ဒီတော့ပြင်ဆင်ခဲ့တာတွေနဲ့အခုထပ်ပြင်ဆင်ထားတာတွေနဲ့ကျွန်တော်တို့ကတော့ကိုအားကျဉ်းမှုအပြည့်ပဲယုံကြည်မှုလည်းအပြည့်ပဲအများကြီးလည်းပြင်ဆင်ထားတယ်အဲ့တော့ပြည်သက်တွေကိုလည်းအများကြီးချပြအောင်မယ်
โอเคgood luck ပါခင်ဗျโอเคအခြားညီမလေး Team 7 player တွေ coach တွေတစ်ချက်လောက်မေးပေးပါဦး
โอเคပါကိုက YG ပြီးပြီဆိုတော့ဒါ Team 7လှည့်ပေါ့နော်ဆိုတော့ပထမဆုံးအနေနဲ့ဒါကိုကြီးနာကိုမေးချင်ပါတယ်ကိုရှေ့မှာပြောခဲ့တဲ့အတိုင်းပဲပေါ့နော် Falcon ကိုအနေနဲ့ပေါ့နော်ဒီထောက်တန်အဖြစ်နဲ့အသုံးပြုပြီးတက်လာတယ်ဆိုတော့အခုအကိုပြောတဲ့အတိုင်းလည်းဖြစ်လာပြီဆိုတော့အခုချိန်မှာ YG ကိုနိုင်မို့အတွက်ဘယ်လိုမျိုးကြီးကြိုပြီးတော့ပြင်ဆင်ထားလဲဆိုတာလေးကိုပြောပြပါ
အောင်YG တွက်ရလို့တော့လည်းမဟုတ်ပါဘူးဒီ Grand Final ကိုဆော့မယ်ဆိုတဲ့ဟိုဟာကျွန်တော်တို့တွေမနေ့ကမားခဲ့တဲ့အမားတွေကိုတေချာလေ့လာပြီးတော့ဗောနော်ပြန်ပြီး analysis လုပ်ပြီးတော့အကောင်းဆုံးတော့ပြင်ဆင်ထားပါတယ်ဟုတ်
ဟုတ်ကဲ့ပါဒါဆိုလို့ရှိရင်ဒါနောက်တစ်ခုအနေနဲ့ပေါ့နော်အခုလိုမျိုး Grand Final မှာဒီ YG ကိုပေါ့နော်ဒါတော့အရှိရအနေနဲ့မတူဘဲနဲ့အနိုင်ရရှိပြီးတော့ Champion ဖြစ်အောင်လို့ပေါ့နော်ဘာတွေထပ်ပြီးတော့စ조사ပြီးပြင်ဆင်ထားရလဲဘယ်လိုပြန်ပြီးတော့တိဆောက်ထားရလဲဆိုတာလေးပါတစ်ချက်လောက်ပြန်ပြောပြပါလား
ပြင်ဆင်ထားတာတွေကတော့အများကြီးရှိပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်တို့ဒီ Grand Final မှာကျွန်တော်တို့ Champion ဖြစ်ချင်လို့ကျွန်တော်တို့စီတူလင်းတချင်းတော့နားမထောင်တော့ကျွန်တော်နောက်ပိုင်း
ဝါ
အဲ့တော့ဒီ Grand Final ရှင်ပြိုင်ဖို့ဟာတကယ်ကိုမှအချိန်နဲ့ဖြစ်မှာပါအဲ့ဒီအတွက်ကျွန်တော်တို့ MSL မြန်မာ Season 3ရဲ့ Grand Final မှာရှင်ပြိုင်မယ်ကျွန်တော်တို့ Yangon Galacticos အသင်းနဲ့ Team 7နှစ်သင်းစလုံးအတွက်လက်ခုပ်သံတွေကြားကြပါရခင်ဗျာ
And there you go. Our teams are roaring and ready. And we are about to take center stage here. Husky, I don't know about you, man, but I could feel it from the players, man. That was insane. And I could feel their energy ready for this game.
Yeah, I think the stadium is ready for this series. This best of 7. I want it to be a bloody one. I want it to not end in a clean sweep because that would be a disservice to everyone else. I hope it goes full series, but I think the players, right, Stone Cold, they are ready to take on the battle as well. I'm not sure what was the prep for YG coming into this finals, but I know, at least for a fact, that Team 7, they've gotten their warm-up runs in, right? They've done the sets. Now it's time for the actual battle. It's time to put whatever warm muscles that they had earlier on, channel that, and take on YG. And in particular, the one thing that I want to see is how is the draft going to transpire, because when Falcon's Esports took on Team 7, there wasn't really too much variation, at least in the bans, right? We only saw a bigger shift in game 3, but against YG, I think Team 7, they brought out a lot more tricks from the bags that were stopped by YG. We saw heroes like the Fanny being picked up on YG side as well, so I do wonder if that's going to be a bigger difference compared to what we've just witnessed.
Yeah, the Fanny, I think you just have to leave it on the ban list, because right now it feels like this kind of series can really be determined by like the smallest increments, right? Like the smallest gap. You do not give an inch to your opponent, they will probably be able to take a mile, and that's something that you really have to watch out for. So don't leave stuff like the Fanny on the table. Maybe just permaban the Marcel. We've seen the Marcel really completely dominate, completely decimate the matches, especially earlier today. And I don't think that either teams want that to happen here. Although, when you come to the draft, there are times when you don't really have a choice. Sometimes you do have to take these risks, and I just wonder who's going to make the bigger one.
Yeah, and sometimes when it comes down to like a draft, I think it's like picking a poison, right? Like do you take the red pill or the blue pill? And a lot of times these choices can be pretty complicated depending on what you want to give forward to enemies. And if your opponents are the Yangon Galacticos, then there's even more thought that needs to be put behind it. You know, Ying, Han, Kaiser, Blink, and Sanji, if they've shown anything, is that so far they are the unstoppable force.
And of course, for Team 7, if you have an unstoppable force, of course, for YG, Team 7 also is that team who is completely warmed up. If you're talking an engine, they are roaring, they are burning, and they are ready to go for it. YG definitely is the team to fear here, and I think most people would definitely agree that YG is the top dog. But you know what? Well, people on top don't always stay on top, right? So that's what Team 7's banking on with CK, Lucky, Shan, Tanpok, and OP. So again, this team on its own really just has performed dominance just in the regular season, right? You also saw them go on a 7 or an 8-1 series record just because they're just that good. The only team that gave them a loss here in the regular season was Yangon Galacticos themselves, the only team that stopped them from having a perfect regular season run. And that's got to count for something. Let's go ahead and look at the GPM rankings here. Definitely the one that you have to watch out for is Sanji. Number 1 on the GPM, pretty far behind is going to be, of course, the GPM from Team 7. I don't know if that's going to be catching up anytime soon, but definitely one that you have to look out for if you're facing this team.
I mean, the fact that, you know, usually when we look at GPM, the players that take center stage, that take the spotlight are going to be gold laners because, you know, that role you farm the most. But to see, you know, Lucky, the jungler of Team 7 on that list as well, that says a lot, right? Followed by Dax, especially when Lucky has a couple of games where he pivots towards the tank junglers. Usually the tank junglers, they don't really farm as fast, they don't really rely too much on items, you know, compared to the kind of the current assassins. And then we also have mid laners coming in 4th and 5th place. Really does show sort of the dynamics in the region, right? I expected to see a lot more gold laners up there and with some assassin mains, but instead we get a bit of a mix of 3 different roles, especially that jungle with a jungler that plays hybrid role.
That's true. Again, we see that kind of GPM just because, you know, it's so easy for your team to usually run away with the game with a Harley, with a Suyo. Those are the things that are possibly going to be most picked as well. As you can see, these most picked is definitely one of them, Harley. Harif rather, and the Suyo right there. Asora, I'm a little bit surprised that we still see that. I think it's slowly dropping in usage. And the most banned, lots of teams just don't really want to deal with the Baksh and the Freya. Sushin, despite being on the most banned, actually has been pretty open in the whole of the playoffs since yesterday, to be honest. So most of these picks and bans really going to be going down to preference. And again, like you mentioned, what kind of poison are you allowing your opponent to take?
Yeah, and we did see Jusin like in that last game between Team 7 and Falcons, and that was pretty much it. Also pretty interesting, right? Because Xian opted to go for the sprint instead of like Flicker or Purify. But the main topic is, of course, going to be revenge or repeat. Because it has happened before. YG have beaten Team 7 twice. This is either going to be that hat trick, that 3-time defeat, or Team 7 will not only exact their revenge and beat YG, but also lock in their flight to Paris, France. A lot is going to be on the stakes, on the line here.
That's right. For Team 7, part of the revenge, it just makes it a little bit sweeter, right? If you get that win, they can avenge like the previous season's losses as well. And then when you go into it, right? When you go into that flight to Paris, maybe that might be the best revenge they can do against YG. But then again, it is YG. They're a very, very difficult opponent to actually fight. So it's easier said than done, to be honest, but they got to start somewhere. They got to start right here, right now. I really wonder what kind of surprises Team 7 can bring us, considering now is like the biggest, probably their biggest opponent, right? This is the biggest opponent. This is the biggest rivalry, to be honest, in this league right now, because they're the ones who are really fighting each other for that slot at the top.
Yeah, a team that they have not been able to overcome at all. Even their best attempt when they came close yesterday, they still were denied, and it looked like, you know, an impossible task. How do you take down a team like YG? And then when you look at the play-in strike, it is not impossible to draw blood from the first seed. Mythic Seal almost came close. They went, you know, the full distance against YG. They lost with a 2-3 scoreline. And then you look back at how Team 7 lost yesterday, an 0-3. It seems pretty jarring that, you know, the results, considering that Team 7 is the second seed. But then when you look into the details, it doesn't really justify, you know, the overall picture, right? Team 7 put up a very good fight. Maybe not the last game, but the second game gave us a glimpse of what Team 7 is actually capable of and where they, you know, need to work on a bit more heading into the grand finals later.
And if you base it from the games today, like earlier in the lower bracket finals, you could see Team 7 have completely turned a 180. Like they seem very confident, especially against Falcon Esports. Now, that is easier to do because it is Falcon Esports. They're not placed super highly. And again, Falcon Esports has also faced their fair share of stumbles. But again, that could be something that helps Team 7, especially now that we see on the head-to-head, it's a pretty far discrepancy here in terms of KDA and GPM. But you know what? Their team fighting, they're pretty much on top.
Yeah, I think that the KDA is definitely the one that could, you know, theoretically be slightly inflated because of how dominant YG has been, right? Like the 6.0 KDA, insane numbers overall. But when you look, when it boils down to just team fighting and how much these teams play together as a squad, then we get a better picture, you know, a better gauge of where they actually stand. Team 7 fighting together as a squad very, very often, and oftentimes than not, we see them really push that lead. They make sure that the gold lane wins out, and then they always walk with the mid and XP lane together. Often, you know, even in the earlier series, 4-man invade very, very early on, but once they unlock the gold lane, even heroes like Moscow, which was picked by 7 in one of their games, started sticking with the team because of how far, of how strong they feel they are. And I think that's pretty interesting as well, right? You are giving up sort of giving up the macro a little bit just to push the envelope further, and it worked against Falcons. And I do wonder if YG has an answer for that.
I mean, they should, right? I mean, the YG definitely has been also pretty on point with the control, with the draft that they've been doing. I mean, despite, you know, running risky drafts in some of those games yesterday, YG were able to really bounce back. Now, picks that we're looking forward to today, obviously, is going to be that Marcel. The big question is, will the Marcel be left on the table? Will they be able to actually pick it up? Usually first pickable, very, very potent hero. And number 2 is obviously, surprisingly, by the way, the Paquito. The Paquito has been really showing up in a lot of these drafts. And I really wonder, is this the grand finals where we see the Paquito finally carry a game into victory, whether by a team fight win or maybe by a split push?
Just, you know, slowly giving us a bit of that rerun of those fighter metas, you know, Paquito, the Yuzong, the Lapu Lapus, where XP lanes are actually an island of pain. I mean, I think the PH finals is also just happening, and I'm like looking at some of the drafting that is actually currently going on, and there are some interesting approaches as well, right? Like we kind of went through how Myanmar handles their drafts, certain heroes that are not really considered, not really prioritized, even though they are, you know, I think like S tier picks, like the Guinevere, for example. But I also feel like the Yves is still something that we haven't seen as much, even though it is up there on the list. And maybe we are going to see it, at least from YG's side, especially when you have a team like Team 7 that wants to fight as a squad. There are certain answers in that mid lane, or in the roam, for example, the Khalid, that can, you know, show some resistance.
Khalid, you know what? I love that you brought that up, man. I am super surprised we're not seeing that much Khalid for today. Even yesterday, right? I think you only see like 1 or 2 Khalids. MSL Myanmar really just, I don't know, just deprioritizing that hero so much. Although I do see a lot of potential for it. We've actually been seeing more Alice compared to Khalid in the series earlier as well. So one thing's for sure, though, I feel like gold lane picks. I don't think either team or any teams right now in MSL have actually just innovated too much onto it. I feel like they want to prioritize more on the safer, strong, super late game carry picks, just like the Harif, just like the Claude. I don't think we're gonna see any changes for that one. But for the random map draw, we've been seeing a lot of dangerous grass and expanded rivers. Maybe we'll see more flying clouds. Maybe we saw the flying clouds game that we saw earlier, but no, it's gonna be broken walls. It's gonna give us that big stage for the big lore dances, and I hope that we see some of that here today.
And also makes it very convenient for heroes that want to run around the map. And mobile heroes are gonna have a field day, and well, surprise, surprise, brings me to Khalid or Hilda again, right? Two of these heroes that really would enjoy those extra crevices, those nooks and crannies on the map. The Cho as well in the jungle, and assassins like Suyo, and even the lesser preferred Joy would also appreciate this a bit more. I think. If there's anything, I also want to see like big setters in the XP lane, and I know we saw Sora once, but the Arlet is also a hero that I feel like can be in the XP lane and does have some very good utility to turn the game around on his heels. But let's see if that's gonna come true. As we're in the draft, the Marcel still led through. Marcel Claude for YG, and even if Team 7 they get the Harif and the Zhu Xin.
Yep, and exactly what we predicted. Claude and Harif here in game number 1. And of course, the first pick on the Marcel is very much warranted, but the pick on the Gord, I think that might be a little problematic for me. I think we saw that firsthand earlier, right? Like Gord the Marcel just sometimes just doesn't really mesh well together. It takes such a high skill cap to actually make them work. And I hope that YG has been practicing for that, because that might be a point of pressure later on.
I think the best part about the Gord, which certain players might still not know about, or our viewers might not know about, is the fact that no matter what you do to him, if you try to stun him or put him in a golden hour while he still has Mystic Gush will continue to channel. So in a way, you could give him a free Winter Crown while he's in Mystic Gush to melt your enemies if it is coordinated well. I had to find out the hard way because I saw a Gord and I was like, well, Zetian's out, I can press out when he Mystic Gushes. Nope, doesn't matter. He gets hit by the Fury of the Phoenix, and I still die to his ult. So you learn new things every day. The Lapu Lapu Landshaker also can't stop the Mystic Gush, which is a pretty interesting mechanic to find out, especially when you are in a competitive setting. The Frederick and the Alice ban from Team 7 really want to take away the front lines of YG.
Yeah, absolutely taking away the front lines. That's what we were talking about earlier as well. I love that everything we're mentioning is actually coming true here. Plus, one more jungle ban would probably be pretty good. I don't know if the Suyo ban is going to be in place here, just to clean it up, right? But yeah, right now, so many jungle picks are actually not available. So this might be just a big test. And weirdly enough, Fanny is open.
Mm-hmm. In your books of predictions, you did say that Fanny should be, left on the ban list, but it's gonna be Paquito last ban by YG. Both teams have yet to get their jungler, so there is a good chance that we see Fanny get picked up, if anything. If not, the Suyo is also left up on the table, which can be quite a hot commodity, I think, for Team 7, who are looking for a jungler that can be a bit more mobile and kind of play around the stasisness of the score that wants to be stationary.
Yeah, you got to make something that can kind of just throw maybe more movement. I just feel like he needs more movement. Suyo feels like it should be the key here if you're looking for a jungler, but it's going to be the Leo board instead for CK. Yeah, I'm not sure about this, Lucky. What do you think? What do you think is what do you think about the Leomord pick into the Marcel?
I think the Leomord is not the worst, but I would definitely appreciate the Suyo's mobility slightly more. And I did talk about the Gwyn and the Arlet, right? And I'm so happy that YG picked out both of them. You have the Gwyn in the jungle. And it's a great setup against a Leomore. If you catch him without the Phantom Steed, he won't have that extra defense and you just blow him up. But more importantly, it sets up for the glue. You have a tank melter, which is the Gourd, and eventually the Claude as well. But if you have someone like a Arlet or Gwyn that could keep that glue in place, there is nothing that the glue can actually do before he goes down. He doesn't get the triggers out at all, and you just remove any target that you find. And that's why, you know, we keep saying that these heroes like the Gwyn and Arlet are so important, because they give you the ability to essentially just disable an enemy hero.
That's right. Disabling an enemy hero is super crucial, especially that Leomord. If you can disable it properly, that will be a big one. Especially with spatial migration and maybe with the Final Slash, you can stop it from being such a menace. Same with the Harif. So it's going to be the Hilda locked in for Team 7 here. Don't know how I feel about that. Maybe we can see it in more of an engage or invade composition, like what we saw earlier. I think we saw something similar to this with the glue, right? Where they invaded very early on, level 2, and they actually got a pretty good advantage. So those are things that we're going to watch out for as we load up into the game here. It's Yangon Galacticos versus Team 7 in a best of 7 grand finals. Now, it might be the name. Maybe that's the name that they need to get that lucky charm. Well, we are loading it up for the grand finals of MSL Myanmar Season 3.
Broken Walls will be the map for Game 1. Yangon Galacticos, blue side. Team 7 on the red side. One key thing for Team 7 is that they don't really have much crowd control nor setup. It's all about running down your opponents. And, you know, interesting enough, Xian still opted to go for the sprint instead of a Purify into a team that has multiple ways of getting reliable setup. So Xian has to be very, very cautious in how he treads on the map, because the reach of the Gwyn and the Arlet cannot be underestimated. They could actually hit you from very far away. And for Zusin, the last thing you want is to get picked off before the fight even starts. You want to be there as a constant utility nuisance, but without the Purify, it is going to be very hard.
Yeah, without that Purify, you will be in trouble. Just like in moments like this where they can catch you off guard here. Kaiser luckily does not really have that many offensive skills yet. But I think that is a small preview, right? Blink is going to run all over you. Of course, with a sprint, not the best one situation. Especially here, you get stunned by the Gourd, stunned by the Gwyn, you get Final Slash, you get tracking shots here for Blink. So there are so many tools that can actually lock down these members of Team 7. You're absolutely right.
It's pretty scary. I personally am looking to see how Team 7 is going to play out this draft. I don't think you can kind of force an invade. Maybe with the Suyo there would have been better odds, but they are running a Leomore, right? And the last thing you want is that Leomore going for an invade before level 4 and just losing his life before the turtle. So, and more so, you have a Hilda, which I think in an invade situation, I would slightly prefer having a Khalid just for the extra burst in that first 2 levels. But again, no setup means that these kind of events can happen. They commit fully onto Team 7, but unfortunately end up getting outnumbered. So double kill for Xian instead.
Right, this is what we're talking about, right? This is the amount of firepower that Team 7 can actually offer with the glue up on front. Doesn't even have grab yet. So Team 7 definitely got a very, very good start here. And they will be able to get this turtle and maybe a little bit of an invade here against YG.
I would say slightly unfortunate. They didn't really have the damage profile to blow up the Hilda this early on. And now Mystic Gush comes through and a flicker forward into a stun. That's Ying with the collection of the Xian.
It's very well thought of here. At the same time, Ying is also going to be in trouble here with some progression. Wait a second. Final Slash not really connecting properly here, but they get the kill in the end anyway. I was going to say a little bit of disconnect here, but it looks like Lucky will be able to clean it up anyway against Han.
Yeah, finds a quick trade, and now we'll go for that invade 2. So at least, there are some resistance being shown by Team 7, despite the, a bit of that unfortunate pick-off. The revisit to the bottom lane definitely wasn't expected if you are Team 7. And more importantly, this hasn't really, affected that gold lane too much. Both Sanji and OP are left on their own island. And of course, OP will get all of the gold crab thanks to the extra damage from Synchro Fission. The next turtle is probably going to be the turning point. again, because it's on the bottom side, usually you will want the gold laners to blow out the wave and join the second turtle if possible, or at least double wave mid. So we'll see if the teams make that rotation to the top.
I think they might just be doing that here with a little bit of trying or fishing here in the mid, trying to maybe they can fish off that Sushin, which is exactly what they were looking for, right? They're trying to look for that guy who doesn't have the Purify and only has a sprint. So maybe we'll see them be more aggressive around the mid area. But for now, looks like they will be respecting 7 very, very much, waiting for the next few seconds before they start on this turtle.
This time, everyone will have access to the ult. And because Han is going to be waiting in the bush, Jing will be nearby too, providing enough vision. Han goes in with the Violent Requiem, maybe trying to attempt a steal, but he is out of position. So the jungler is completely removed from the fight, and odd movement as well. Blink with his flicker to get out of there. And YG just surrenders the turtle to 7.
That was like a major that was a major misstep, right? I don't know what Han was trying to go for there. Way too greedy in that last one. So because of that, they will be suffering, but they will be fighting again inside the golden hour. Bit of a knock-up here for Shan, and that's what you want to see. OP with the Zaman Force clicks him out. That just might be the case. They might just force YG back here, taking out Ying in the process. Team 7 looking baller.
Man, YG gotta stop. They have to cut the losses. There's no point forcing these fights. I think YG are grossly misjudging how this comp works, right? Like, you have great setup, but the damage comes from your gourd. It comes from Sanji's Claude. And without them, you don't really have the output the longer the game goes on. So the fact that YG still tried to fight without proper setup into 7 is feeding into the lucky machine, and Leomord loves it when you give him a lead like that.
Yeah, you're just feeding everything, right? We talked about earlier in the first series that Leomord is such an item-dependent hero, but now he has that War Axe approaching possibly a Hunter Strike as well. You are just feeding into this guy. He's going to be able to trample all over you right now with a 1.4k gold lead against Han. So in terms of carry potential, this Leomord is just so crazy right now. And YG, they're going to have to play around this. They might just have to wait out their timers and wait for Sanji to get into those items, get that marksman trinity, that swift trinity that we all know that the Claude needs before you can join. For now, it's all about that mid trio.
Another setup there. Xian completely forced out of the fight. Again, this is the kind of setup that I'm talking about, right? They have very easy ways to set things up. Just with the Marcel passive will do the job. It gives enough room for Kaiser to follow up with his projectile. And they just have to keep that in mind. You do need the key members around to make things happen. And that's why YG, if they're not in the right position, if you don't have the right members, then you have to be a bit more cautious in how you take these fights. They bring the Harif in to the mid lane, at least for a double wave. Blink throws out the golden hour, but his team not even there. So a wasted golden hour and the third turtle of the game for Team 7.
Yeah, that kind of movement from Blink, I think that's already a signal to us, Husky, that they really just want to buy more time. YG's game plan here seems to be relegated to just staying inside the base, staying inside these turrets, and just try not to fall while going for catches like that. That was crazy. Shango be able to use the Crimson Beacon to walk on out there, but that was close, and Sanji could be in trouble on top side.
They're trying to go for him. Sanji actually ends up flickering away, and that will surrender the top turret to Team 7, and they should be able to crack it. And again, another successful setup, almost resulted in a kill on Zhen. He's really starting to feel it, right? The lack of the Purify will lead to moments like that, and that is just a first-hand taste of how painful it can be, and it will only hurt more from that point onwards. Purple buff stolen by Han as well, as he desperately tries to recover. Still 2 levels behind Lucky, but if you're in YG shoes, any extra credit that you can get is going to be good. They get the pullback on the Marcel. Blink still able to run away thanks to the golden hour, but can't say the same for Tan Pukto, who has to flicker away. Ying with the stun final slash, but the team not there to follow up as Oppie drops the Zaman Force. Blink back in, but they don't really have the follow-up.
Yeah, it's gonna be it's basically just a big discrepancy in terms of firepower here for YG. It's like, okay, you're positioned properly there. That's a nice place, bro. But can you actually hit me? You hit your crowd controls. They hit all their stuns, but the follow-up damage is almost non-existent. If there's like one guy gets targeted, Kai's looking for him. But Kaize can't really clean it up. They need one more guy. They need to wait for Sanji.
And Sanji so far has been holding his own ground pretty well. The only difference that separates him and OP is that 1 kill and 1 assist on the Harif. But this is what you talked about earlier on Rockhart, the Lord Dance on broken walls. And YG, again, they have very easy conditions to get these kind of setup. If you can catch the glue and just blow him up before anything else, you set yourself up for success. The Claude has a good angle to work with as he hard shoves out the middle wave. Shan just got his Ice Queen one. They find that knockout onto Tanpu to try to finish him off as fast as possible. The golden hour comes in as well as the glue ends up going down. The Han goes back in, tries to get another knockout, but they did lose Kaiser in the process. But getting OP is more than enough. A double kill delivered over to Ying as they now jump onto Lucky with a blazing duet. That is exactly what YG have been waiting for. A setup into a perfect follow-up. CK left to run home. And YG gets the first Lord.
No way, YG, right? Not again. This is so familiar territory. One small team fight, one major misstep is all it took. And Sanji, using the blazing duet at the very tail end of that fight, really turned the tides around for them.
Yeah, like this golden hour, it caused Kaiser to end up dying as well, but it gave enough time for Han to get the reset on the spatial migration. And Sanji was free hitting the whole time. I did say that they had a good angle to work with because Sanji was able to shove up the mid wave. And unfortunately for Team 7, they just didn't have a way to stop Sanji. And we also saw the lack of control that Team 7's draft, that Team 7 draft is made out of. They just don't have a way to keep YG in place. Whereas for YG, you want to stun, you got it.
It's so funny because you know what's happened? Kaize also just ran into it. Look at the assassination attempt here from YG. Super duper strong right now. And they're going to have to go on back out of here. But don't forget, there is a Lord walking up on bottom and the big minion wave of Lord minions on the top. So they're starting to really ramp up that gold. From a 3K, 4K gold deficit, now YG are ahead.
Yep. And Ying can keep doing this, starting the final slash, and that is the magic trick that YG is good at, the disappearance of their targets. And there really isn't anything a glue can do. From this point onwards, every time you get caught like that, the gore is going to send you back to the fountain, no matter how tanky you are, because true damage does not care about your resistance. As Team 7 would just have to live with that fact. You either don't get caught, or you blow up Kaiser, before he can do some significant damage. Easier said than done though. 12 minutes in, YG are the one in control.
Yeah, YG absolutely in full in control of the driver's seat here. And Blink is heading the charge. Kaize, all he has to do is just stay back, wait for that moment to throw that Mystic Gush, and all is good for them. But it looks like they don't really want to go a little bit too obnoxious here with the aggression. They're going to be leaving the jungle for now and just repositioning the waves, which is honestly very smart. Now, for Team 7, you're absolutely right. They don't have that hold. The best hold they have actually is the Lantern Flare coming in from Shan. Other than that, it's just nothing, right? Like, if you have to pray for like someone to not have flicker if you're Tanpuk on the glue. But if that guy has flicker, you're dead. You're going down, right? And that's something that's so scary for Team 7. They have so much firepower, but people are just running away, especially now that more items are starting to be built by YG, so they're more durable. You can't one-shot them anymore. You can't like instant delete them, and that's becoming a big problem here for Team 7.
Indeed. And they're going to do that again onto Tanpuk. Tanpuk does get the grab on this time in the last second. Golden hour in the back line as Tanpuk still ends up going down and CK follows up. And the collapse from YG forces the rest of Team 7 to fall back. Sanji as well, fearless in his BMI forward. And just as the Lord spawns bottom 2, YG will turn to the objective.
Yeah, that is such an easy objective take here, especially now that Blink is super forward. He has control of that forward bush, so no one is going through without his permission. He says, "No ID, bro, no entry. If you're not our teammate, you're not going past it." And Blink just having so much more confidence on this Marcel as well, just giving him so much time to get that Lord. And we're 14 minutes in. This Lord is not going to be a joke, especially now that we have a solid lead being built for YG already.
It's gonna be a uphill battle for Team 7 from this point onwards. They have the tool. Well, they have the damage, but it's the tools that enables them to do the damage that is lacking, and there's no easy way around it. If they are the ones that make the first move, Blink can always stall it out with the golden hour. But if they want to run straight at the YG, again, they not only have to go to Blink, but you need to not get hit by a final slash, not get hit by a spatial migration, or just a bouncing Mystic projectile from Kaiser. So on top of the challenges that they already have to face, this second Lord is going to do some serious damage to the base.
Yeah, that Mystic projectile really can catch you off guard so often. Happened to me so many times. And now they have to deal with all that. Like, wait for the last CC. Big Violet Requiem already used up, and they're pushing in.
Yeah, and again, the golden hour allows for an easy connection with the spatial migration. Shan did not stand a chance there. And YG, despite a slightly underwhelming start, is now going to march into the base. And OP needs to somehow keep this alive. They got to clear out the midway first. The Blazing Duet also committed. And the Crystal dangerously low. They catch the Harif. And that's GG. YG takes game 1.
That was relatively quick if you think about it, considering that YG had to climb all the way back from a 4K deficit in the beginning of that game. YG is all smiles as you see them celebrating, and they just know that they had the big advantage there. They knew they had the win condition. All they had to do was wait.
Yep, all they had to do was to hit the item timings, and get the formula down, right? I think they came into this with a game plan. They did some limit testing, with the Quinn Arlet earlier on, and they realized that, okay, maybe this wasn't the best idea. We do need our damage dealers. They add the gore to the equation, and then they realized that we can just make the enemy tank disappear every time, and if we have a golden hour, we could do it. We could not only catch one guy off guard, but we can get a follow-up. Then after that, that's the only formula that they've been going. Golden hour, and then you just, set up for a freeze frame of the Guinevere diving in with the spatial migration. You see it coming, but there's no way to dodge it.
That's right. Spatial migration is just so difficult to actually dodge out of, and sometimes you forget there's also stacks on top of your head, right? If you don't get rid of those stacks, if you don't have Purify, you're a goner. You're instantly going to be knocked up, even if there is no knockup that hit you before that. So big MVP there is going to be Sanji. Did so much work, especially after minute 10 on that Claude. You just gotta commend this guy, man. He is so consistent in being able to activate right at the moment the team needs him to.
Yeah, and completely uncontested as well, right? Like Sanji, the entire game, the reason there wasn't anyone that could relatively touch him, and just the positioning was immaculate. Of course, enabled by the rest of his teammate. If you have such a tough front line to go through, and the Claw is gonna free hit you, day for day in, day out, and that was why both of us were slightly unsure about the Hilda and the Leomord pick. Like, on paper, they look like they could be good, but you do need a setup. You do need someone that can navigate around these fights in a more agile manner. Leomord is not it. Hilda, unfortunately, also doesn't solve the problem.
That's true. I mean, I could imagine them, right? We talked about this on the draft. All right, you have a good idea. This is a good idea to actually go and attack. You can invade very strongly with the Hilda. You are on a very good map as well. We're broken walls, right? You can go around everywhere. You can cut very, very quickly if you're Leomord or the Hilda, because these walls are broken. You can just walk right past them. But they didn't really maximize it that much. I think they played the glue a little bit more conservatively than I thought they would. So they got a good goal lead. They got 4K goal lead, but other than that, didn't really have much, right? Like their fight was just so spread out, and you know what? They could split up. YG could split up whatever they want. They can split 4 and 5 directions. they don't mind. They don't mind as long as they're actually they're keeping their gourd alive. They have the golden hour. You know what's so funny, Hus? Because I actually saw earlier, Kaize flickered into the golden hour. He was outside, he flickered in so he could be safe. So whatever you said, the one thing you said earlier, it actually came true. It happened. He used it as a stasis to keep himself alive.
Yep. They still ended up dying, but cool idea, right? Like it's quite a cool concept if you think about it. It did keep him safe for a bit longer, but when you look at the end game screen, right, most of the kills that Team 7 got was prior to the Lord fight. Once that Lord fight concluded and YG got a first taste of the full potential of this lineup, they never looked back. Team 7 never really got to fight YG in a fair manner again. The Arlet sees them, final slash, and that target disappears, right? You get caught up by a Han, you disappear. A random missile projectile hits you from 10 miles away, you die. It's just impossible for Team 7 to play an honest game against YG.
Yeah, if you want to play an honest game, you need to have crowd control. Honestly, you just need crowd control. I would love to see if they can maybe swap it out a little bit. That Hilda could have been like a Yuzhong, honestly. I just want to see something like that. If not the Yuzhong, someone with really, really big crowd control. Help me out here. What's a really good crowd control hero in the XP? Because that's exactly what they need. There you go. There you go. Exactly.
Right, it's like, I mean, some of the cult classics, right? Terizla, I think Alice was banned out, but Terizla, Alice, Arlet, you know, decent crowd control too, if it wasn't taken by YG. I think pretty much, yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Like, if you want, oh, I mean Sora as well, but even though it's not that popular anymore, yeah. But I think like if you just want to an honest, you know, an honest hero, Terizla is sort of always the way to go. It still will probably not survive against, you know, a Violet Requiem into a Mystic Gush, but it is reliable. He can get some snap engages in, and that's something that Team 7 was missing.
Yeah, man. We need those engages. If they had like one more layer of crowd control to deal with, maybe they could have made a case. Maybe they could have dealt with the Guinevere. Maybe they could have dealt with the with the gourd. Maybe they could have dove it properly if they had that one big snap crowd control, like we mentioned. So Team 7, as strong as they are in team fighting, especially in the first few minutes of the game, when the game goes longer, right? When you see a bigger picture, when you get a bigger sample size, it feels like that's just not the key. This kind of lineup will just keep running. Run, run, run. You're not hitting, you're running. And when you're running, you're not casting your skills. And that's a big problem, right? Everyone is, especially I feel bad for OP. Because everyone just walk out of the Zaman Force like nothing happened.
Yep, and not only that, for YG, once they, you know, stick onto you, you can't really shake them off, right? The Arlet can constantly chase you down, same as the Gwyn as well. The Marcel with the tracking shot can not only find you, but if his passive gets refreshed, you get frozen in place for half a second again. It's a never-ending cycle. Like the early game looked well for Team 7. They were punishing, you know, YG's ambitiousness, I guess. But again, when we reached that Lord fight in the mid game, there really was no going back once YG hit some of the item spikes.
Yeah, those item spikes really just, they couldn't really deal with it, especially in the later parts. Like we mentioned, you know what, Team 7, good job. You were winning. You were winning the early game. And again, I don't think they spotted out Sanji, the importance of Sanji in these team fights. Look at Sanji here, right? Like, people are not really focusing. CK's right next to him. He's not doing anything. So what was that about, right? Like, why are we so afraid of Sanji in this game? And again, I guess everyone was just super distracted and minding their own crowd control. But, man, the priority here for Team 7 is a little lackluster as well.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, maybe in CK's mind, he's like, Sanji's going to kill me if I 1v1 him, but I want to be around so that he doesn't harm my team, which honestly didn't make too much of a difference. We even saw him, like, attempting to force Kaiser out of his Mystic Gush. Like, he just full sense into the gourd, and not only did he not manage to cancel the Mystic Gush, then that's where we saw Kaiser kind of flicker into the on the golden hour, which I felt like probably didn't need to do so because the Hilda ran out of abilities. But either way, YG's draft just a bit more complete, a bit more covers more bases, allowing to get that game 1 over Team 7.
It kind of feels bad because it feels like a draft thing, right? It feels like a draft thing when they actually were playing well. If they had a different hero and they played like that, maybe Team 7 would have won. But again, it was a big draft game. At least, again, just like Series 1, it's just one draft, right? Like one pick that you change, and that lineup felt like it could have been perfect.
Yeah, I think maybe we should just revert back to the early series, like the Gore has to go, because it seems like most of the teams don't have an answer to the Gore. I know that Team 7 technically beat a Gore on Falcon's side, but this game 1, it didn't really seem like they were equipped to deal with it, right? Like if you're just relying on a Hilda to stop the Gore is going to ignore you, right? You need something more powerful. You need more than just one member, someone that can actually threaten the Gore. Unfortunately, Leomor is not it because Leomor is a bit too honest. He needs to first coin barbell and he needs to run at you, and Gore can see that coming. That's why I think the assassins, the Suyos, the Lancelot, heck, even the Hayabusa would have a better time dealing with these backline mages.
Man, that's high. I love that you brought that up. Those are the picks that we were talking about earlier, right? Those are the picks like, if this Haya came out, maybe this Suyo came out, but no, they stick with the Leomord. It's just off tempo. The tempo of that draft felt like it was a little bit off, despite working. I have to admit, it did work for like 8 minutes, 10 minutes, but the late game scaling and the crowd control usage was just not quite there. So I'm hoping that we see a bit of a change here later on, because I really want to see, at least, again, we don't want to sweep. I don't think anyone wants a sweep, right? Especially here in this one.
Yeah, not at all. I hope that we get more games, and again, it's for Team 7. They've been in this spot before, and now they have to sort of, I guess, go back to the drawing board, and just think about what to polish for the second game, because this one is going to be a long one, right? Like, it's not just a battle of mechanics or draft, it's also a battle of attrition. And the last thing you want is to run out of gas before the following games start, because that's where you lose. And for Team 7, if they've been through this, they just need to find a way to bounce back, especially in the mental department.
Yeah. Again, you don't want that to happen again. If you're talking about mental, look at these guys. Does that strike you as anything less, right? Like, if there's going to be a mental hit, it might be on Team 7, but YG, yep, they're very happy to just play like this. I actually talked to Coach Marvs. I talked to Coach Marvs last night. He said, "You know what? We're just praying, man." I said, "You know what? I have a good feeling about you guys' performance today." He says, "Nah, we're just praying, man. All I do is pray right now," and that's exactly what he is. And I think they are doing well. I think aside from praying, he has actually prepped his team very, very well, and they're in good spirits. They're able to bounce back even from like really bad situations. This is like the second time, right, in 2 days. They have bounced back from a game that felt like it should have been Team 7's twice in 2 days. So what does that say, right? What does that attack? What does that mean for Team 7 players? We'll have to find out, because again, if they want a chance to become the champions of MSL Myanmar, they need to have that comeback mindset. They need to have that hard mental.
Especially, I think, we compare like the quote-unquote recovery earlier to yesterday. It pales in comparison, right? Like, yesterday was the master class in playing from behind. So I think if you are YG, you know that if I could do that yesterday, just now, it was nothing. But if you're Team 7, you already gotten a taste of how far YG can actually push things, and to sort of experience it again definitely doesn't feel the best, but you just have to kind of take it on chin and just come in with a better plan. Again, like, whatever Team 7 is going through right now is exactly what they dealt to Falcon's Esports, right? It's just the recipient is different. It is now them who have to deal with such a tough opponent.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly the same. If I were them, I would, don't think about it too much, right? Don't get too aura'd here by YG. Just turn off the player names and then just play your game. And again, easier said than done. It feels like YG just really has it. That's really good mentality. They've got that champion aura that everyone is just really, really scared of. But if you're Team Seven, maybe think about the comeback you need to do. Think about your revenge arc, man. Think about the journey that you went through just to get here into another chance to give them a bit of a vengeance. And now we're heading into the draft.
Let's see if there's any deviations. The size remain the same. YG still gets blue side. Seven still gets red side. Kalea, Uranus, Harley. The Fanny was led in game 1 but wasn't picked at all. But man, the gourd, man, I think if YG picks the Marcel, you have to take the gourd away. You can't just give them the same thing. Either that or you give both and then you opt for heroes that actually have a setup, that actually have crowd control, that can provide you some backline access. Again, this is the same few heroes that we've already harped on for I think almost since the start of the broadcast. The Claw did get banned out, so it does raise the priority of the Harif.
Yeah, higher priority on Harif, but you know what has highest priority right now? It's that Marcel. Oh my goodness.
Oh man, do you take the goal? I feel like you have to, right? Like either that or you take away heroes that have set up. Like the Guinevere is a good choice. Fantastic flex. And you can turn the golden hour, against their own teammates if the conditions are right. So they take the Freya and what else? And the Gore. I guess it's okay at least to take the Gore out of the equation.
Yeah, I think removing the gourd out of the equation is prime. It is so good right now. Getting that Freya, again, just really, really strong heroes. I would like to see that. I would like to see this kind of maneuvers, honestly. So we might be able to just maybe get in a good position where we can find a counter against the XP. I think you want to lock in XP as soon as possible. If more XP picks get banned out, that might be a problem for YG. So go ahead and grab an XP now. I don't know who it will be, but looks like they will not. They will just go for Natsushin and, of course, the Harif that we mentioned. Really, really important in this matchup.
Okay. Natsushin Harif, okay. I didn't expect that at all, but I guess it's okay. Because I was thinking of, just like you, I was thinking of the XP as well, which will be the Arlet. I think the Arlet is okay, right? Someone with a setup
there
like
you
we've
go.
already seen. And they still have room for that if it doesn't get banned out in the second phase. But Team 7 right now need a strong laner. I think the Khalid is actually not bad. I think Khalid could actually be a good pick here.
Which again is honestly weird for me why Khalid doesn't get picked up. They get Granger first. What is that? That's so interesting for me. I don't think that was super duper rushed here. But I guess they didn't want to run the risk of losing their gold lanes, right? Maybe they think, hey bro, we need to get OP on a comfortable gold lane. Just get it, right? You don't want to be forced into Bruno. Maybe they don't want to be forced into weird picks like Leslie. Yeah, so Granger, you know what? Okay, go ahead. It's fine.
Yeah. Okay, so they get Granger. They banned the Arlet, which we sort of expected. If the Arlet doesn't get picked up, it's gonna get banned out in the second phase. Hayabusa banned out by YG. I think you might be looking at Suyo too. Suyo is always good to be considered. I think if you aren't planning on playing him, I think especially for 7, I think the Suyo looks like a very juicy pick there.
Suyo definitely looks like it can do some decent damage. Although YG might encounter a very similar proposition or very similar problem here where they might lack in crowd control here and they won't really have that frontline presence. So, yeah, Suyo here for 7 would be great, honestly. Just go ahead and pick it up. Unless, again, in this draft, I have to remind everyone, Fanny is open. I know it's weird, but it could come out as even just like a dedicated split pusher, you know? Alice on the XP. Man, 7's XP lane picks are so good so far, right? Every single pick is good, except for Granger.
Yeah. Except for Granger, yeah. I thought that. I honestly thought that it would be something else, but in the grand scheme of things, I can see the idea behind that. So I'll give it a pass, right? Let's see what they have in store. Now it's YG's turn. You want to dive? Terisla, Yuzong, they're decent ideas. Now that the Alice unfortunately went over to 7's side. If not, then the assassin, I guess I had Suyo or the Frederick is not bad, but the Benedetta, right? We actually floated this idea at the start of the day. Benedetta, fantastic. You don't have to play a normal lane. You clear fast, and then you're always a backline threat.
I like this. I like picks like this. Benedetta here is going to work wonders, I think. And it'll only be so much better here. And I like the Frederick because they do need that front line. It's a really good combo, right? With the Frederick and the Sushin. Usually very good at picking off targets, and maybe you can have that Harif go and drop the beat down. But now it's going to be the jungler question here for 7. What's the jungler going to be? And
Alice jungle.
It's Alice.
Yeah. Yep. We've seen this before.
We've seen this.
Alice jungle.
All right.
It's not going to be as straightforward, I think, as the earlier series. But you can pose some threats to, I guess, the Harif. Probably only the Harif feels slightly threatened. Wait a minute. It's Freya jungle.
All right, that kind of blew my mind. That is, I don't know. I don't know about
now.
This,
I'm
man.
unsure.
No, it's Alice.
Oh wait,
it's
no,
Alice.
it's okay.
It's Alice.
Also, I could
Right.
because when the overlay dropped, I still saw like CK with the Freya, and I was like, wait a minute. Okay, Alice jungle. Okay, not a problem. But Freya in the Benedetta, as long as Ying doesn't play the lane the traditional way, I think he should be fine.
All right, let's do it. Let's do it. We're going for a pretty interesting game here between YG and Team 7. I am just a little flabbergasted by the choices here for Team 7. But you know what, guys? I hope that I will be surprised. I really hope that I get caught here. And I hope that I'm wrong with everything I'm reading from Team 7's lineup. It's so chaotic, man. It's like my brain is just melting.
Again, like the teams, man. The teams, they always have, like their own ideas and what works and what not, what doesn't. But the fact that they still were able to come up with this kind of how do I put it? Like a curveball, right? But that's the fun thing about certain teams. Like they have these pocket picks, these picks that you usually don't see it working or you usually don't think about, and then they made it work. It works out a few times, and now you have to be on guard. We'll see if YG can deal with it.
Yeah, honestly, when you think about it, when on hindsight, by the way, since we did see the Freya alongside the Granger, we should have really expected it to be just like an XP Freya, right? What I didn't expect was like the Alice to be XP as well. And I think this is already very telegraphed in pick number 4. So yeah, I think the only thing they were lacking at that point is a roam. So man, my mind is blown here by 7. It completely like just threw me off. And I like that because if it did that to us, maybe it did that to YG as well. Maybe they're thrown off a little bit too. Now, the question is, can they actually execute that? We'll find out.
Yeah, they also have like the high-lows on Tanpok's end, right? Like, you are gonna take some serious punishment into a Dusin. Like Dusin is technically your worst enemy if you are any stationary tanks, like bulky immobile ones. But you do provide sort of like the instant stun, right? Although I don't think YG cares too much about getting controlled by the high-low since they're either mobile or keeps you at arm's length. But it is still a reliable frontline that Team 7 can work with.
Yeah, my biggest gripe, honestly, is the wave clear for YG. And let's see if they can do that right now, though. Big knock-up. For some reason, Kaize threw them backwards. I'm not sure what that was about. I guess trying to stay safe and just hope that no one dies before this big turtle fight, which they will do right now.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the Revitalize already used by Tanpok, so it's going to be even harder for them to contest, even though you have an Alice. But if you want to talk about long fights, both teams are pretty good at that. They get the stun and the engage. Wow, the chain was perfect from Xian. The max range Mystic Projectile. 2-man stun from Blink. Electro Final Blow from Ying as well. Looks for Tanpok, kills him off, and disengages perfectly. CK comes in with Descent of the Valkyries, and they praise this wrap for Han. Gets the turtle for himself. 7 seems like they still want more this time, looking for Blink, but it is Flying Clouds. So Kaiser back in the fight again. They gotta be careful as steam is running out. And Ying back into the backline again, looks for Jen, kills him off. This guy ducking in and out. The Benedetta joined by OP from 7 as they get a trade back.
That was a big trade back, honestly, but CK now in trouble. This Freya gonna go down here so quickly, and YG starting the lead very early with 1,000. They do see that Sean does land that back down because of the Flying Clouds. So Team 7, what a chain of unfortunate events. That was nasty.
Yeah, indeed it is. Again, Flying Clouds, especially in that early game fights, if the fight prolongs for too much, you get caught off guard by these re-entry into the fight. But I gotta say, Team 7, they got some nasty setup, right? Those max range magic projectile into a follow-up, Blink getting absolutely zapped to oblivion, and Zhen cross with the emote finds another kill there. But the Ying is going to be quite the problem. Not able to get the lift out on the Zhen as Tanpok bails him out. But a solo kill up top, Ying completely decimates CK.
Bro, you broke rule number 1, XP laners. You should not get solo killed in your lane. And that's a Freya, mind you. Apparently, the Vendetta is doing very, very good against it. Maybe that small amount of assists and kills really got him like a big advantage after that fight. And now Ying could go crazy if they don't check him.
And that's why, right? Like Vendetta, you can opt to not play a normal lane at all. You can eat a proxy because the Freya can't really stop you. But I think Ying, he got a hit and then just completely outplayed CK. Like CK wants to will at a target as a Freya, but Vendetta, you don't really get to stick on her, unless you have some really hard crowd control. So it's gonna be a lose-lose for CK anyways. We saw the play of Heptasis for Ying picked up. CK just got his golden staff. Tanpok throws out the highway as well. Almost trying to laser down Blink and Sanji. They both disengage. With Tan now in the fray too. This is gonna be a dragged out fight. Valkyries descend from CK into the middle. Another good retribution. It's Han that comes out on top. But Blink will zone at the backline. And the rest of YG goes to work. Ying slices Tanpok into oblivion. The actual final blow after the golden hour is great from YG. And they find 2 more kills, but they will get a triple kill for the Benedetta.
That was just absolute cinema, man. My mind blew up in that game. And I just love what I see. Did you see how well they split up that fight? I mean, they were at a solid advantage, but man, oh man, they created the advantage for their team. Han just so on point with the retribution, and right after that, they won every single fight that they chose.
Yeah, Blink splits up the backline with with the help of the Benedetta, and not only that, the golden hour setup into an Electro Final Blow, undodgeable. Now they're gonna threaten this top tier 1, forcing out the ult from Lucky. Lucky is gonna die because of that. The defensive wrap will finish him off. And CK can't do anything. Blink comes in, finds a 2-man crowd control. CK ends up going down, and now Xian is going to die as well. Does not have the flicker. Pick back up, drop back down. Slain by Kaize, and 3 more kills for YG.
That is not a good sign. If you were a Team 7 fan, you gotta cheer him on because right now, Team 7 could get bulldozed here. They could get steamrolled by YG with everything that's happening on the map. You do not want to see this kind of performance for Team 7, especially now that they're trying to clutch it. Luckily for Lucky, it will still be his purple with the orb, but that's only a small consolation prize. Everywhere on the map, everything is falling apart for Team 7.
Yeah, YG pillaging Team 7's territory. Every single footstep they take into the soil of 7 is just them raising the entire village down. And Team 7, they gotta find a way back. You can't contest objectives, that's for sure. You can't really protect your jungles. They could try to go for pickoffs, but if Blink is around, you really don't get to do that. Right, like this guy with a camera, he's taking evidence of you trying to commit crimes. You just getting away with it. So they are gonna lose the top tier 2 because of that. Sanji gets a free turret. Han steals the orange buff away. This is going from bad to worse for 7.
What happened there in that last one? That was a very odd, extremely play safe moment where they tried to save him and they used up so many resources just to preempt a non-fight. So I don't know what was happening there. Right now, OP is trying to struggle. He is actually trying to stay alive here. And yeah, this guy is, I don't know the stacks of this guy, but right now he is just not able to get those last hits as much as possible. So I'm assuming his bullets are just not that plentiful. Let's see if whether or not they can actually climb out of there. Right? It's 8,000 gold leads so far. And YG, I don't think they're going to stop anytime soon.
Yeah, if I'm YG, I feel so confident right now. I can do whatever I want, honestly, in the on the map. It's either that, I'll put on the pressure. Maybe I think the best case scenario, they get all the tier 2s, they turn to Lord, and they crack the base after that. Or if not, they could just wait for the Lord, because really, side lanes has already been, handled by Ying, and the CK is about to catch the Electro final blow in the face. Doesn't even need it. Not worthy of the Benedetta ult. And by the way, Rockhart, it's a 3k goalie in the XP lane for Ying.
3k, almost double. Almost double. That is insane if you think about it. This is a Freya, one of the most feared heroes in MLBB right now. When we're seeing this, it is just they're getting dismantled one by one. And they're not really able to do much about it, bro. And I think normally, I'd say don't contest the Lord here, but I think they have to. They have to do something desperate because how else? How else are they going to survive here?
Your guess is as good as mine. I want them to contest the Lord, but I don't think they have what it takes. This is not going to work out, CK. Maybe you can try, but no way. No way it's going to work out. That's going to be free Lord for YG. And the kicker is that there's no value out of that. And even worse, YG can continue to explore the map again. So it forces Team 7 to completely back off.
Almost 11k gold lead, more than the minutes of the game. That is just how crazy this is. And I think that will increase even more considering there are big minion waves, big Lord waves creeping up on the map as we speak. Now it's Ying on the split. Everyone else is just getting positioned around this Lord, trying to maximize it. There are holy defenses that they have to pop, but this might be very bad here for Team 7 if they do not play this correctly.
Get the lift out on the Tan Poke. Oh, the Hylos wants to get away. Again, Blink splits up the backline. Ying is in. That's the golden hour. The cores are trapped. They cannot help their teammates and only watch them die. YG kills off 3 of them. Valkyrie's Descent comes in. OP completely locked out of the fight by Kaizi and Blink. And the rest of YG, they're just going to work on the Crystal because why not? 10 minutes and 43 seconds of YG are halfway to Paris.
Halfway through 2 more games until the championship in the Paris slot. This is insanity here for YG. I have not seen that much dominance from this team the moment they started playoffs. This is probably their most dominant playoff game, save maybe for one game that we saw earlier today or earlier this week. But man, this is the YG that we are talking about. This is the YG that knows how to get things done.
Yeah, this is YG, ruthless, cold-blooded, ice in their veins, and just absolutely on point with every single move that they do. And unfortunately for Team 7, it's another game where they just couldn't find the right answers to YG's draft. You did say the Marcel is dangerous. They tried, right? They played against the Marcel twice, didn't work out. We said that they needed to get rid of the gourd. They did take the gourd, but they couldn't solve the Benedetta problem after that. I think the Granger and the Hylas were slightly weird, and the Alice Jungle has also failed them. They need a plan C, and it has to start with removing Marcel, man.
Remove the Marcel. I think we called it before the game struck. We were doing a pre-show, right? We called it right there and then. Just ban it out. Highly contested. I feel like the Marcel is just giving them such free wins here. That's the problem, right, brother? That's the problem with facing against YG. Team 7, they're already working on the problem that they saw in Game 1. And now here in Game 2, they're given a new problem. This Benedetta, I don't know if this was part of the planning, but so far Ying on this Benedetta has been just so disruptive.
Yeah, absolutely crushed it, right? We even saw a Paquito ban, I believe, from Team 7 that probably contributed to a Benedetta pickup. But this is just the tip of the iceberg. Like, we've seen deeper pools from YG side, and they haven't even dug into that. Maybe save for the Benedetta, but we know that they play heroes like the Helker Rome, like the Kaja in the Rome role. But Blink, he's been given the Marcel, so he doesn't even need to think too much of how much more creative he needed to get. You're given the Marcel, then YG just builds a draft that utilizes the Marcel.
Yeah, and if you can't deal with the Marcel, just ban it out. Come on, let's not overthink this, because this was a 10-minute and 43-second game. Man, oh man, everyone's just having a field day here on the side of YG, man. It's like, how do you even deal with this?
I don't know. I think, I have a mad respect that Kaiser still went for utility. I would have went Sky Piercer if I was snowballing this hard. But either way, like, it's I'm not. That's why we were not sure about this Granger. I think the craziest thing was the fact that they themselves banned out the Claude, but they didn't take the Harif. They went Freya Gourd. So that sort of, is a head scratcher there for Team 7.
The only reason I would think of that why they would do that is they're also afraid of YG picking up the Freya. That's the only thing. They're afraid of, like, Freya. They said, hey, in Game 1, the Gourd destroyed us. Let's pick up the Gourd. But they completely forgot about their gold laner. And now your gold laner, third pick Granger. Like, bro, really? I don't think that doesn't seem like the right call, right? I think we called it the moment you saw the Granger. It's like, are you sure you want to pick the Granger? But yeah, they already locked it in. So we don't really have much else to say about that. But the biggest thing is they just let the Marcel go. That is, like, for me, the singular thing that they can do to change their fate in this game. Ban out the Marcel, bro. Come on.
Yeah. Like, if you don't want to ban the Marcel, if you feel like it's not worth using a ban on, there are heroes that pressure the Marcel slightly better, right? Again, the Khalid is one of them. The Khalid is so good at pressuring the Marcel because you really just do not care what the Marcel does. You trade with him, you win. Another hero that does that is the Hilda, but we saw the problem that the Hilda sort of poses is where you don't really have reliable crowd control. So just try Khalid, man. Just try Khalid, someone that can ignore the Marcel in the early game and really, force him to prevent him from just walking into bushes, or alternatively, ban a hero. Like, force YG's pace, because YG, I don't think they're sweating just yet in the draft.
No, very far from sweating. They had the they had the audacity to pick up the Benedetta, right? So you know they're not worried in that draft. And yeah, aside from the Khalid, you can also just pick heroes like the Cho. Maybe go for something that can really disrupt the Golden Hour, disrupt that Marcel, or maybe just focus down the Marcel before it can do anything. Because right now, the Marcel is a big, big nuisance. I don't know how you deal with it
Yeah.
except for just taking it out right away, right? So maybe pick a lineup that can burst down the Marcel. I know, easier said than done, but it's possible. I've seen teams deal with the Marcel that way. So right now, it is going to be a 2-0 so far. And YG just looking so unstoppable in this series. I wonder if Team 7, how are they? How are their mental after this game number 2 loss? Right after that really vicious game 1. Game 1 is the closest game we've had so far, right? But here in game
Mm-hmm.
2, it was a literal steamroller.
Yeah, this is complete domination. Like, I think from the get go, you've already saw some of the cracks, and then when it started snowballing, when this Benedetta started participating in fights, and we see the possibilities of what you can do with a lineup that completely separates the battle lines, suddenly you realize that, man, there really wasn't a chance at all for Team 7 to fight back, even if they want to. So I agree with you. I don't know what's the best way of dealing with the Marcel aside from banning it, and unless Team 7 figure out an actual solution, I think you just don't take the risk, right? It's just way too much. This Marcel keeps bypassing your front line, runs to your back line, and just ults your carries. Like, there's no counterplay against it. You just don't kill him fast enough.
Yeah, there's literally no counterplay. Unless, again, you can find a way to burst them down, which in itself is already very difficult. And while you're bursting down and while you're targeting the Marcel, your teammates are probably dead already, right? So that's the thing, right? So you're trying to look for an opportunity to maybe deal with that. It's not going to come easy. So the best, easiest thing, ban it out. 3 words, ban Marcel. All right, that's 2 words. Ban Marcel.
Yeah.
There you go. Just that's the biggest help I can give here to Team 7 if they actually want to get a small chance of getting back here, because right now obviously your players' minds are probably scrambled as well, because imagine we're just watching, we're already like mind blown. What more the opposing team who is absorbing all this punishment?
Yeah, it's just getting beaten, right? Getting beaten, and it's like every time you try to fight back, they hit you back twofold, right? And it's gonna be tougher from this point onwards now that it happened like 2 games in a row. And this really starts to test Team 7. How deep, how much prep have they done, right? How deep can they go? Because if this is their best, I think it would be quite easy to call their grand finals already. So hopefully, if anything, start by the bans, ban the Marcel. I think the Gord isn't the biggest problem, even though he is still a big threat. But it goes back to the whole pick your poison, right? Like, which pill are you willing to take? And I think taking the Marcel pill, and letting it through the bans, is just a bit too much.
Yeah, that's the easiest pill to take, man. If you ban it out and you just try to focus on getting a really good maybe jungle, because you know what's so funny, man? I haven't seen like really good jungle priority from either teams. Like,
Right.
they don't want to prioritize the jungle as much. Where's the Harleys? Where's the Suyos in this matchup? It's a completely different meta from what I am I am programmed to see. I don't know how to say that, but in MPLPH it's always Harley, man. It's always the Suyos swapping out. Sometimes the Lucian will make an appearance. Obviously Marcel is a big priority there as well, but here I don't even see it get banned. Like, right, the Harley,
Yeah.
just you gotta use it.
Like you, like playing with like those bans, you get. It feels like there's so much more free picks, right? Like, wow, I want a Guinevere. I get a Guinevere. I want the Marcel. The Marcel is open. Like the Freya, the Harith. The only consistent ban I saw was the Harley. But I think you could even take a chance with the Harley as long as you ban out the Marcel, because it's such a big problem. Like, Hardy can go through, but then you have Suyo, you have the Leomord, but the fact that
Fanny, by
the
the way.
teams are and the Fanny, right? Like, but the fact that the teams
Yeah.
are leaving the jungle for like the 4th and 5th pick is kind of interesting in how the thought process is.
Yeah, it's kind of mind blowing, honestly. So I'm excited to see if there's any change that's gonna happen. But from the way that I'm seeing these two teams draft out, I don't see that changing, man. They're gonna try to go for the Marcel, then try to go for Gord and Tushin, like whatever trade that means, right? And then they're just gonna try to find good protectors for those mid laners. That's like that's been the game here, right? For the first free picks of the draft for both of these teams.
Yeah, it has been unfortunately quite a dead end if you are looking at Team 7. But right here, we see what the third map is gonna be. We are going to Flying Cloud, so it's same as map 2. Another game where if the fight drags on too long, then it's going to end up hurting a team more than it helps them. But it does help with, the map rotations and all, the early to mid games smoothen out. We'll see how the teams take advantage of that. Because if anything, yeah, the Marcel finally banned out. Thank you, Team 7.
All right, there you go. That's step 1. All right, that's only step 1. So now we need to deal with, very strong jungle picks. There you go, Harley ban, the Baksha ban. And now I think mid lane prio is going to be big on the Tushin and as well as the Gord again, like we mentioned earlier. Have we lost Gord on the draft so far? There's always a Gord, right? Since the start of the day. That's what it feels like for me. Always a
Yeah, I
Gord.
feel like-
All right, always a Gord.
I feel like Gord, yeah, it's just like always picked up. Has it been bad? I actually can't remember. I feel like we just kept seeing Gord. Like the constant are Gord and Marcel.
Yeah, and now one of those picks, the Marcel, is out. Phoveus banned out is a very good, what do you call that? It's a very good housekeeping. Remove the Phoveus, but now you have an opportunity to Freya for the YG. Let's see if they're gonna take it. Although I don't think they will from the past drafts, right? Game 1, game 2. They didn't get the Freya. They prioritized the Tsushin. All right.
Mm-hmm.
That's fair.
It's just a lot more reliable overall compared to the Freya. I mean, Freya has not won a single game today. Freya has been going on a
Since
lose
yesterday,
streak, man.
actually.
Since yesterday, oh boy.
Yeah.
And that hurts the Freya stocks. Now,
It does.
if you're Team 7, do you go Freya here? I feel like you're forced to, right? Or
You're forced to, because if they don't pick it up, I think YG will get it. You know what? I'm gonna be very honest. I feel like YG will get that Freya if you leave it open.
so take the Harith first. I'm okay
That's
with that.
better. That's
Yep.
good.
YG most likely would take Claude second, third, so can't really stop that. They take the Freya too. Again, right, very honest. They just review both their side lanes. Should be a Claude +1 for YG.
I wouldn't mind a Claude plus a Gatot, maybe, or a Hylos. Those are the things I'm thinking about right now. I think you just want to have one solid answer to the Freya. Hylos is always that guy, right? Gatot as well, if you can kind of just unbreakable the Freya into attacking you and making sure that your teammates are safe. Those are the picks. But now, I don't think they should rush a gold lane here. I think, yeah, Claude is absolutely fine. Oh, yeah, you're right. Claude and
Ooh.
Paquito. Come on, let's go.
All right, another Paquito Freya matchup. I was thinking the Claude and the Glue because it would be a good flex as well for YG. But sometimes I forget that Myanmar doesn't really do flex, right? They don't like to beat around the bushes. Maybe Team 7 every now and then with their Atlas, but aside from that, the team's pretty direct with what they want. Now we've got Team 7, the Hayabusa comes out. This is a hero that has been banned in the second phase multiple times. Not really popular in other regions, but in Myanmar, still hot commodity.
Oh, yeah, for sure. We've seen this in play-ins, right? I've seen multiple Hayabusa games from the play-in, so I think this is just 7 going back to their roots, going back to what's really, really good in Myanmar. And I think this is absolutely fine. I like it. I think they'll be able to do a lot of damage with this. I think they might be able to deal with the Claude because of this pick. And yeah, I think they can definitely go. That's a very strong start here for Team 7 so far. They just need a really solid roamer and a really solid, you know.
Yeah, both teams
No,
are
sorry, mid
still
lane.
looking
There you
for. Yeah,
I like that.
both
logo
teams are
so
still
far.
looking for
Sorry.
heroes that can what was that again? Have crowd control, right? Like so far, it's all just raw damage dealers. Frederick Gore banned out. Good choice there from both teams. I think maybe you can consider the. I think for 7, you probably consider like another jungler, maybe the Suyo, I guess, or you could ban out a roamer here, like a Blink Access roamer. I was thinking either Kaja or Helker, but yeah, it works.
That's fine. That's fine. I like it. Although I think a tanky roamer would be great. Oh, I love that Selena mid ban, bro. That's exactly what they need. Yeah. Now possible mid lane pick here.
Still a couple of good options left. I think. Ooh, against Claude Park. I mean, Yves doesn't feel that good. I mean, Zetian, I guess. Man, if only she's still a Kagura meta, that would have been a decent option.
Oh yeah, yeah, unlikely. I think Lilia will have higher priority for mid lane if ever. Like Lilia surviving would be good. I don't know if they're gonna Valier or if they want to Valier on this one, but it's gonna be a
Whoa.
classic Farsa pick at least for now.
Again, just full on damage. No crowd control, right? I kill you first, I win the fight. YG, they have Rome, Khalid, Gwyn, Cho, Kaja. A lot of good choices. Here comes the Glint and the Atlas. Oh, baby.
All right. I don't know if YG is going to win, but one thing's for sure, I know they're going to have a lot of fun with this lineup. This is insanity. The amount of crowd control this lineup has is just through the roof. So it's going to be a bit difficult, especially for this Freya to actually go bananas like he usually does. You can still expect that Freya to go vengeance and just try to to jump in the middle of the YG lineup. Imagine, right? Imagine a Freya jumping into that lineup. That's bad. That's very bad.
Yeah, and oh man, what roamer can 7 pick for this? I can't think of a good one. They go for the Hilda again, but I'm not sure about this Chief. I don't think the Hilda can do much, honestly.
I might have actually liked the maybe Kaja. I don't know, but I think they're thinking about their durability against the Atlas. Definitely will be able to survive a Fatal Links. It will also be able to survive like a jump from the Guinevere, but other than that, you don't really have that many crowd control options. And you know what I noticed about Team 7's drafting, especially in this later part, they're focusing more on surviving, a lot less on being proactive. I want them to be proactive. I would have even liked the Franco better here in this game, to be honest, but no. Just something that can allow you to be proactive. Just like in the previous games, brother, Husky, zero crowd control. Almost zero crowd control here for 7.
Yeah, it's actually scary. As a Team 7 fan, right? Like, man, zero crowd control. There's so much restrictions that you have to play with. This one, I'm definitely leaning towards YG just based off of the draft, but we'll see if Team 7 can prove us wrong. Game 3, Flying Clouds. Both teams, again, still remain on the same side, so we get YG Blue and 7 Red.
There you go. So we are on game number 3. I am expecting some really hot action, especially right now in the bottom part of the map. I think if you are YG, you want to be able to focus down on either Farsa or that Freya and try to just eke out an advantage from there. If you want to use your firepower, you want to use it on like less mobile heroes. if you're 7, maybe look for that Claude. That's going to be a big pickup if they get that kill, but looks like it's going to be a no-go. And from there, YG might be able to do something about this.
I like the switch up there from 7, right? Like they pressure the lane, they know they have a winning lane, and they call for early level 2 gank. Didn't result in a kill, which is unfortunate, but at least they force out a reaction from YG, and that allows Tan Puk to open up the map a little bit. But just like before, you always have to be careful of the Atlas and the Guinevere, which is something that YG can easily use to set up for pickoffs.
Yeah, I'm expecting a lot of really strong pickoffs here. So let's go ahead and see if they can just survive. Right now, there is firepower with 7, right? Their early game firepower is actually very high, especially after Sean gets that feathered airstrike. So waiting for that to happen. And now we have a Lord fight, possibly. I don't think they're going to want to let this go. Depending on where Han is looking like he does not want to show himself quite yet.
Yeah, it feels like a free turtle there for 7. Get the shadow in, but no kill angle. Completely fine there. This is one of the slowest games we've had this series, surprisingly. Very little action happening. Han almost catching the Farsa. Will be spotted out, but able to dash away. Not a problem there. Flicker forward from Town Pool, but out of range as well. Couldn't jump onto the Gwyn. And that would be a disengage there.
Yeah, that was really scary. They could have actually gotten picked off there if only the Atlas had like level 4. But luckily for Team 7, they can get away with doing stuff like that. Because again, a lot of these players don't really have level 4 in that moment. So small moments where 7 is actually just limit testing, right? They're trying to test how far they can push YG, how much they can actually exert before they get punished. And looks like they were able to find like that small range. As long as the Atlas is not there, as long as the Atlas doesn't have ulti, I think they can fight properly here. Blink might be in trouble. Getting chased by OP.
No.
Will be able to survive at the very end of that.
Oh man, that was unfortunate. That look should have been a first blood angle, but it is what it is, right? Like Team 7, they would have to accept that. But hey, at least they didn't really lose anything. They didn't really lose anything in the process. And again, YG wasn't able to find a way to punish them. So silver lining for Team 7, they're still keeping it even.
Yeah, that's a big silver lining, to be honest, for Team 7. At least almost a 1,000 goal lead. But I think that is to be expected, right? All of the hitters from YG just need so much items. You have the Claude, you have the Paquito, who needs at least 2 items to get going. Now the Golden Staff is already locked in for CK. That just might mean that we would see the Freya maybe do more damage. Maybe we can see the Freya just take more fights. But that's a problem, right? You can take your fight, you can hit your normal attacks, but you don't really have that much crowd control. Let's see if that might be a problem later on.
Yeah. See, second turtle now on the board. They do find Tan Puk. Not going to commit any crowd control just yet. Feather airstrike as a response. They get the lift off. Feather airstrike, flicker forward. Blink does get picked off. And that would be first blood for the Hayabusa. 7 turns to the turtle. Now CK gets to do his zoning job. Looking way better for Team 7 compared to the past 2 games. They want to go for CK. Green Valkyrie is sent to deny the knockup. And now CK goes in with the help of Lucky. He finds his second and a turtle for 7.
Finally, things are turning around here for Team 7. Getting a solid turtle, 2 turtles actually, and kills going over to them. Again, just gripping that early game, just like in game number 1. We've already seen this happen. They are capable of outputting so much damage, but will they be able to die properly is the big question. YG is not going to be able to survive that. Ying goes down without a fight, especially under the shadow kill, but looks like there's going to be a little bit of a revenge here. Shut down for Han here on that Hayabusa.
Oh, that is unlucky. You go on a killing spree and then you instantly give a shutdown to the enemy jungler, which, you know, is always ill-advised. But it is what it is. And I mean, at least Han goes down again afterwards, right? It's going to be CK that picks up that kill. So bottom tier 1 goes down. The snowball slowly happening for 7.
Yeah, that was very good. They got a pretty solid take on that turret. Big goal going over Team 7 because of that. And I think we're slowly seeing the weakness of Han on the Guinevere here. He has been struggling to stay alive in these last few fights.
And even the Zaman Force is laid out in the top lane as Team 7 makes that rotation to provide extra pressure. Feather airstrike into a Hilda roam. That is another kill onto Blink. And this is exactly what we want to see from Team 7, right? That early game prowess with a draft that, because of the lack of crowd control, needs to go fast and get a snowball. They're accomplishing it so far.
They're accomplishing it in a very strong manner here. Right now, all that firepower, they're able to use it properly to channel themselves into these turtle fights. And you know what? YG can't really resist. They're having a hard time just surviving, to be honest. So at this point, I think we are gonna have to go back to that drawing board here for YG. They might just have to do exactly what they did in game number 1, which is just to make sure that Sanji gets the items, make sure Sanji doesn't die. And yeah, that just means babysitting, Judy, right? Like for this squad.
Yep. And of course, there always is a way back. If they can get a good setup, they can definitely find a way back into the game. The setup, unfortunately, cancelled. Now Han realizes that he can't really commit onto that. Blink eats the whole shallow kill. Still able to get away, but Han also lucky as CK completely just wails onto him. Another kill for Team 7.
Han is slowly bleeding resources. You're getting beaten down by this Freya. And I think finally Team 7, right, are able to find that momentum. They're finding this beat that that they really need to do to put a dent into the economy. And if they win the economy here against Team 7, they should have a good chance of just bursting down people. This combo, this lineup here is built to burst. They're going to get collapsed on here. Here comes YG going for the punchback. Blazing duet by Sanji, but not really doing that much in terms of damage. And now they will lose out on a few members. They will get the kill on Tanpuk, though. It's a 1-for-1 so far for both of our roamers.
Yep. And I think Blink had the right idea, but died before the Fatal Links like fully went off. But still, the Golden Staff picked up by Sanji. They didn't really bleed too much gold in that process. So all things considered, not too bad for YG, considering their current circumstances. But we talked about this draft from YG. If Team 7 blew all of their ultimates and doesn't win big enough, YG can hit back, for sure. And just now, that's exactly what they try to do.
For me, it's more of like, you know what? If Han doesn't die, because honestly, Han's been dying nonstop in these last few fights. So I wonder if they can actually do that and maintain their momentum. If they just can keep their members alive here, let's see if that's gonna happen here. They are circling around this Lord right now.
Instant dive onto Han. Forces his Riot Requiem out as well. Blink trying to look for Jen, but gets his Flicker out instead without having to use his. 5 seconds for the Atlas. Flicker. The Lord still fairly healthy. It's not going to be easy for Team 7 to rush this Lord down. And now Flicker in from Blink, trying to look for a target. Lucky forced into his out form immediately. They're going to blow him up again.
Ooh.
The Paquito comes through big. Blink will be chopped in half. But that is good for YG as they just took down the jungler of Team 7.
That's actually massive. That's 20 seconds. No jungler with a Lord right in front of you. And now no ultimates as well. Blazing duet cast already by... Oh my goodness, no way. They find it again.
Again, Rockhard. They are just so good at these counter engages. We literally just said if Team 7 blows the spell without much profit, they're gonna get turned on. And that's exactly what happened. CK gonna try and will on Han. Will get him, but at the cost of his life. This is not worth it if you're Team 7. Tanpuk trying to run away. Kaiser ran out of mana. Lucky comes in with the shadow kill, but cannot finish off the Lord. YG just gonna let it reset.
Yeah, I think they don't really have a choice. They have to reset this because the retribution is close by, but they're gonna go for a fight instead. And I think this will be a problem here for YG. They are low on HP, and that's a huge knock up here. Lord goes over to 7, and they do an almost wipeout in this game.
And that one was the first major, I think, error from YG. They just overstayed their welcome. The idea was correct, but they didn't have the resources, right? Especially after Hunt went down, you sort of lack like big crowd control, and unfortunately for the Atlas, without the flicker, slightly harder to pose a threat. This is going to be the first big lead that Team 7 will get for themselves, and let's see how much damage they can do.
Yeah, I think they're doing a lot of damage. Team 7 finally in the groove. They find that opening, and I think YG might have just overstayed their welcome in that last Lord fight, where it might have been actually wiser for them to just back off, man. I mean, just let it reset, since they don't really have their own jungler anyway. So at this point, it is going to be a lucky shot. They were trying to go for a lucky shot. Maybe they thought 7 would back off completely. But 7, they are holding on for dear life.
Yeah, they truly are. When you look at this, it's a replay. And not to mention, because this Lord was never fully de-aggro, so he basically stacked out the passive to max. So this Lord was doing like true damage with every swing. So that Lord was the adjudicator, you know, like he was damaging everyone with true damage at fixed intervals, making it even harder. But I mean, even then, right, like this goal lead for Team 7 can be easily submitted if YG finds just another good engage like they have done previously.
Yeah, so it's all about finding that way, finding the opportunity to get back into this by just prolonging the game, honestly. Because item-wise, it feels like both of our goal laners are ready to go. I think, oh, look at that. They're starting to build the Malefic Gun, I think, for Sanji. So that's extremely aggressive instead of going for like a Wind of Nature or something.
That is, I think he's very confident that Lucky won't be able to catch him, but you also have to still be aware of the Feather Airstrike, right? You don't want to get blasted by this Farsa, which could kill you with 2 shots. Maybe that's what the flicker is for. We've seen Sanji be very, very patient with his Clot, and if he can do it again, then he is going to be what becomes the undoing of Team 7, who currently now have the control of the map.
Yeah, they got pretty good control, I think. They've got like a solid 5,000 gold lead. They still have a lot of their towers alive. They've also got the Lord advantage here for sure. I don't think YG will want to extend so far just because Sanji doesn't have all the items quite yet. And Blink in this game is just so squishy, man. He's not as squishy as I thought we would see a Atlas here. Looks like they're going to try to scout it out. Oh, they're not completely giving it away, huh? They want to contest here.
Yeah, I think that's a smart choice, right? You have a fight. Oh, Blink actually gets stunned when he tried to go for the engage. That is huge. If you are 7, you just prevented catastrophe. But they're gonna look for Tanpuk. They bring him low. The dive in. Blink now. Fatal links. They get the cash. Then disappears. Tanpuk jumps on the Sanji, but Sanji BMI's out to safety. But CK though, there's no answer to him. He is wailing away, looking for Kaiser. The liftoff will keep him safe for now. Ah, the flicker Tanpuk on the wrong target. And now Sanji comes back in, kills him off. A bit of a minor error there from the Hilda. But in the grand scheme of things, 7 still finds the win. And they will now get the Lord.
All right, that's a very forgivable error, especially if you guys get this Lord right here, which is absolutely stonks for Team 7. They needed this. They needed that big swing. Lucky, able to actually dodge and dive inside that big forced fatal links coming in from Blink. And you know what? They're very happy to just take this. They're happy to just let it maneuver, let him simmer. And you're right. Blink getting stunned there was the most unfortunate moment here for YG. I think they feel like they have a good chance to make an entrance, but they were completely flabbergasted out of nowhere by what seems like a completely random stun.
Yeah, that was their way back into the game. Like if he didn't get stunned on that timing, he would have gotten like a good fatal links to bring the team back. But it is what it is, right? You just gotta live with that moment and see if they can still hold on. I think there is a good chance that they have what it takes, but it's gonna come at a huge cost. Feather Airstrike used Blink, not able to find a way to cancel that Feather Airstrike. but they should have the resources to at least deal with the lore. The top and bottom wave have been pushed out, so YG have some space to deal with this push.
Yeah, I can tell that Seven wants to finish this soon. They want to be able to end because they know that there's like a ticking time bomb here in the form of Sanji right now on the Claude. So they're trying their very best to break these inhibitor turrets down, try to open up the base of YG, maybe open it up for maybe a surprise conceal later on. I'm not sure if they can do that, but right now it is looking very dire for YG. Gold lead is slowly being met here by our XP, our side laners, our golden XP, but it's a pretty far distinction between mid, jungle, and roam here. So most of that gold is on the side of the Haya. It's on that Farsa. They're gonna hit like a truck. And the question for YG is, how do you deal with that now? It's a 7.2k gold lead, and there's gonna be 55 seconds on the next Lord.
Yeah, this is the longest game we've had so far in the grand finals, and the biggest goal lead that Seven has gotten over YG in quite some time. Barring yesterday, it's the same situation as yesterday, right? They took down 2 other 3 inhibitors from YG side. They have a massive gold lead, and they are set for success. And now it's about finishing the job, which is going to be the scary part. Because YG now, they go for the conceal. Oh, they found Zen. Are they going to catch him? The flicker forward. Zen, good flicker as a response. He gets out. And now YG will have to slowly fall back. There is going to be CK from the wings as well. Blink might have to be sacrificed to immortality. Will only buy some time, but there's no way out of this. Oh, Lucky catches the Claude without the Winds of Nature. And that's 2 dead for YG.
That's what I'm talking about. You need that Wind of Nature if you want to survive. Lucky, if you want to blazing duet your way into this one. And now with 2 members of YG gone, 7 are looking like they can go for this take. And they do not have the minions for now, but they will be here soon.
Yeah, there's still the Sky Piercer for Lucky. They have to be careful though. A good attempt from YG, but 7 finally draws blood in the grand finals. And not gonna go quietly into the night with a 0-4 scoreline. And YG, it's time for them to step back up.
We finally have a series, ladies and gentlemen. It is gonna be Team 7 on the board here. And I have to say, they look very, very good in that last one. Again, despite the lack of crowd control, the heavy reliance on a strong engagement here, the Hayabusa completely turned that game around.
Yeah, the Hayabusa, the Farsa too, just long-range artillery, right? Like if we can't fight them head-on, let's just whittle them down before the true fight even begins. Series of unfortunate moment, man. Blink has some good ideas. Gets stunned up at the Lord Pit before he gets his engage off. And then Zen with a good dodge in the final fight. Because I think if he got caught, he goes down. That would have been completely different. That would have been a comeback angle for YG. But Team 7 not willing to let it happen. And they are able to edge out in that fight. And give us at least 5 games in this BO7.
Yeah, Team 7 really found found their momentum. They followed rule number 1 in this matchup, which is to ban the Marcel. And you know what? They're heavily rewarded for it, right? This is exactly what I was expecting from Team 7 at the beginning of this game. And I like what I saw when they started really pivoting into like really strong heroes like the Freya. Now, the big problem is, of course, my big gripe with that lineup was it didn't really have that much crowd control. So many heroes they have just rely so much on like making sure that your opponent doesn't run away. But I guess that's the thing, right, Husky? It's like they already know that they don't need to force them to fight because they know that YG will always fight. It's like they know they're very aggressive. So why do we need crowd control if we can just throw it in? They're just gonna fight us anyway. So I like what they did there. A little bit of adjustment, a little bit of knowing your opponent as well. So big props there for Team 7. We're able to read YG like a book and basically punish Han and Blink so much in that game.
Yeah, and then they had the right idea. This is one of the games that I personally, I say I prefer the draft of YG because it just feels more all-rounded. But, mad props to Team 7 for having a response to that, right? Just, again, being a lot more, I think having the foresight, having the right foresight really gave them the edge that they need, and allowing, OP to really go off on this Harif 3-0-9, untouched the entire game. And not to mention, lucky as well on the Hayabusa, like you said, big contributor to their win.
Yeah, it's a big win because I feel like if the Haya wasn't like if that was a Suyo, that would have been easily killed by heroes like the Atlas. Would have been easy to pick him up, and mind you, they were getting hunted. Like that Hayabusa was still getting hunted by a Blink. Blink was trying to catch him off guard so many times, but because he was a Hayabusa, because he had Shadow Kill, they were able to survive longer as much as they needed just to make sure they could reset back into a game number 4. So yeah, game 4 is going to be very spicy for me. It feels like Team 7 have found the momentum they need. It feels like they found the rhythm in the draft. I still think they could have used more crowd control in that draft, but you know what? They made it work. For some reason, they didn't need crowd control since YG was always slamming into them over and over again, right? So as long as you have enough firepower and you got that early game advantage, you're already good.
Yep, and it's pretty convenient, if the enemy runs into you like that. I think, right now, if I am YG, I probably won't be too hung up on the draft. I think there wasn't too much problem with that. Maybe just clean up a bit of that execution. But if I'm 7, that is gonna be some restoration to their confidence, right? Like, okay, we have a draft that doesn't really need too much setup, and more so we just play those in and out, right? We play those hit and run type of play style, and that's something that they may work. And I want to see if they're gonna push it further in game 4 now that they've kind of figured out the recipe.
Yeah, I think this is a recipe, right? Like if you're YG here, you're thinking you might overthink. If you're not careful, it's very easy to overthink that. But I absolutely agree with what you said. I feel like this lineup is good. I like it. I would have run it if I was a coach and I was running a lineup like that. I'd be happy. I'd be happy with the draft, bro. But yeah, but as long as if you're YG, I think the best key here is to just not overthink it. You got a pretty decent lineup. There's just a lot of slip ups. There were some opportunities there for sure for improvement, but it's not completely a wash. So don't spiral into like a really uncontrollable scenario, right? So just try to draft very similar. You should be fine. I think if you're YG, you have to just accept that your Marcel is gonna get banned for the rest of the series. So make your adjustments from there.
Yeah, I mean, like getting away with Marcel for 2 games in a row is I feel like it's 2 games too much, right? Oh, it would be a bit more on the lenient side. 1 game too much, right? Should have came in game 2, but hey, that's the beauty of a best of 7, right? You get to give it 2 tries before you really pull the plug on it. But 17-7, a dominant win for Team 7 over YG, and this is also sort of the first time in a long time that they were able to even take a game off of YG. That has to be motivating.
I mean, that's true. I mean, that just gave you like a proof of concept, right? That's what they're looking for. All they need is 1 win. So they can put it in their minds that, hey, bro, we can actually win this as long as you stick together, as long as you stick to the plan. They can. It's a proof of concept that they're not unbeatable. They're not gods, right? They're just human. We can actually get a win. We can actually give them a hard time on this game, and as long as we can close it out quickly, we recognize our win conditions, we can get the dub. And I think the biggest win condition here for YG for Team 7 was don't let Sanji farm and catch him if you can. And as long as they do that, they were in a good spot, man. They like as long as they could, they stopped Sanji. By the way, I really don't agree with like going Malefic Gun immediately. Might as well just for Winter Crown first, so you can do more damage with your Blazing Duet. I feel like that would have been it, man. And you can able to just Blazing Duet Winter Crown into a team fight. That's what I was looking for Sanji. I think he just went a little bit too aggressive with the itemization. All damage items, no survival is not good. The, you can
I
can
agree.
go that way if Blink was in a good position, but Blink was just getting beat up, bro.
Yep, I agree. I think it's just a bit too ambitious, right? Like again, like if they had just had the winds of nature, Sanji would have been able to do a lot more. But you know, it's these minor errors that kind of cost you some of the possibilities, right? Those opportunities to come back into the game. But again, if you're YG, it's like, okay, bit whoop, we dropped the game. It was unfortunate, but they are still the team in the lead. They are still the team that is closer to Paris than Team 7. So if anything, I think for YG, just let it be, just let the game go, come back in with the same idea in game 4 and see if 7 can replicate the same success. And if they do, then it means we got a heck of a finals.
That's true. I mean, wait for them to be able to do it again. Because if they do it again, and then that's when you change it up, right? But if they can't replicate it, I think you just stick the course. You just keep doing that and just think about it like a fluke. If you're thinking about changing your draft, don't do it yet. Keep going this direction. Maybe the execution was just a little off. Which, to be fair, I will be honest, there was a lot of execution errors in that early game, especially around the jungle about Han and Blink. Yeah, they were punished very hard by this lineup. I don't know if it's just because of the comp, right? Maybe it's because there's a Hilda and everything. Maybe it was hard to jungle if you're Han, but for one thing's for sure, it was not a perfect YG game.
Yeah, not at all. I think YG, they definitely had some weird moments, or more so like moments like these, right? Like they would, like you said, they are constantly running into a Team 7, and a lot of times they try to force these engages, but yeah, you have to pay some respect to Team 7, who has a draft that could easily punish you. I think Lucky went for first item Sky Piercer, so he's even more deadly. They were able to find a shutdown here, but afterwards, Team 7, the way that they fought back, especially with this far side as well, just caused so much problem. And unfortunately for Blink, he just never really got the chance to get his fatal and effective fatal links off, just because he walks up, they burst him down, and then he has to back off.
Yeah, man. I could feel that Blink was trying very, very hard to make an engage happen, but he was just so squishy. The squishiest Atlas I've seen in a long time, to be honest. He did not have the license to actually go for these weird dives, especially since there is Tanpok, right? Tanpok was on the Hilda. He was just harassing him nonstop, and like right there, right on cue, just get that kill. And you get axed into the head. Your Atlas is just super duper low HP. You don't have the confidence to pull off these miracle sets. You don't have that, right? So yeah, take 2 here for YG. I think it was more execution problem, to be honest, than the draft problem. And maybe something can change later on.
And I think this Lord fight as well, where YG, they saw a way back, but unfortunately they overstayed and then ended up losing out. This was the one, I think, where Blink got hit by just one of the most random stunts and cancel out his engage. And then afterwards, right, they still were able to hold on to the Lord. They lost like 2 inhibs, and they also this awkward moment from the Hilda, which is in the grand scheme of things inconsequential, but it was this moment where Xian dodges the engage, and then the shadow sticking onto Sanji of all people. Like his whole team was running away, and he somehow ended up in the front line and got hit by the worst possible spell.
It's like, YG's RNG in this game was just so off. Like people getting hit by Lord stuns, people getting hit by a shadow out of nowhere. It's so unfortunate. But if those things didn't happen, right? Maybe this would have been a more even game. Maybe they would have been able to fight back. But this only cements what we mentioned earlier, right? Don't change too much of what you're doing if you're YG. Just go ahead and take it. Just go ahead and take that fight. Go ahead and take the lineup that you think will work, because I think this lineup is pretty good. This composition is very good. Don't overthink it and just play into it like you normally would. And I think the RNG will kind of equalize or even out at the end of the day, right?
Yep. There are just some games where, the game doesn't want you to win. No matter what you do, the game just does not want you win. You want a last hit, no last hits for you, right? Like you want to get the Lord. Some for some reason the Lord resets out of nowhere. It's just one of those moments that really tests you, but it's not indicative of anything major in the grand scheme of things. YG, now I want to see how they kind of adapt to this, right? Like how do they bounce back from that loss where things really just don't go their way?
I mean, that's good. That's a fair question. I think what do you do if you're YG? Like, I know we've seen them already lose a game. I think in play-ins. I think that they had a 5-game series where they had to run free too. So, again, they're not immortal. They're not gods, right? So we'll have to wait and see if they can kind of find a way to deal with that. But for now, it will be, of course, Team 7. Just go ahead and enjoy that victory and ingrain that in your mind. Ingrain in your mind that you're fine. You're fine here in this series. You have your own gameplay style. You have your own technique. Just go ahead and execute that, and you can actually get wins from YG.
Yep, and let's see. We're gonna go into the random map again. So far, we've had 1 broken wall and 2 flying cloud maps. See if it's gonna be any different as we head into game number 4. I would like to see expanding rivers, but guess that we'll have to wait. Go to broken walls one more time.
Yeah, broken walls again. You can expect Freya to be very, very big in this game. You can also expect just a lot of crazy Lord fighting heroes, just like the Fredrin, who like that open area so you can contest. Baksha is probably on the chopping board as well. Maybe ban it out, maybe just give it like an opportunity to shine. But the Freya right now, I feel like can be more of an option, right? It's more of an open option now.
Yeah.
Speaking of
the Freya, Freya, you get the Harif. I mean, both teams still on the same side, by the way. So the Harif comes out. The Gourd is still open. I wonder if they want to go for that.
All right. So Gourd is going to be the big thing. Gourd getting picked here would be massive, honestly. I think they should pick it up. Double magic. Oh, wait a second. What do you mean, Gourd? What do you mean? All right.
So they go straight for the Selena, huh?
All right. I mean, something.
This could be something, yeah. It completely changes the dynamics of the game, huh?
Yeah, I think the stuns are going to be so crucial, especially if you're continuing. This gives you more room for error, this gives you less room for error. If you get a stun into a Freya, for example, into a retreating Zushin, maybe you can get more pickoffs because of that. To be honest, the glue is pretty good, especially against the Hayabusa. I think they kind of already figured, I think they will redo the Hayabusa. You know what? Let's go ahead and pick up a glue that should do very well against that hero.
Yep. And this lineup is a variation of sort of like the lineup we saw from 7 against Falcons. The very sticky kind of lineup, right? Like once they get onto you, it's very hard to shake them off. You just have to either win the fight or outlast them, which, man, it's quite possible to outlast Glue, Tusin, and Freya. So that means that early game pressure is going to be huge from YG. Especially if like they get a decent lead, you can't expect an invade to happen.
And I think they're removing the invades already. Like if they're removing the invade potential, Fredrin and Hilda are all of the table. I love the Fredrin ban. I would expect another jungle ban maybe, just to even it out. I mean, most junglers are already down for the count. No Harley, no Uranus. Suyo is being forced here by 7. I don't know if I want to ride into that. But for now, it feels like a roamer ban would be very much warranted for YG.
Yeah. I I think yeah they banned the Claude as well, so you take away sort of like the usual pick for Sanji. I think if that's the case, what is this left? The Paquito gets banned out here. What else is there? I mean, unless they play a Benedetta, but it's
Yeah.
Moskov. Yeah, Moskov YG
Yeah,
would be
Moskov.
okay. Yeah, I don't mind that actually.
I don't want like a full-on team fight configuration. I think I want to have some split push. You know what I mean? If you go full team fight, you only limit yourself to that win condition. So if you get a Moscow, it's pretty good. I love the Cho, man. Cho's so good on this one. Can really stop that Freya if it gets too nasty. And you can also do pickoffs against Zushin.
You force them to take the Purified too, and the Arlet as a response. So that's going to be a glue roam, and that's what we talked about, right? Like these long series, the longer it goes on, the deeper the pockets we get to see, and it really starts testing these players. Like I can't believe we had to wait 4 games for the Suyo to even get picked. By the way,
I know 4 games. Like in MPLPH, that's like unheard of, to be honest. So we're gonna see here a pretty solid lineup. Alice getting locked in as well. So very spicy overall. Look at the lineups, man. Almost all of them have offensive capabilities. This could be a very, very fast game going either way.
yeah, I feel like if like in any other region, if like we had to like not picking up Suyo is like actually a crime, you know, like so hey, we got what we wanted. We get a more traditional game. This is gonna be a true test. We start to go down the rabbit hole of how far these teams can push themselves. So let's see. Both teams are still going to remain on the same side. We still go to broken walls, unfortunately. I really want to expand in rivers if we can, but no, this is what we get for now. Game number 4 underway.
Yeah, for here in game number 4, we've already seen, right, the proof of concept for Team 7. They could get a win against YG, but now can they keep it up? Let's find out here in game number 4. Now, Team 7, obviously the Selena mid accelerates the game even further, especially for Hayabusa picks. Usually when you get stunned by an Abyssal Arrow, the Hayabusa can usually follow up very quickly to that, which could lead to more kills on side Team 7. And for now, Team 7 said, you know what? We can use a Suyo. Let's go ahead and try it out. Han has been stuck in Guinevere duty like for a few games now. So maybe this time, this will be a good opening for Han to really show off his skill, show off his micro against Team 7.
Because the mid prio should go over the YG. As Selena, not really the best at clearing out the wave. But I am curious, right? Like, this is the first time in quite a long time that we see that Freya gold lane as well. So we're looking at basically a double fighter lineup from YG, which poses its own problem. It's not the best at sieging, but it's incredibly cheap to play, where, again, they're incredibly sticky.
Yeah, that's right. They're incredibly sticky. It's a version of what 7 played last game, except now they have like a final slash, right? Which is very good. Honestly, I really like that they have a lineup that can kind of engage and disengage if they want to. And now they're fighting off around this area. You can't shadow kill with the glulets though, so that's what Lucky's avoiding. That's why the glue's so good against the Hayabusa. Now let's see if they can keep that up right now as they are on the chase.
Yeah, they did force out the flicker from Blink. So some resources they could, be happy that is unavailable. Although with that being said, their lineup not the best at contesting Turtle without much map control. So that will go over the YG. They even brought Sanji over just in case a fight breaks out. And that's what the double fighter meta sort of gives you, right? The ability to just make these early rotations and having a way better chance of winning early fights.
Yeah, and getting those early fights is where YG has been struggling, honestly, for the whole series, right? They've been struggling to actually get some really good early game kills. And I think now is a great time for them to actually get in control of that early, especially now that Blink is on a very tanky hero, a hero that can kind of deal with a lot of these threats. Forces a flicker out of that show as well. That is big.
Very important to get that flicker out, because if you get lift up into the glue, you are almost guaranteed to go down, and that's what makes it so scary. So I do like the fact that Seven Tanpok respected that possibility, and Blink actually one full level ahead of the Cho somehow.
Yeah, one full level. Imagine that, right? Like, so this is what I was talking about. This is why the glue is just so good on Rome. And now Tanpok wants to go for something, but only baits it out. Maybe baiting out the split is already good enough, but now Kais is pretty low. I don't think they want to fight this any further.
Yeah, I think if you're Kaise, you just gotta hold back a little bit, but it doesn't take too long for him to heal back up. Especially the second turn is going to be on the top side, so this Freya gets to participate regardless. We might see the first full-blown team fight happen, at the 4-minute mark. Tanpok comes in, doesn't find a kick though, doesn't want to commit either since he does not have the flicker.
Yeah, no, and now it's all about those resources, right? Tanpok's no flicker means they're pretty safe. Flickering by Ying is pretty good since he already saw he saw Lucky, he saw Tanpok, so that means that's a free signal to go for the turtle, and there's no trade. There's no trade for Seven here. What a big brain maneuver.
Han still has his retribution, so could go for an invade, and yep, this is dangerous. There's a proxy here. OP's gonna try and clear out the wave as fast as he can. They're gonna jump on him, force out the Purify. I don't think they should commit further though. Han doesn't get hit by the Shadow Strike as Blink comes in on time to absorb the pressure. As they now will disengage. That could have gone incredibly ugly for YG.
Yeah, that could have been really, really bad. So for now, I would say YG is in a pretty good spot. They can re-engage, and of course, that's going to be Kaise with the Lantern Flare, pushing OP and Tanpok back. Now here's backup, though. I think they want to go for it again.
Yeah, and Tanpok comes in. Again, this time does not have the kick, unfortunately. So can't really get any sort of an engage there. Guess at the end of the day, it's maybe Seven that has to take the loss. A silver lining is that OP didn't go down, but it does concede a bit of that control over the YG in the lane. We can see on the minimap that Sanji is willing to brawl it out with OP.
Yeah, very willing to just sprawl and take these fights. And I think that's exactly what Seven should just keep doing, right? They mustn't be afraid. I know this is very scary because YG is starting to build momentum again, but they have to have confidence. They need to have confidence in themselves so that they can get this dub. And again, they want to equalize it. Paris is on the line. Just make sure you can get a cleaner game. Just don't be afraid to exert yourself on the map, or else YG will walk all over you.
Yep. I actually, respect the fact that Ying tried to use the final slash on the Shadow just in case. Lucky was thinking about, doing a fake there when the arrow actually connects onto the glue. Not really the target that you want to go on. Sanji forcing Tanpok away. And now, let's see, Seven, they find the kick onto Han. And Han easily gets out with the Blaze Surge. OP already dashing in with the Diamond Force, laid out the carpet. The arrow is going to be quite the deterrence there. Sanji disengages with the Valkyrie's Descent. And Lucky, though, he's going to get stuck on. Forced to use the Shadow Kill. Turtle already lost to YG. And YG claims first blood. Flicker forward into a Blazer. CK will get out with a Gleam. And Kaiser not done just yet. Comes in with the Crimson Beacon. Looks for the lift onto Tanpok. He is dead. Purify forced out again onto OP. Ying far in with a vengeance. But no damage from Seven to get the trade.
That is a very poor trade here for Seven, man. And while all that's happening, they got the turtle, and they got the kills, and they're also getting the tower gold. So overall, the growth here for Sanji is just off the charts now. And he didn't even join the fights that well, right? Like, he was just basically there. And now YG kind of opened up the map a little bit more. There will be still tower on the bottom and the mid part of the map here. Can kind of stop the invades from happening. But that's not going to be for long, man. You're building up. YG is going back into God mode slowly but surely.
Again, we did say this draft is incredibly sticky, and we saw that in effect. They can just keep the chase going for days on end. This game might only have 2 kills overall, but we're looking at a 3.4k goal lead for YG already.
Yeah, 3.4k gold lead is huge. If you think about like the heroes they have, do you want a 3.4k gold lead against a lineup that has a Freya? Are you sure you want to do that? Are you sure you want that to happen? No, of course not. You should be even, right? Like with the lineup they have. Very aggressive right now. Sean is in trouble here. Final Slash should clean it up, and he will go down, sliced and diced here by Han.
And that's the bait. Oh, Han! Almost catching the recall of Lucky. And now the goal lead slowly ballooning in favor of YG. And that is going to be quite the problem here. Especially with this lore up on the table too. YG looking to be in a good position, honestly, to get it.
This is an excellent position, honestly. Right now, YG, they don't really have any problem with any contest. Fanpuk is just on this left mid bush. They can't really do much. They can't even get vision of these targets. And now CK might be in trouble here as well, getting hunted down by Han and Sanji. A very scary lineup. Right now, you can feel that 5,000 goal lead, and we've got a Lord walking on top side for them to deal with.
And that's the problem, when you have a Selena mid lane, you don't really apply too much pressure against a siege unless you land your arrows. And even then, you want a follow-up. But unfortunately for 7, if they're behind like this, it's very hard to utilize Jens. And if he gets jumped on, the only thing you can do is to just back off. So this Lord should be easily dealt with, as we did say. The YG's draft isn't the best at sieging, but Lord will keep 7 preoccupied long enough for them to get control on the map. And Poe doesn't really get the kick or flicker, good Crimson Gaze in from Kaiser, and that's going to be your Cho sacrificed.
That was very, very random. Again, the micro mistakes are just not optimal here. You don't want to keep doing that. You don't want to give away free gold. You already have like a decent defensive advantage. Like you mentioned, Siege is very difficult, but now you're a man down, and that just makes it easier for YG to make plays like this. Final Slash straight into the back line, and that's going to be Lucky going down. Here's going to be a Throne of Ruin activated. Knockup is active with that Lantern player, and that's going to be non-stop action going in. YG, they are barreling down onto this one. Tanpok not long for this world with the grab as well. That just gives so much more resources, and now 7 are locked inside their base.
Yeah, and this could just be the nail in the coffin. A 7 now don't really have a way to come back into the game unless YG makes a catastrophic mistake, which I don't see happening anytime soon. The next door could be the end of Team 7 in Game 4. It is tough. Like Selena, Cho, very single target oriented, and it really relies on Tanpuk to get a good play, get a good set, or Lucky finding the right target. But contrary to Game 3, doesn't matter who you shadow kill. They are very, very durable. They have their own means of surviving it. And if Blink is nearby, it gets transferred onto the glue, then it's just a wasted ability.
That's why the glue is just so good. I guess one of the reasons why Hayabusa really fell off of usage, not just here in MM, but a majority of the other regions, is because there's just so many ways to deal with it, especially if you're not surprised by it anymore. Now, Flicker can be used up for Shan, though, and this is going to mean that there's going to be no big tools available here for 7 to contest this turtle, or this Lord, rather. All they gotta do is just get some vision. They should be fine.
Yeah, they should be. And if anything, 7 would just have to let this go and play for the base defense. It's just not worth it to contest. This is the situation they put themselves in. This draft doesn't really enable them to have much of a comeback mechanic unless everything goes well. Not to mention, they have horrible wave clear too.
Oh yeah, absolutely horrible wave clear. So let's go ahead and watch here what we can do for seven. For the meantime, I would say all seven has to do is to just keep that clear active. Don't engage from a close distance. Fight it from a very far configuration. Now it's going to be a big Lord push. I know it's going to be difficult to be more conservative. That's exactly what they need to do. They need to take the fight outside. Now, no holy defense means this is going to be a bit of a difficult Lord to break. It's going to jump in, and we're going to see that fight happen, erupt here. What a beautiful fine slash here for Sean. And he's going to be able to walk on without the flicker. He's going to be fine, but look at that. That's a big fight. Everyone is jumping in onto their targets. Blink could be going down, and he gets taken out, actually, by Lucky. And as you can see here, it's going to be a pretty easy cleanup. You already see here a great, nice attempt here from Townsfolk to push back, but looks like that's not going to be yielding any results. All the inhibitor turrets are down, and just like that, YG looks like they will be able to get the win here in game number 4. And that's exactly what whoa, that's a lot of audience. I was surprised. That's that many audience in the grand finals here right now who just witnessed YG just get that beautiful win and get that comeback. Again, just it's like game 3 didn't even happen. What a great result here coming in from YG.
Yeah, again, good stuff from YG. I think, you know, for game 3, it's more of like just waiting for the right timing, right? They were clear, I guess, weaknesses in the draft of 7 with what they have, and YG, they just bided their time, and once they kind of hit the item timing, it's very hard for 7 to do anything if they're not consistently in the lead, and that's what happened. They didn't really have much of a lead, and when YG started building up a snowball, the game for Team 7 only gets harder and harder until they can no longer fight back. And that was the story of game 4.
Yeah, that was good pressure. That's exactly, I think YG gave us like a masterclass of how you do like pressure, right? How you give so much pressure that your opponent can't really fight back properly. So I like that we're able to find that kind of identity for YG here. He was able to just completely decimate the opposition. Frontline, no problem. Cho, no problem, man. The glue has you covered. Plus, not to mention, Ying just went bananas on this Arlot.
If anything, Ying, like he has shown throughout this finals that is pretty good at mechanically demanding heroes, right? You want him to do a big set, Arlot's your man. You want him to just purely focus on a backline, diving, damage dealer. Benedetta is in the pool. So now the question for 7 is, who do you want to focus, right? Who is the biggest threat? Because it feels like the XP lane is one of the lanes where they really are running into a bit of a problem. Like CK having to deal with Ying. A lot of times Ying comes out on top.
And coming out on top is not easy as well, right? Ying has been able, and the fact that Ying has been able to do it with so many different heroes like a Benedetta, come on, that's not everyone can do that, especially here in this matchup where we're talking about the best of the best here in Myanmar, bro. So if you can do that in the best of the best, like you're on a different level, right? So I really wonder why we didn't see a lot of Terizlas today, though. That's one of my biggest concern. Like, where's Terizla? Is he on a break? Is he on vacation right now? Just these things are just, you know, especially XP lane heroes, right? I feel like Alice is just, I guess Alice is just more profitable for most players.
Yeah, I'm still shocked that, you know, there's no Terizla picked at all. Even though we saw it in the play-ins already, teams just are not looking at it. Like even like Gwyn, yeah, it was like picked up by YG twice. That's pretty much it. So Khalid completely untouched. And today, like no one has played Khalid, and I think that is probably the biggest shocker, considering that he also does a lot of the job that heroes like Cho or Gwyn wants to do, but better in certain ways.
That's true. And even has like faster move speed, right? Like when you're on sand, like you're so fast. Like, come on, why is no one here using it? It's really blowing my mind. So, I guess they just they prefer like glue roam even more. Where in some regions, glue roam is actually like the what do you call this? It's like what we pick when we don't have a choice. It's like, you know what I mean. So big questions here. And again, maybe we're just thinking too early. Maybe they want to save it for later. Maybe they want to save that big surprise for later. If they want to catch their opponents off guard, I think Khalid is a great pick to do it with. So let's see. Maybe we'll see that later on. But for now, it is going to be a YG victory. Don't forget, YG is currently on match point, guys. One more win to Paris. One more win to the championship. One more win to the throne.
Yep, so close. Literally, this journey hasn't been easy for YG, but hell, if I downplay the fact that they have not lost a single series, the undefeated run of YG is just one game away, 20 minutes away potentially to being completed here in the grand finals. I can't believe it, right? Like, I mean, we've seen dominant runs by teams without dropping like a single series. I know, like for MPL for example, there's Selang Red Giants, but if YG can complete this today, it's gonna be a historical moment for the league.
For sure, it's going to be super historical because they beat the regular season without a series loss. They beat the play-ins with a win, and then they run into this game and no losses as well. They're literally going to be the kings of Myanmar MLBB.
Yeah. All right. I think for 7, I if I'm in Team Seven's position, I feel like I've exhausted a lot of my options. Um, maybe in Game 4, this I think you need to pick a mid lane with some decent like control and damage. I think Farsa and Yi. I mean, Farsa worked for them. Maybe Yif is okay. The gold lane, either Harif or Claude. I think you ban Harif and take Claude, and then just pick a roamer that is either Cho or Khalid. Then he should be okay. And then he should be standard enough of a draft. Aside from that, I really have no idea, Rockhard. Like I'm scratching my head here, but I can't figure out like what can Team 7 do the next game to still have a chance.
That's right. I mean, it's funny because there's nothing standard about this game, right? Like, you're thinking, if we're thinking standard, they're thinking something else, which I really kind of commend because, if you're not standard, it's also very hard for your opponent to kind of read what you're doing. So that's definitely a good trait to have. But for now, I just don't think that we have, there's just not much they can do against it. No matter how you think, it's going to be like just a new surprise in the next game, in the next moment, right? So let's go ahead and see if that's going to change anytime soon. Because for now, even if they play standard, I think YG should be fine. They let the Selena mid through, bro. They already let the Selena mid, which has been highly banned, right? That just means they are not afraid of anything at this point. And if you're
Yeah.
7, you're still stuck on Marcel ban duty. So that doesn't change. So what do you do?
The craziest thing is that they have been only banning Selena in the second phase, and then 7 felt compelled to take it first phase. But man, there's a reason Selena first phase isn't good enough unless you are really, really confident you can get the snowball rolling. And we just see that again not work out. This game, the glue, big problem. It's zoning everyone away. Patrick Star is quite the menace in this game.
Yeah, the most menacing Patrick Star we've seen today. I think it just gave so many openings. It actually caught a lot of projectiles that we're afraid of if you're YG. It also just catches those shadows. It catches the Hayabusa very well. So all you need to do is just make sure that you use the glue to its advantage or to its maximum potential. And you should be fine. I'll go as far to say as I think the glue should have been MVP here, honestly, because that's just how crazy useful the glue was in this game.
Yeah, I agree. I think the glue is just too hard to go through, right? You don't really have a tank shred. Not like no one on the side of 7 could actually deal with the glue comfortably. Even for OP, once the Diamond Force runs out, then you have to wait again, right? And unfortunately for Lucky, it's not the best candidate as well. No Gore, no Claude, which was banned out. So in the grand scheme of things, YG just had back to the basics, a more well-rounded draft.
Yeah, I love their back to the basics, honestly, because they proved to us why Suyo is banned, right? We are seeing why Suyo should be picked. They showed it right here, right then. And I'm so excited to see game number 5. But for the meantime, since we are match point, we're going to go on a quick break. And when we come back, MSL Myanmar Season 3's playoffs, the grand finals will continue. Don't go anywhere.
Game အတွက်ပြောစရာအကောင်းဆုံးနေရာ Let's play arena
ကန်ထူရင်ကန်မြူတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုအတမ်နဲ့ကန်ထူရင်ကန်မြူ999ချက်နဲ့တက်ကြိုင်နေတဲ့ရ package တွေဝယ်ရင်အတမ်ကနေခုတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုကန်ထူရင်ကန်မြူတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုအတမ်နဲ့ချိန်ဆက်ပြီးတော့ကန်ထူရင်ကန်မြူကြာရ channel မှာ999ချက်နဲ့အထက် package များဝယ်ယူပြီးစုစုပေါင်းငွေသားကျပ်သိန်း12000ကန်ထူလိုက်ပါအတမ်
energy level ကကိုယ့်ရဲ့အကြီးမားဆုံးရန်သူဖြစ်လာတဲ့အခါတမန်ချက်တွေကိုချိုးဖျက်ပြီး energy level ကို V ကုတ်နဲ့နောက်တစ်ဆင့်မြင့်ရမယ့်အချိန်ပဲ V ကုတ်မှာပါဝင်တဲ့ caffeine ကစိတ်ကိုနိုးကြတက်ကြွစေတယ်လူတင်းကမျက်လုံးကြောင့်ညာခြင်းကိုတတ်တာစေပြီး vitamin B ကလမ်းဆန်းပြီးခွားများကိုရရှိစေပါတယ် V ကုတ် Gမြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ပထမဦးဆုံး sparkling coffee အားဖြည့်ချိုရည် V ကုတ်
တမန်ရိုးကြပုံစံတွေကခွဲထွက်ဖို့အစင်းနေမယ်လားမြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ပထမဦးဆုံး V-Go Sparkling Coffee အပြည့်အချိုနဲ့တူကိုသာလီကိုဘွားရဲ့ပဲ့ကန်ရှင်ဖြစ်ဖန်တီးလိုက်ပါV-Go နဲ့တူကိုဘွားရဲ့ရှင်သခင်ဖြစ်ကိုရိုင်းဖန်တီးလိုက်ပါ
Welcome back to possibly the last match of MSL Myanmar Season 3's Grand Finals. And we are heading into game number 5. But for that, don't forget, we are also your casters. I'm Rockhard, and this is Husky. And we are about to deliver you a match point game. YG, 3-1 right now versus Team 7.
Yep, YG 1 game away from Paris, 1 game away from completing the undefeated run in that MSL Myanmar Season 3, and 1 game away from crowning themselves champions of the region. And for some of these players, for example, Blink is 1 game away from revisiting that international stage. It's been a long time coming. Yangon Galacticos has been quite the family name in MSL Myanmar, and one of the new gens as well when the league first restarted. And right now, they are at the cusp of making one of the greatest runs the region has seen. Team 7 drew blood from them, left a scar. It's not a perfect grand finals, but YG so far has just been proving that it takes more than a small cut to take them down.
That's right. And they're on the way to becoming the kings of Myanmar MLBB right here, poised to take the throne. We're going to map select here. We're going in the draft very, very soon. Flying Clouds for the game number 5.
See, so the bans, like you say, Rockhart, it's still a Marcel banning duty, unfortunately, for Team 7, but still opting to stay on the same side. I thought at least we would see a side change for once in the finals. Not the case here. Freya first pick for YG. Harif and Claude are both open, so YG not in a rush to secure any of them.
Yeah, and Sushin, by the way, is going to be the trade. I'm almost 100% certain. If you get the Freya, usually you will lose out on Sushin priority. Now, don't forget, there's also Gord available on the map right now, so they didn't ban that out. We could still see it here in Game 5.
I feel like they could take the Drusin here. Drusin Claude, I guess. Yeah, there it is. Drusin Claude for Team 7. There should be a Harif response from YG. Harif and maybe a jungler. Hayabusa sounds nice, honestly. They take the Selena and Fredrin. Wow.
What? My brain. This time around, they're going to be able to use it. Kaiser. Wonder how comfortable he is going to be on this Selena now. I mean, he should have a lot of confidence considering they are just 1 point away from the championship. Did not expect them to go a bit more conservative, right? Because YG, I kind of expect them to go a little bit more aggressive, but the Fredrin is like one of the least aggressive options there are. And with the Suyo pick here, that's exactly, that looks absolutely fine for Team 7. I think they saw the importance or the power of the Suyo in the previous game. So they said, you know what? Let's go ahead and use that. And now, ban out the Gord. That's what I was going to say. Ban out the Gord very quick. You don't want to give the combo of the Fredrin and the Gord over, but there are a lot of options as well. Maybe something like a Valir could make an appearance back here. Definitely not like something too crazy, like a Kagura, but maybe a Lilia for them. Actually, it's already Selena mid, right? Unless they choose to put it on Rome. That would be the weirdest flex.
Yeah, that's such a hard read. I know we've seen Selena roam once in the play-ins. Was it by YG? Let's see. Yeah, it was by YG. They played once against Mythic Seal. Against Mythic Seal in the play-ins. But that is an insanely hard read from the side of 7. I guess better be safe than sorry. They banned the Harif. Hilda banned by YG. 7 looking for a roamer here. I think Cho is okay. I don't mind the Cho this game. The Kalea's banned. Also probably Cho. Someone that can isolate target. Isolate the Fredrin. Or like if you find a Selena. Someone that can basically do Minesweeper. Which I think the Cho is probably your second best option. Cho or Khalid. So let's see what 7 has to go, right? They still need like the Roam and the XP.
Yeah, so finally, Kali, oh my god, this is looking like a more meta lineup, man. Like, Seven's lineup is so baller right now. So I feel like I kind of like what I'm seeing here. But now the question is this the Selena roam, or do you have a surprise for us? Is Selena mid, or is it going to be the roam? It's okay to roam because you have a tank jungler anyway. Arlott.
Mhm.
Hilgert!
It's a Selena mid, man. Oh, baby. Here it comes.
This is going to be so iconic. If they get the dub with this, oh my goodness me. This
In
would
true
be
YG
like the
fashion.
biggest pivot. That's true. True,
Yeah.
right? True YG fashion. And if they do get the dub
Wow.
here, permaban in EWC. You know it.
All eyes on YG. I mean, the fans coming out in droves as well. Oh, 7, go back to the classic, right? We did say stick with what the book allows. And it's going to be the Alice XP. This is going to be one hell of a game. The fact that we are literally looking at a Hellcurt roam, a Selena mid, a fighter comp, a non-marksman comp with a tank jungler and 2 assassins. This is some insane stuff from YG. And a 4-1 scoreline already on the board for some of these fans out there. Team 7 definitely needing to beat the odds to stay alive in the finals.
They really do. They are beating so many odds. And Team 7 decided to go for like a super meta lineup where you won't have any problems in most lanes. You have one of the strongest mid laners, strongest roamers, strongest gold, strongest jungle, and possibly one of the strongest XP laners as well. So individually in their own roles, they're very good, like in individually. But now I wonder, can that be broken down here by YG? Do they have a plan against that? Because they smashed their face into it, right? Like they can see this from a mile away, and they're choosing to choose Hellcurt Roam here. Let's see as we load up into game number 5.
Yeah, here we go. This is potentially the last game of this grand finals here, and YG decides to bust out all of their cards, and that's gonna be flickered off on Kaizi. We did say Khalid pretty good. It took us a long way to get this Khalid out from the draft, but now he's here. We get to see the immediate impact. Sanji comes in to try and bail Han out of that situation. Doesn't want this camp to go away, but since it's flying clouds, Kaizi easily comes back, lands the arrow. Here comes Han. They dive back in. The Terrify comes through. First blood for Han, and Team 7 overstays and gets punished.
All right, so now we are seeing exactly why the Hellcurt is getting banned out. Kaiser will be traded here. So that's a little bit of consolation prize. It's a pretty good trade. Blink could be in trouble as well. And looks like that's going to be a dive in. Blink, he's so mobile on that hero. Oh my God, that was actually next level. Blink could still be in trouble, but he decides, you know what, go back, walk manually. And Sanji is a bit stronger right now on the Freya, but look at the Khalid. It's a really good skill check, and the Freya can't really do much against that sand guy.
Yeah, it's the lane freeze in the mid lane as well, just to gain a bit more of that priority back for Kaizi. That means Yen can move early if he so wishes to, and at least in this turtle contest, it's not going to be as clear cut. Although Blink, he does have the execute instead of the petrify, so slightly different. They just blow up Lucky. What was that? Lucky is straight up dead.
That is insane, bro. That is absolutely bonkers. And now with everything they're doing, they're able to just isolate them one by one. YG finds each and every kill that they need to get that lead.
What was that? Blink, and you miss it. Honestly, I did not expect that to hit that hard. I think if you're in Lucky's perspective, your screen just suddenly went gray. Like there's no respawn. There's no time to respond to that. A 1k goal lead for YG. Silver lining is only just a 1k goal lead, but dang, Team 7 had no idea what hit them, and now they completely lose control of that mid lane, and they get the final slash again. Xian ends up going down.
And that's why I think we are being shown firsthand exactly why Hellkurt deserves to be removed here. Blink just playing it to perfection. Again, earlier in that last fight near the topside turtle, wasn't even level 4 yet. He was only level 2.
How do you? I mean, if you're Team 7, don't let the nerves get to you. It's not the end of the world. You have a Claude. The Claude is always going to be the be all end all. As long as you get that Wisdom Nature, right? If not, Blink's gonna one shot you with the execute. Yeah, on top as well. And not to mention you have to deal with a Freya too. This is gonna be tough. Like even Khalid, who had priority and map pressure in the first 2 minutes, after that sequence at the turtle pit, suddenly struggles to walk out onto the map. They get a gang on the top side. CK should be fine here. The next turtle in 25 seconds.
Execute Hellkurt is something that can really throw you off your game. So I think you just have to be ready for that. 7 should still be able to punch back because it's not a bad, it's not like a major gold lead, right? Their gold is actually pretty even, especially on the gold laners. But look at this. They're just giving Lucky such a hard time here. And Blink just walking in and out. There's no stunts to hold the Hellkurt. So they said, you know what? Let's go ahead and make something happen. Dark Knight Falls is going to be casted. And there you go. Throne of Ruin wombo combo straight into the face of YG. And YG are falling one by one. And there goes that punchback that we were looking for here. They are so deep into this one. They really wanted to wipe out YG. But you know what? YG says, no, thank you. We will stay alive. And to be honest, while all that was happening, their tower on the bottom side is also getting slowly whittled down. That's why the gold didn't really move that much, despite 3 solid kills coming in from 7.
Yep. This was quite the commitment there. I like the idea. The counter engage was also there from YG, but that Throne of Ruin, man, hitting 4, and then of course the Raging Sandstorm as well. That is the setup that, you know, Team 7 has the potential of winning them the fight with. And now Lucky gets his Sky Piercer. It's pretty unfortunate that this is Flying Cloud, so 7 is not able to push that lead too much into the jungle of YG. The revives timers, respawn timers are still pretty short. But that's something that Team 7 can look forward to, right? Especially for OP, who already has 2 kills. Arrow connects. They're not going to commit the full combo just yet. CK is not the easiest target to pick off, but it does give info to Team 7 where YG's members might be. And this Khalid now back into a position where he can play the role of just sweeping mines.
That's right. All you got to do is sweep. All you got to do is make sure you stay alive. You don't give vision over. You should be fine. Now, Sanji, it's going to be a 1v4. We have backup coming, but they might be too late. Goes for the isolation play here instead. And OP might be in trouble here. Super duper low. Sean going to be put down to half. The arrows will be connecting, but only to the wrong targets. OP still goes down though. And Tanpuk trying his very best to just keep into the fight. But looks like that's going to be a double kill for the Freya. And that's more gold over to that rampaging gold laner of YG.
That is unfortunate. Unfortunate for OP. Had to use Blow the Purify early on, and he was basically playing, you know, whack-a-mole with the Abyssal Arrow. The final slash, okay, that was a bit awkward. A bit of fine bunch on the CK. But yeah, OP, he was sidestepping everything. But because of the trajectory of those Abyssal Arrows, he's forced to walk back into the fight and ended up getting deleted. So, grand scheme of things, still, YG having a 3.2k gold lead. And Sanji is absolutely giving Tanpuk a beating there, keeping him at bay. There is the Raging Sandstorm and the Flicker. The ultimates are backups. Team 7 by no means are out of this just yet. They put pressure on the Han. Han gets jumped on. Dark Knight Falls out. The execution with the Sky Piercer is good from Lucky. Secures the turtle for himself. Ying is now in no man's land. Blink comes in, looks for the execute onto OP, finds it! And Blink is out by a double kill, given over to Lucky. Meanwhile, Sanji on this Freya is just hammering away on the CK. Yeah, bring him to 1v3. Sanji can take it. The arrow on the Blink, and another Blink from Blink. And that's 3 bodies for YG.
Bro, I just can't help but cheer for this Kelkert, man. It's doing the job. It's doing the job. And it's giving Sanji so much breathing room. Although, of course, Seven is fighting back, right? They're still showing that they have some firepower left in the bullet, in the barrel here for their lineup. But they're getting slowly countered. They're getting calculated. Blink is the literal stalker in the night, watching them from a bush and waiting for the perfect chance to strike.
This is probably the most back and forth game we've had so far in this series. With of course YG still holding the lead, but it is a bit of that goal swing in the favor of Team 7. I think a 1k goal swing from that earlier exchange. But still, man, Blink and Sanji, they are deadly. They are starting to become a real problem, especially Blink. Right, he will always be a threat. He finds Lucky, he one-shots him. He finds OP without the Winds of Nature, he one-shots him as well. And not to mention, having the Terrify, the fear from Blink as well, that extra crowd control can make the difference.
It does. Like that small amount of crowd control can really disrupt the flow of anyone. So imagine that, and then non-stop stacking from the rest of the members. And it's so easy for them to stack because they do have the Selena. Selena can do it from like a really long distance as well.
Yeah, and YG, I think even for Han, as durable as he is, he needs to be, aware that there are some decent damage from 7 that can take him out of the fight. Raging Sandstorm already forced out. This is going to be an important lore dance for both teams. If you're 7, you definitely don't want to give up possession. But unfortunately, you have Sanji and Kaiser just constantly being a thorn in the side, especially in that mid lane. They hold their priority, so it's very hard for 7 to just walk up. Not to mention, actually, Blink is going to get chased down in the bottom lane. He might go down there, so this is YG's chance to turn onto the Lord. There is no jungler from the side of 7. The bait actually worked out, so get the Lord. Now they come back in with a kill on the CK. Ying trying to get away from Tanpook. The rest of 7 tries to disengage, but they did end up losing Kaizi. Sanji also burned to death as Ying gets dropped on by the Raging Sandstorm. Comes in with the Vengeance Stun. Almost gets outplayed, but does find the trade. YG gets wiped out, so I guess worth it for 7.
That was absolutely worth it. 7 finally got that foothold that they have been looking for. They have been itching for the whole game now. And they get the wipeout. Although the death timers are so quick that YG are able to spawn right back out. So they have to be very, very mindful of where the engage is coming from. Don't forget that Blink is also here around the map. You could get bursted down if you're not careful. OP could be in trouble. He's getting hunted down by Blink. He got Terrified, put into half. And then that's going to be no follow-up, which means he won't probably die. Sanji forces it, and I think will get punished very heavily with this one. The stun did connect, but only slows it down for the few moments. And so far, that's 7 equalizing on the goal now.
And that is the exact timing that Team 7 have been waiting for this whole time to get OP online and put everything in the cloth basket. I think from this point onwards, it is going to be Team 7 in control. And for YG, this double assassin, double fighter lineup starting to scale off. And it will only get harder from this point onwards. OP going for the Malefic Gun again instead of the Winds of Nature. But I guess he just feels strong enough. As long as he doesn't get hit by an Abyssal Arrow without the Purify, he should be fine.
I think he should be fine, right? Like, he just has more trust in the Khalid, in the Alice. You also have so much to deal with if you're fighting against the Suyo. So right now, they know that everyone's so busy. Everyone's so busy trying to avoid this crowd control, avoid the Throne of Ruin. And that means that he can just do whatever he wants right now as a Claude. Now, it's going to be engaged around the jungle for 7. They want to fight.
Yeah, looking for Kaizi too. Flicker into the Throne of Ruin. Sanji almost goes down. And that was good enough for YG. The best case scenario of the whole situation.
Yeah, so far it would seem that Blink's usage in the team fights are slowly degrading. And it's so hard. I think 7 have found out the trick, right? if you're all together, the Hellcurt can't really do that much. So all you have to do is stick together as much as you can, and you should be able to have a good team fight. And that's happening right now, though. Blink is on the side. He's from the side. He wants to go in, but the signal's just not quite there. Wants to go for a four-man Terrify, but that's just not going to be the case here. Such a huge disconnect from YG in that last fight. And now because of that, it's going to be a free Lord here for 7.
And that's why I felt like Hellcurt, Rome, just go for Petrify, right? Just go instead of Execute. Don't greed out for the damage. Just get the setup in, and then let your team do the work. But then again, this is a lineup that wants to fight up close and personal into Alice, Drusin, Khalid, Claude. It is a nightmare to do so. Now 7 with the second Lord of the game. YG, they need a different approach this time. They can't just rely on the same way like they did in the first 10 minutes. But I don't know if they can do it though. Like, again, this draft just does not permit them to fight any other way.
Yeah, this is just not very, very good right now. They're looking like they're getting sieged up. This Hellcurt is, I don't know what, you can't find stonks in it if you can't isolate any targets. They're having a hard time using it right now. So,
Yep.
yeah, at this point, what are we looking for here? Maybe a possible pick off from behind if OP gets caught out, but it's looking like it's very slim pickings. Even Sanji right now on the Freya is like so vulnerable, man.
Yeah, like almost got solo killed too by the Suyo. And unfortunately, if you are the Hellcurt right now, you have a whole village looking for you, right? Like Team 7's players are just durable enough, maybe except for OP and Zen. They got durable enough to just face check the bush and find you. Especially this Khalid. Like we say, the Khalid has so much value. He just walks into the bush, he finds you, and then you're out. You are completely nullified. Same as CK on this Alice. And that's why, like this Selena, every arrow counts. And unfortunately, this time, no matter who the arrow lands on, there's just no reliable way for YG to go in and finish the job. Unless they could somehow get a final slash to isolate like OP or Xian. If not, I really do not see YG coming back.
Yeah, bro, it's gonna have to be an isolation play, right? It's gonna have to be an isolation play. They're gonna have to find a good opening where CK is very far from Tanpok, very far from OP. That's easier said than done, to be honest. Now, I don't know what Blink is planning, but he's very, very far away from actually getting to a good situation. What's the play? What's the play here, man? Like, where is the opening, and do we just wait for the next Lord? I don't even know if they're gonna win if they go for the Lord fight, right?
Yeah, and okay, so the goal lead doesn't really matter too. Well, I want to say it doesn't matter too much, but it actually does. I just am not sure how is YG gonna recover from this. We did see the Wishing Lantern for Kaiser. Blink maybe, yeah, I just got the Malefic Roar. There are only 2 viable targets that he can kill. If he had the Petrify, I would add Lucky onto the list, but he does not. This third Lord, man, you can't really give it away because you are very horrible at handling these push. But you also aren't really equipped to fight directly into 7. This is a tough cookie to crack. Blink is going on a long way. So until he finds a way around the flank, YG would just have to hold out.
CK and Tanpok are actually split up right now.
Yeah, they might actually find a kill onto CK. CK now commits only on the one Han. He's gonna get gone on here. The Sky Piercer is around. Lucky finds the kill, and Kaiser goes down. I think we're going to game 6 here, Rockhart. There's no way back for YG from this point onwards.
Yeah, it's going to be impossible, man. I don't think they even need to go for Lord. They just have to go for a fight here. And that should be game. Blink and Sanji all alone to defend. YG overcooked with this one, man. Oh, Xian goes down. But I think that's only going to be a fluke. 20 seconds on the next nearest guy. And that should be the game. And for some reason, man, 7 are able to claw their way back out of that one. Like I mentioned, it just felt like YG overcooked. They melted with that Hellcurt pick.
just turned on the gas too much. They burnt their dish. The steak came out well done, and it's unacceptable by professional standards. That's again, they knew the risks. That's the fun of having a best of 7. You know, you get to cook a little bit if you're far ahead, but technically they are still ahead. But now that has failed, I think YG gonna go back to what has worked before, and just look to close out the grand finals. They had a good idea. It was a fun concept, but the risk was very big, and they just could not get a big enough lead to make use of it.
Yeah, they had a lead. That they had one lead, but then after that they kind of just threw it all away. And yeah, I don't like what YG did there. That was just a little disgusting, to be honest. Like, what are you thinking, right? Why is that Hellkurt just so out of it? I think Blink got kind of overconfident in that last one, where he just left his 4 teammates to die for like 30 seconds for 1 minute. What was he doing, right? Like, that's not supposed to happen. And again, if you keep playing a Hellkurt like that, you might as well not, because that's just not how you play it.
I honestly thought that, Blink would cross through that mid lane after the wave has crashed, since you technically can't do that without revealing yourself. But he didn't, right? He backtracked even deeper into the jungle. And, his team was actually holding out for quite long. Like, they were doing everything to the best of their abilities to just hold out. And I think they were just waiting for Blink to arrive. But he never did. And he showed up. It was just way too late. The MVP this game is going to go over to OP on the Claude, of course, instead, not the Kaja. And yeah, I mean, it's a free Claude game. What can I say? This Claude gets to do whatever he wants.
Yeah, this Claude just did whatever he wants. He went anywhere he wanted to go. And he did so much damage. Now, I get that it was a very difficult Claude game to play, honestly. It was like, all right, there's probably like a boogeyman hunting me somewhere in the bush behind me. So I get it. It's a very difficult Claude game. That's why actually he kind of deserves to be MVP in that last one. I just don't know if that would have happened if the Hellkurt was a little bit more proactive. I just completely put it there, man. Like, they had a solid lead. They did the exact right things. One by one, you pick him off, and it was easy to do that in the laning phase. Right? It's easy to Hellkurt in the laning phase. It's harder to Hellkurt when it's already like super late game and everyone's combined together. So I don't blame him for slowing down around minute 12 or minute 10. But it's not an excuse to just let your whole team die while they're taking the Lord, while they're fighting your whole team, man. That was just a huge blunder here for me.
Yeah, I just think it's pretty interesting. Like, even in the draft sequence, right? Like, they get the Freya opening, and we were like, okay, this is pretty much expected. And then we thought, okay, maybe they would go for a Harry for something, right? They would go for some trade. They would take an assassin. They go for Selena Fredrin, and we're like, okay, maybe. And then they forced a hard read, right? They forced a hard read onto a Gord ban, and then they went Hellkurt roam and Arlet. It's like, all right, so now it's a double fighter, double assassin. At some point, it's going to scale off against a Claude, which again was predicted, the Drusin Claude. And it happened, right? It went exactly according to what we thought would happen.
And that's what I think, that's what I think YG should have done. They should have just not overcommitted. They should have just played their usual game. I think they tried to outplay so hard that, again, they fell flat on their feet. They were getting the lead, and they should have realized they can't hold on to that kind of lead. They can't hold on to that kind of lead for a long time. They should have just gone for end as soon as possible. But I think they respected their opponent too much. I guess that's one of the stakes when you are... What do you call this? That's one of the stakes when you are on this very high tension game. It's high stakes, right? It's literally a trip to Paris. It's literally a chance to get that mid-season cup. But that's not an excuse, right? That can't be an excuse. You have to still play a really solid foundation. The Hellkurt plus Selena, it can work. They know it will work. It's very easy to play, especially in laning phase, but they should know that there's a really hard limit to where they can do. And like you mentioned, it's also very hard to siege with this lineup. So if they wanted to do the Helgert Selena, maybe they needed like a Moskov there somewhere, someone that can kind of do a split push, that can do a hyper carry from long range. Because if you're Helgert Selena, you want to be able to swish, swish, swish. You want to be able to normal attack, normal attack, normal attack, close range. If you don't, if you can't, if you get kited, you're dead. And I think that's exactly what we saw happen here.
Yeah, I saw like the itemization of Sanji, and I just realized that what I would have slightly changed was that you dropped the corrosion sight and you went for a brute force breastplate, right? Because he went like the full on hit, Freya, the corrosion sight, golden staff, war axe, malefic roar. I think if you drop the corrosion, or even maybe the malefic roar for like a brute force breastplate, maybe you have a slightly better chance against a team comp like 7. You get the extra resistance and just a bit more damage and survivability. This full damage Freya that runs a flicker, it's a bit too easy to just burst down. When you dive into the 7th team comp, minor adjustments there from I think that YG could have made. And for Blink's case, aside from changing the execute for Petrify, maybe do not need the Demon Hunter Sword and just go straight for like full burst like BOD Malefic Roar, because he doesn't really get to like auto attack much anyways in these fights. You just go in, press all your buttons, and then you pray that someone goes down.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about. Like, if they want to do the auto attack game, they should have just equalized, right? For 7, it's a lot easier to just re-engage and disengage just because you have the Alice. Alice is such a good tool to make that happen. And yeah, Alice was last pick here, right? Yeah. Alice was last pick.
Yeah.
So maybe they got caught by surprise a little bit by that Alice. Again, not an excuse, but you can still kind of just find a way to play around your win condition. I think they didn't. They had the win condition. I'll be honest. YG, they had the win condition here. They didn't really play into that. They played the game too much. You know what I mean? You played around. It's already a game. You're already playing it. So those are the things that maybe they can change. They have to be a more stable competitor, if you know what I mean. They have to be more reliable. Because if they end up with games like this, that's scary, right? That's very unstable.
Yep. I think they just had too much fun, like I'm pretty sure that they were just laughing around in the team comps until they realized that, oh crap, we might actually lose this game.
That's what I mean.
Oh boy. It's still a fun game, to look at, like a lot of the things that we've been, begging in a way for the teams to to look at finally came true. Like that Khalid, man, I feel like after Team 7 got a taste of that Khalid, they probably would prioritize it slightly more, because it's just so good. Like the amount of sets that they could do, the amount of priority that they get with just the Khalid itself is too good to pass up.
Yeah, I think YG got overwhelmed. This is literal anti-meta versus meta, right? This is the literal full meta lineup versus anti-meta lineup on the left. Yeah, they really got shown here why meta is just so good. Despite playing it to its, I think they played it well, right? Like Sanji played it as much as well good as they can. I mean, even Kaiser were hitting some really good arrows. But if you're fighting against like the meta composition, the best in slot for most of these roles, you're just gonna lose out in the long run.
And yeah, like this is probably sort of like the peak of YG, where they should like start to run away as much as they can. But unfortunately, once we see those big sets, especially this was incredibly funny. Like now looking back at it. They lure the enemy jungler away, they get the lore, and then they get team wiped after that because their comp is just not able to keep on fighting.
Yeah, they're just not fighting, man. And look at that. I mean, this is so messy. I mean, even if you did split them up properly, those kind of team fights shouldn't really happen, right? You're having problems with sticking together. They created a lineup that if you stick together, everyone dies because you're also squishy. So again, overcooked to the lineup. I think Blink just missed so many opportunities. He went in when everyone was dead already. Like, what the hell was that, Blink? I'm gonna go talk to Blink directly and say, what the heck were you thinking? Blink was super duper late. Your team's already dead when you arrive here. Like,
Yeah,
what's
you
the plan,
waited
bro?
way too
Like,
long. Yeah,
waited
you
way
waited
too
so
long.
so
exactly.
long. Oh my goodness!
You saw that?
I just realized. Yeah, I just saw it. I just saw it. I feel like it wouldn't have
Come
made too much
on,
of a
bro.
difference, but the fact that it went that poorly makes it even funnier. Oh man.
Yeah, I know. Oh boy. This is just all kinds of crazy. All kinds of crazy just happening here in this series. And I'm all for it. Like we mentioned this. We mentioned this, right? Let's go ahead and have a 7-game series. And we might be able to just, we might just have an upset. I am slowly becoming a believer that an upset might actually be possible here.
Yeah. And can you imagine? Can you imagine that the upset happens? I'm a conspiracy theorist when it comes to situations like this. The upset happens, and it's all because YG had too much fun. Like, can you imagine the fans? They would go mad. They would go crazy if that's the result. But of course, I'm not going to put it past YG. I think they have what it takes to close it out. Let's see, right? Game 6. We have
Here we
not
go.
gotten Expanding Rivers, man. Give me Expanding Rivers. Come on, please.
Expanding rivers would be absolutely
Oh,
bonkers. Broken walls.
Oh, come on. How? Why? Just give Expanding Rivers. All right.
Oh man.
Broken Walls it is.
Broken walls it is. At least for now, we can kind of just have like a good idea of where they stand in terms of like how will they macro. I think we saw a really good glimpse of how Team 7 plays this, and I actually kind of like it. I like that Team 7 knows how to punish when your opponent makes a mistake. And in this game, there were a lot of mistakes. Don't get me wrong. Such a big number of mistakes here for YG, especially in the later parts of the game.
Yep. Well, if there's one thing that is a constant is that first phase bans are almost locked in. The only variations is in the second phase. So Freya goes through again. Of course, Jusin, I guess will go Claude again, right? I think just go Claude.
Yeah.
Come on.
Go ahead.
Go Claude.
Go Claude.
Just go Claude. Go Claude.
Sushin Claude.
Don't overthink it.
There you go.
Yes.
All right. So this is going to be, I would expect this to be a pretty closer game. So we're going back to that story, right? We're going back to that story where it's basically anti-meta versus meta. That's what, oh, wait a second though. That's a great pickup.
Yep, that is, this is so much better, right? This is exactly what makes the Gord and the Frederick, well, the Gord tick. We literally saw the same thing from Team 7 when they fought Falcons early on, and now it's gonna be quite the headache for Team 7. I think if you're YG, double fighters doesn't seem too bad this time, but I personally would prefer if you just put that Freya in the XP lane, you get a proper gold laner, I don't know, like Moskov, I guess Clint if you just want to demolish the lane hard, and just play a standard game. Because the draft so far, pretty nuts.
Yeah, I think it is. Right now, it's a more stable lineup. I think YG found a good mix of a little, just removing out some pretty good threats. By the way, did you notice YG did never change that ban? It's always Harley, it's always Kalea, right? Like, I wonder what's with those
Harley,
heroes.
Kalea.
I should ask Coach later.
Right, like Harley, Kalea, the Uranus. The Uranus is the one that really like gets me. Like, are we so scared of the Uranus? You could technically deal with him the same way you deal with like the glue, any tanks. If you have a Gord or if a Claw, there are ways to deal with it. But I guess it's the same mindset of if I really don't want to, handle it, I might as well ban it out.
Okay. So they banned out a lot of the stuff that they know they can't handle. The Harif, I would like to commend them for that, banning out the Harif. So they'll force YG on a really weird gold lane pick. Look at this. They're redoing the exact same lineup.
Yes, they understand it now. It took them the whole day, but they finally understand it. Some heroes are just so good to pass up. Yes, go get him. Get the Khalid again. The Alice is the last pick. Well, the Alice was banned out, so the last pick is going to be different, especially to deal with this Freya. But guess what? I have a great idea. The Terizla. Right, the Terizla for Team 7.
Okay. That actually makes a lot of sense. They do have good engage. They have lockdown, Moskov and Kaja. So it's gonna be the. All right, that's gonna be it. So Teresa is, if they pick Teresa, that's like perfect meta. Am I right? Like, is that that's like the
Perfect
most
meta.
meta composition.
Yep, take Terizla. The caveat here is Kaja catches you, the Gore just deletes you from the game, right? Like we have the Han Eraser with this Gore. The Sora also works as well, slightly more versatile, with how he can get these fights going and does pack a big punch. So I'm okay with either the Sora or the Terizla, but I'm liking what Team 7 has. They finally figured it out. 4 out of the 5 same heroes. They have the same archetype exactly like game number 4. But on YG side, they also have better solutions for their late game, and they have better scaling heroes, obviously, and of course the Kaja.
All right. Now it feels more of a fair fight for me. YG finally, they're kind of also bowing to the pressure of, let's go ahead and counter this. We can't just run with our crazy picks. We have to play meta on this one, and we have to respect these super duper meta comps here for Team 7. This is literally like what most teams internationally would run, right? So yeah, it took them a while. Team 7 finally they embraced the meta, and now we're forced to game 6. Don't forget, it's still match point for YG, and we don't know what's gonna happen. There's a possibility of reaching game 7 here.
Yep, there's a good chance it ends here, but if you haven't seen it all just yet, Game 7 is a possibility. I'm just excited that it didn't end 4-0. Let me just put it out there. I'm just happy that we didn't end 4-0 because that means we could have ended before dinner time, and it wouldn't be satisfying, right, to see so less games when the teams have come so far. But I want to see 7. They get the most textbook lineup. Let's see how they pull it off. This Khalid again, huge value given whenever you have a Khalid on your side. Priority in the XP lane, priority in the mid lane. Gord is going to take some punishment earlier on until he ramps up. But until then, I think 7 should have a bit more of that coverage.
Yeah, they've got pretty good coverage here, to be honest. Like, having the Khalid in, just make sure that you have all the necessary ingredients. You have all the necessary tools to control the map when you need it. And in this one, I would like to really just, have them more stable, find that good team fight. Wait for your level 4s. I think they should fight too early. They should wait for their level 4s so they can have like a really solid win. So I think in this one, Team 7 has a really good chance of winning out their level 4 fight. But they should just be very, very cautious of the micro. Don't make any major mistakes.
Yep, Kaiser is having a hard time because he's zoned away, but that's the engagement a bit late. Instant first blood for Team 7. And that's what we're talking about. Like, this draft, pretty easy to pull off. Press your ultimates, win the fight. And that's going to be Turtle number 1 for Team 7.
That's right. Turtle number 1 is going to be so important. Gets your tempo up. You want more gold, global gold on your Claude. And then that should be it from there, right? You just have to go and just pressure Sanji. Flicker going to be used up. And again, it is a Kali. That's why it's such a good pick. You can dive under tower so quickly. And there's even so much room, so much allowance for mistakes.
Yeah, not much. No Romas do that much damage. The SOD actually connects, but I don't think Sanji can do anything there. Does get him back into lane quick enough so that he doesn't incur too much losses. But it's already a 2k gold lead for Team 7. And now Lucky is going to show up as well. They get the engage off. It's going to be another dead Sanji. So this bottom lane constantly under pressure. Mid lane also far behind thanks to the zoning of Xian. And even the XP lane. CK has a 1 level lead over Ying.
Yeah, that's huge, honestly. because that means that the Sora can actually just duel it out, not be too scared of this Freya. Now Ying he just needs to go on. Obviously, he just needs Golden Staff, right? Usually, just Golden Staff, and then the Freya is going to be so hard to fight against, especially if you're sword to sword or sword to fist in this scenario. But again, it's all about the macro. What can we do with macro? We have a 2,000 goal lead here for 7. What's going to be the next play? Can you increase that lead? Or will you be able to win out the next fights? Because we haven't really seen Blink use, right? We haven't seen Blink go for like a Divine Judgment or anything. We haven't seen any major engages by the Gord as well. Like we haven't seen like the Gord Eruption combo properly. So I'm seeing how Team 7 is going to be able to handle it from there.
Yeah. Also, thankfully, the turtle is going to be on the bottom lane, so even without SOD, Sanji can join in. But opts to take a recall here. Maybe doesn't have the maybe wants to go for a lane swap. Yep. He did use the SOD early on to try and steal the gold crab, but I think it should be back up once the commitment on the turtle fully starts. But either way, if you're YG, you're not looking to overcommit here because you don't really have enough damage unless Kaizi is part of the fight. And you need to rely on the Divine Judgment as well. CK just walks off forward, flickers in, 3-man vacuum, turtle for 7, and everyone pounces onto YG. The Mystic Gush, great to force 7 back, and the fact that YG lost no one is more than enough.
Yeah, that's absolutely more than enough. Not to mention, Sanji's also getting so much gold on the top of the map. He knows it's going to take a while before 7 goes there because it was a 5-man turtle take. And that just means he's going to get all the outer turret energy shields. He's also going to be able to get that tower, although OP will be able to get this tower too. Also denies up so much gold from the bottom side of the map. But in terms of gold, I think it's a little bit more even compared to earlier.
For sure. So they trade a tower for a tower. The earlier conceal at 10 from Blink was also spotted out as well. And this is going to be the trend, right? We see the Sky Piercer out for Lucky, Anticuras for the Sora, and the Tanpo, very early first item, Chastise Pauldron 2. And even for Ying, he's not completing his boots, goes for the basic boots, Golden Staff, War Axe coming up next. But the pressure is now on in the XP lane. They want to crack that top tier 1 as well, just so they could match the tempo of Sanji.
Yeah, matching the tempo is going to be just so crucial. And now YG are just going for cross-map plays. Ying is going to be a 1v3 here on the bottom, but with Valkyrie's Ascent, he should be relatively fine. There is still going to be a chance that Lucky goes for it. Tanpuk also just roaring to go for a fight. Ying is baiting it out. He knows he's there. It looks like with the Vengeance, he will be able to survive.
Yep. More than good enough. Oh, the SOD would have been nice for that quick lane swap. But again, the trade is completed. Both side lane tier 1s have gone down. 7 still maintaining a steady 2k gold lead. And the flickers are going to be back up for everyone soon. CK getting hits in 5 seconds. No Vengeance for Ying. Means that this fight is going to be slightly harder for him to just sustain before he gets like a brute force or any defensive items. The 7 should get priority over the turtle here.
Yeah, this might be a good priority here. Tanpuk low, but again, Raging Sandstorm allows him to just walk on out of there. Lucky once more going to be able to secure that turtle, and now it's going to be them on the run. Shifting Skies locked in and blocked with that one. And now with the Valkyries sent in a very bad angle, it's going to be Han going down, and no one actually going to be a victim here for 7. Looks like YG is still in a bit of a pickle here. They're getting boxed in, and I think their mid lane tower is also going to fall.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Sanji doesn't have enough items just yet to really cause some serious damage to side lanes or push fast enough. So the top tier 2 will stand for 7. And again, we did say no Vengeance for Ying, so he doesn't really want a full commit, and he doesn't have the items just yet. The Mystic Gush was used on Tanpuk. That allows 7 to continue chasing without fear of any, with those big burst threat from this Gord. Blink even used his Divine Judgment and almost got bursted down in the process. And that's why, if you want to use the Mystic Gush, best if the Divine Judgment is used in tandem, in conjunction with that to guarantee a kill. If not, then it just feels like you don't have enough fuel in the tank.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like they should just do it together and not try to layer it too much. Because if you layer it so much, I think you are missing out on a lot. that's like a few seconds of super duper good connection, or should have been like really high damage output that was missed out. So let's go ahead and see if they can do that maybe later on. Again, I kind of get what YG is doing, right? They're trying to do some cross map plays with Sanji. They're not completely committing to any fights. They're not committing to any of these fights, man. All they're doing is just playing footsie, essentially.
And thankfully, 7 have a draft that can match that with the Suyo, with the Khalid, Claude. So YG doesn't get to roam around the map freely, even though they have a Kaja with them. And like if they have a Kaja plus an assassin jungle, then it's easier to make those moves. But and you're highly reliant on that Gord as the finisher. So this makes this Kaja less of a threat in the overall in the grand scheme of things. Lord is going to be up on the table so far. 7 is up 4-0 in terms of kills. Let's see. They do find the grab. They need the burst, and they find it. That's the jungler. Shifting Sky comes in. 3-man with the Raging Sandstorm only on the handle. And that's the best case scenario. Kaizi trying to run away, gets lifted up. The Gord is gone. Han slams down with the Praise's Wrath. SOD misses. So this fight is a null and void for YG.
Oh, but they're going to keep it up. Sanji's up on front. Sanji, I think he wants to fight this alongside Ying, but looks like they will not have the ultimates to actually back it up. All their ultimates are on cooldown, which means this is going to be a very difficult contest, man. I don't know how they're going to do it.
And unfortunately, Ying again had to use the Vengeance earlier on. So 7, sure they lost the jungler, but in the overall big picture, they still won the fight. They got a couple of trades, and they got the Lord for themselves.
And that's definitely decent. I like what I'm seeing here, obviously, from the teamwork from 7. There's just no fear in their eyes, right? Like this, they says, oh, YG, you want to fight? All right, let's fight. Let's go ahead and see what happens if we fight. And again, all of this is happening without Sanji in the fight. No SOD hit, bro. That is massive. Maybe it would have been different if he hit that SOD, but as you can see, it's proving to be more difficult. And now they have to deal with so many things on the map.
Yeah. And this is a comp that wants to dive into and very reliant on Blink catching the right target and having Kaiser as a finisher. But every single time Kaiser uses his full combo, if they kill a target, great. But if they don't, you have Zhen coming at you with the Crimson Beacon. You have Tanpo diving you as well. There's a lot of things that the Gordon needs to watch out for, and unfortunately, it might come times where he has to just sacrifice himself, as long as he gets a trade back. There's no easy way around it. But the good news is that they keep all their shields up. Not that it matters too much, but it does mean that all their inhibitors will be at 100% health.
Yeah, it's also going to have that outer turret, that a holy defense there on the side. So that's not bad. That's also a pretty good deal, although it's going to be gone in a few seconds.
Wow.
King, he used the vengeance. That's big.
Yeah, that was pretty unnecessary. I don't think you needed to use the vengeance, right? If you have Valkyrie's Descent, just get out of there without pressing the vengeance. You lose two important resources when 7 barely use anything. And that's bad news, because that vengeance, that means that for the next 50 seconds, they'd rather not take big team fights, but it will be back up for the next Lord.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got a few more seconds, half or literal minute before a possible eruption, and before this game could get decided on. See, with the amount of firepower that is present right now on 7, with a Claude that is fully powered up in OP, I think they should have a chance to do this.
Yeah, and I think for YG, again, it comes down to the Kaja, whether Blink can find the right target here. Conceal would do. I think they have a good idea on who to take out. I personally think taking out Tanpuk or Lucky would be ideal enough. If you can find OP, even better, right? But that's going to be the hardest target to catch, considering it is a Claude. Let's see, Blink is in the position, but unfortunately the Gord is a bit far away. They don't want to pull the trigger just yet.
And that's absolutely fine. If you just want to go for a cross map play, I think YG just wants to reset it anyway. So maybe what you can do if you're 7, you can try to go around and force the fight anyway, while there's like not a wave. YG can't really manage a wave with the Moskov. But look at the map. Look at where Sanji is. He's actually a lot closer than you expect.
Mm-hmm. It's even risky to play cross map because they feel like it's hard to drag out the fight. They get the control, but unfortunately the Mystic Gush was a bit on the wide end. And now Han, he's going to take all of the punishment. Sanji jumped on. He's going to back off, but Han needs to stay alive. The Praise's Wrath doesn't go through. He gets executed. And Ying, same as well. Sanji needs to go big though. He has the room to do so. The SOD isn't there. Doesn't get to relocate. Sanji fighting out 1v3. Doesn't get the kill. So close. And it's just blink left.
What is happening to YG? Are you seeing what I'm seeing? They're getting split up so heavily. Their skills are not being used at the same time. This is not classic YG gameplay. I'm gonna be honest. That is so odd for me.
Yeah, the turnaround is ever so possible now. Oh man, Sanji almost became a hero there. The 3 low health targets that he could have had a chance to outplay, but just didn't have the gas to do so. I don't think you want to go there if you're a Han. Just give it away. Play the defense. SOD connects, but tad too late. 6.5k goal lead for Team 7.
Yeah, this is absolutely super uncharacteristic. They got to reset here. But so far for Team 7, man, they are getting everything they want on the map. And they're also giving away so much to OP. OP is just so low-key right now. Yeah, OP is just so happy to just be able to blazing duet without anyone attacking him, to be honest. So, yeah, let's go ahead and see what else is going to happen here. This is going to be a big wave they need to deal with. 6.6k right now on the gold lead. And we have a big Lord wave on top as well.
Like, both marksmen are already decked out. Like, the base defense for YG isn't too poor, I guess. Because you do have that X factor in the Divine Judgment. They're gonna try. Tan Poke taunted up.
Whoa!
Flickers away. He's safe, but not to CK. He just goes straight into the Mystic Gush and disappears. And that is more than enough for YG to mount that defense.
So many random things are happening in this game, man. So many things that feel like shouldn't even be happening in the first place. Oh my goodness. This is becoming one of those games. Again, it's still close. It's still close, right? But 7, you don't want to give away any more leeway here, man. Like, this shouldn't happen. Yeah. And again, at this point, it is going to be the YG offensive. Let's see what they're going to be able to do with this. Get some of that gold from that turret. You also have to remember there's so much more standing gold on the map available for YG to pick up. So 7 have to kind of slow that down.
Yeah. For Shen, he has the Winter Crown first before purchasing the Brute Force Breastplate for the extra survivability. Winter Crown is great as long as you don't die during Divine Judgment. But I gotta say, people sometimes still really underestimate what the Gore can do if you just eat his full ult. And right here, it's also the battle of attrition, right? Like you play a series this long, especially for Team 7 who had to play a best of 5 early in the day, it starts to wear on you, right? And maybe it could partially contribute to all these uncharacteristic mistakes. But from this point onwards, you cannot afford to make those mistakes anymore. Like one more misplay like that is going to cost you a potential championship, especially for Team 7, who have played pretty much flawless up to this point and even punishing YG for overstepping. But the fact that YG essentially didn't lose anything from that earlier Lord push gives them the confidence to fight another day.
Yeah, this should be like a very confident move here for YG. Because I think all they're waiting for is like Sanji's items, right? And look at Sanji's items. It's full already. No boots, ready for war. They just want to fight. And I think they're going to get it.
Yeah. Blink spotted out by Tan Pook. And this taunt as well, cancelling any sort of engagement. But the zoning is enough for 7 to get the Lord. Ying, does he want to go in? SOD has already connected. Gotta watch out for Sanji. They find the suppression on the Lucky. Sanji whirling away. Tanpo try to keep him back as they already took out CK. And Divine Judgment getting value here. Han most likely will go down, but they actually took out OP in the backline with the help of Sanji and Blade. That is the fight that YG has been yearning for the entire game. No Lord, no problem. 4-man down is strong. Is this it for YG, Rockhart?
I think they're gonna go in, barrel it down. They don't need the Lord. They don't need the wave. Tanbok, he's trying his very best to clean it out, but it's gonna be way too late. 15 seconds on the CK, and just like that, YG, they're gonna be the ones who get the win. They are the champions of MSL Myanmar.
Yangon Galacticos, in true dominant fashion, makes a comeback in Game 6 of the finals and punched that ticket to Paris, France for EWC MSC and completes the undefeated run in MSL Myanmar Season 3. What a story this has been, a chronicles for the YG fans out there.
The literal greatest, the kings of Myanmar MLBB, they will now ascend the throne and become the champions of MSL MM Season 3.
What a journey here, YG. They had us on the edge of our seats for a couple of moments in the second half of the grand finals. But something just tells the fans that YG has always been the better team, and today they show it in the same way that they showed us yesterday when they took on Team 7. Is how they played from behind, how they played from a deficit. And Team 7, they should be proud of themselves. It is a tough loss. They came very close to making history, but they have to remember they are the team that made YG sweat the most in this entire tournament.
Yeah, they are the team that really pushed YG to their limit. And not anyone can do that, man. So definitely Team 7 should be very, very proud of this. And there you go. Even Coach Mars letting them know that, you know what, you guys gave a very, very good fight. They got pushed to the very end. You can just feel it in the players.
It's a tough scene. I think, again, for the Team 7 fans, this was probably the hardest run that they have to do. But they should hold their heads out high, man. They deserve another run. They deserve another season. YG, true to the name, still the kings. But I think Myanmar is in good hands. They're no longer relying on just Falcons or YG. You have Team 7, to really place your hopes on for the coming seasons. This is a lineup that can go far.
Yeah, this lineup is definitely gonna go far. You can feel it, right? I can feel it in my bones, man. This lineup is going to be able to just really dominate and just give so much to be proud of for the Myanmar region. And yeah, this team is going to be a team to watch out for, not just because of the Hellcurt anymore, but because of what they can do, because of what their team fighting can do, because of how they draft, because of their composition that they decide, their selection, their target selection, all of that. And now we will see them raise the Mobile Legends Super League Myanmar trophy. And there you go. Your champions for MSL Myanmar Season 3, Yangon Galacticos.
Truly the scene of a season. YG, my goodness. I think at the start of the season, I would have thought that YG can go on this run. But here they are.
ကဲအဲ့တော့အားလုံးရဲ့အားပေးတဲ့အနေနဲ့ကျွန်တော်တို့ MSL Myanmar Season 3ရဲ့ Champion ကတော့ကျွန်တော်အားပေးရတဲ့ Yangon Galacticos YG အသင်းဖြစ်ပါတယ်အဲ့တော့ပြည်သစ်နိုင်ငံ Paris မြို့မှာမြန်မာနိုင်ငံကိုစားပြုနေတဲ့သွားရောက်ရှင်ပြိုင်ခွင့်ကိုရရှိတဲ့ Yangon Galacticos Okay အဲ့တော့ YG ညီကိုတွေအားလုံး Congratulations ပါဂုဏ်ယူပါတယ်ကဲအဲ့တော့အခုလို့အနိုင်ရရှိတဲ့ပုံမှာပျော်ရွှင်မှုတွေရင်ခုန်သံတွေကိုပရိသတ်တွေကိုဝေမျှပေးပါဦးကဲဒီလေးကစပြောပေးပါဦး
စိတ်တော်လည်းလှုပ်ရှားနေတယ်အရန်လည်းပျော်တယ်အဲ့အတွက်ကျွန်တော်ညီလေးတွေကိုလည်းကျေးဇူးတင်တယ်ကျွန်တော်အကိုကြီးတွေကိုလည်းကျေးဇူးတင်တယ်ဝိုင်းကြီးတင်းလုံးကိုလည်းကျေးဇူးတင်တယ်အဓိကကျွန်တော်အိမ်ယာအဖေနဲ့အမေနဲ့ကျွန်တော်အကိုတွေကိုလည်းကျေးဇူးတင်ပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်ကောင်မလေးကိုလည်းကျေးဇူးတင်ပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်အခုဒီအားပေးနေတဲ့ပြည့်ချက်တယောက်ချင်းတိုင်းလည်းကျေးဇူးတင်ပါတယ်လို့ဒီကနေ့ပြောချင်ပါတယ်
ပထမဆုံးအနေနဲ့ကျွန်တော်ချစ်ရတဲ့လူတွေကျွန်တော်မိဘတွေအကုန်လုံးကျေးဇူးတင်ပါတယ်လို့အရင်ဆုံးဒီပွဲနိုင်တဲ့အတွက်လည်းရမ်းပြောပါ
အရန်ပြောပါတယ်
โอเคဒါဆိုလို့ရှိရင်ဒါကနေပြီးတော့နောက်ထပ်မေကုန်းတစ်ခုမေးမယ်ဒါတို့ပေါ့နော်နှစ်နှစ်စတိုက်အနိုင်ရရှိပြီးပြီဆိုတော့အခုလိုမျိုးမြန်မာနိုင်ငံကိုစားပြုပြီးရောသွားရောက်ဆော့ကစားမဲ့ EWC အတွက်ကောဘယ်လောက်ထိယုံကြည်ချက်ရှိလဲယုံကြည်ချက်တွေအပြည့်ရှိနေပြီဆိုတော့ပြည်သက်ကြီးကိုပြပြလိုက်ပါအောင်
ဟုတ်ငါပြီးမှပြောမလို့လေအဲ့ရပြောတယ်ဆိုsorry ရတယ်ကျွန်တော်ပြောရအောင်နော်ကျွန်တော်အများကြီး training တွေလုပ်ထားတယ်ကျွန်တော်အခုအရင်ပြီးခဲ့တဲ့ season ရတဲ့ဆိုင်လို့ရှိရင်ဒီ season မှာကျွန်တော်တို့ပို့ပြီးတော့သင်းဖောင်နေနေလည်းပိုငြိမ်လာတယ်အသင်းအကောင်နဲ့ discipline ဘိုင်းနေမှာလည်းကျွန်တော်ဘာမှပြောစရာမလိုတော့ဘူးပြီးတော့အကုန်လုံးထက်ကျွန်တော်ဒီseason အတွက်အခြေအနေဆုံးကတော့ကိုပဲဘာလို့ပြီးခဲ့တဲ့ season ကကျွန်တော်ညီတွေဆဲခံရတယ်ဆိုတာကျွန်တော်ပြစ်တွေအများကြီးပါတယ် international မှာထွက်ပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော်ရှုံးသွားတယ်သူတို့ဆဲခံရတယ်ဆိုတာသူတို့ညံ့လို့မဟုတ်ဘဲနဲ့ကျွန်တော်အမှားတွေကြောင့်ရှုံးခဲ့တာပေါ့နော်ဒီနေ့တော့ကျွန်တော်ညီတွေကိုကျွန်တော်အဲ့လိုမျိုးမျက်နှာငယ်အောင်မလုပ်တော့ဘူးကျွန်တော်အများကြီးပြင်ဆင်ထားတယ်အဲ့ဒါအကုန်လုံးကိုလည်းကျွန်တော်အခုလာမယ် Paris က EWC မှာကျွန်တော်တို့တက်သေးပြအောင်ပါမယ်
ကဲအဲ့အတွက်မပြောရသေးတဲ့သူတွေကတော့ကဲပရိသတ်တွေအတွက်မပြောချင်လဲတယောက်တစ်ခုစီပြောပေးဦးနော်โอเคညီလေးပြောတယ်
ကျွန်တော်တို့ Young Galacticos အသင်းကိုအမြဲတမ်းအားပေးနေတဲ့အတွက်ကျေးဇူးအများကြီးတင်ပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်တို့ Young Galacticos အသင်းကိုအားပေးနေတဲ့လူတွေအကုန်လုံးကျေးဇူးတင်ပါတယ်ပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော်ရဲ့မိဘတွေကိုလည်းကျေးဇူးတင်ပါတယ်အိမ်ကနေလာပေးရဲ့ကိုရောကျေးဇူးတင်ပါတယ်အကုန်လုံးကျေးဇူးတင်ပါတယ်
ပထမဆုံးအနေနဲ့ကျေးဇူးတင်ချင်တာကတော့အဖေမရှိတဲ့ကနေကျွန်တော်ကိုဘာပဲလုပ်လို့ support ပေးတယ်အမေကိုကျေးဇူးတင်ပါတယ်ပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော်အသင်းက player တွေအကုန်လုံးလည်းကျေးဇူးတင်ပါတယ်ပြီးရင် coach င်းကမာဗီ MGO ပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော်စာအမြဲမေးတဲ့ကိုပလေးကလေးတွေကိုလည်းကျေးဇူးတင်ပါတယ်ပြီးရင်နောက်ထပ်ကျွန်တော်ဒီအသင်းကိုယုံပြီးတော့ခေါ်ပေးခဲ့တဲ့ MGO Blink ရင်းပြီးတော့ YG ကတာဝန်ရှိတဲ့လူတွေကိုလည်းကျေးဇူးတင်ပါတယ်ပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော် player တွေ coach တွေကို game နဲ့ focus နိုင်အောင်အမြဲတမ်း support တွေပေးခဲ့တဲ့ကျွန်တော် manager ဂျိုးကူပြီးတော့ YG အသင်းကတာဝန်ရှိသူတွေလည်းကျေးဇူးတင်ပါတယ်ပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော်ဒီနေ့ offline ရော online ရောလာရောက်အားပေးတဲ့ပေးသက်တယောက်ချင်းစီကိုလည်းကျေးဇူးတင်ပါတယ် international မှာလည်းဒီထက်ပိုကောင်းတဲ့ performance တွေပြနိုင်အောင်စူးစမ်းသွားပါမယ်အားလုံးကိုကျေးဇူးတင်ပါတယ်
မင်္ဂလာပါKita. This is your MSL back-to-back champion. We start. No one. Everyone doubts us. We have Sanji. We have Kaisi. We have Emga Denapi. Everyone is doubting us. But I need to protect their dreams. So as a foreigner, I will do my best to succeed for these young bloods. I'm asking to all Myanmar, the hard works of these boys, coaching staff, and the trust of the YG, we will succeed. One more time, EWC, we're going to try. Okay, please support us, and we will do our best. Chaiten.
Okay.
အဲ့တော့ပွဲကြီးကဒီတိုင်းပဲခြေစွတင်ပြီးပြီးသွားလို့ရှိရင်ပြင်းစရာဖြစ်သွားမှာပေါ့နော်နည်းနည်းဟော့ဖြစ်သွားအောင်လို့တော့တခုခုပြောရရအောင်ပေါ့အဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော်လွန်ခဲ့တဲ့9နှစ်လောက်တည်းက Genesis ကနေပြီးစ try လာပါတော့ကျွန်တော် champion တွေမရခဲ့ဘူးအဲ့ချိန်မှာလူတိုင်းကျွန်တော်လူတော်တော်များပေါ့ကျွန်တော်အားပေးရသူတွေလည်းရှိရဆိုပေမဲ့အားပေးရလူလက်တစုံလောင်းနဲ့ဝိုင်းပြောခံရတဲ့ထိုင်ကြီးကိုကျွန်တော်9နှစ်လောက်ခံခဲ့ရမှာနော်အဲ့ကနေပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော်ဝိုင်းကြီးကိုစ join တယ်ဝိုင်းကြီးမှာစပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော် draft လုပ်တဲ့ချိန်ကနေစပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော် MSL season 2 LOD NEC MSL season 3ကြိုက်တဲ့ကိုရှိအကုန်လုံး draft bit မှာ M ကိုရှင်နိုင်မဲ့နေတီစောင့်နေပေးပါမယ်ညီမကျွန်တော်အကောင်းဆုံး drafter ပါပဲ
โอเคဟဲ့အတွက်အားလုံးနောက်တစ်ခေါက်ထပ်ပြီးတော့လက်ခုပ်တန်တွေကြားခြင်းတယ်နောက်တစ်ခေါက်ထပ်ပြောပေးမယ် MSL မြန်မာ Season 3 Champion Yangon Galacticos Okay. အဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ချန်ပီယံသင်းကိုစင်မြင့်ထက်မှာဂုဏ်ယူစွာဖြင့်ဆုများပေးရသွားမှာဖြစ်ပါတယ်ခင်ဗျာ
ဟုတ်ပါတယ်ဒါဆိုလို့ရှိရင်ဒါတို့အခုစုပေးအပ်တဲ့အစီအစဉ်လေးဒါတို့စတင်ပြီးတော့တွားလိုက်ကြရအောင်လားရှင်
Okay ပထမဆုံးအနေနဲ့ကျွန်တော်တို့ MSL မြန်မာ Season 3 ရဲ့ Champion Yangon Galacticos YG အသင်းကိုကျွန်တော် Champion ဆုကြီးငွေကျပ်300ဘာချက်ကိုကျွန်တော်ပေးရချီးမြှင့်ပေးဖို့ကျွန်တော်ရဲ့ဒီနေ့ပွဲခန်းသားကြီးမှာ official beverage partner ဖြစ်ပါဝင်ပေးတဲ့ချစ်ခင်ရပါတဲ့ V-Coat Energy Drink ရဲ့ Senior Brand Manager မတ်ထထခင်စင်မြင့်ထက်ကိုချစ်ခင်စွာဖိတ်ခေါ်လိုပါတယ်လက်ခုပ်တန်းနဲ့ကြိုဆိုပေးပါအောင်ခင်ဗျာဟုတ်ကဲ့ပါကျွန်တော်ရဲ့ official beverage partner ဖြစ်ပါဝင်ပေးပါတယ် V-Coat Energy Drink ကကျွန်တော်တို့ Champion အသင်းအတွက်ဆု drink ငွေကျပ်300ဟုတ်ကဲ့ပါအမဓာတ်ပုံလေးတစ်ပုံရိုက်ရှင်ပါတယ်ဟုတ်ကဲ့ပါစူပေးရချင်းမြင့်ပေးတော့ပါတယ် V-Coat Energy Drink ရဲ့ Senior Brand Manager မတ်ထထခင်လိုက်လဲစွာကျေးဇူးထူးပဲတင်ရှိပါတယ်ဒါမှမဟုတ်ကျွန်တော်တို့ရဲ့ Champion အသင်း Yangon Galacticos ကိုကျွန်တော်တို့ Champion Medal တွေပေးရချင်းမြင့်ပေးဖို့အတွက်ဖိတ်ခေါ်ပေးပါအောင်ခင်ဗျ
ဟုတ်ပါတယ်ရှင်ဒါတို့ကို Champion Medal တွေပေးရချင်းမြင့်ဖို့အတွက်ဒါတို့ Operation Director Galacticos Network ကကိုဆိုင်ကောင်းထက်သူကိုဒါတို့စင်မြင့်ထက်ကိုလေးစားစွာဖိတ်ခေါ်ချင်ပါတယ်ရှင်
ဟုတ်ကဲ့ပါကျွန်တော်ရဲ့ Galacticos Network GCN ရဲ့ Operation Director ကိုဆိုင်ကောင်းထက်သူချစ်ခင်စွာဖိတ်ခေါ်ပါတယ်လက်ခုပ်တန်းနဲ့ကြိုဆိုပေးပါအောင်ခင်ဗျာ
ကိုအမှတ်တရဓာတ်ပုံလေးရိုက်ကူးပေးပါအောင်ရှင်
Okay ပါကျွန်တော်တို့ရဲ့ MSL Myanmar Season 3 Champion Yangon Galacticos အသင်းကို Champion Medals များပေးအပ်ချီးမြှင့်ပေးသွားပါတယ် Galacticos Network GCN ရဲ့ Operation Director ကိုစိုင်းကောင်းထက်သူလိုက်လဲစွာကျေးဇူးထူးပဲတင်ရှိပါတယ်ခင်ဗျာ Okay ညီမလေးဒီတခါဆိုတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ Finals MVP Award ဖြစ်ပါတယ် ဒီစုကကျွန်တော်တို့စုချင်းတွေချက်340ဖြစ်ပါတယ်ကဲအဲ့တော့ဘယ်သူဖြစ်မလဲအားလုံးနဲ့တူကြည့်အောင် LED မှာ Who is he Hey come on
တယောက်သေးရသွားမှာနော်
Come on Who is he Who is he make some noise MVP Congratulations ပါညီလေးအဲ့အတွက်ကျွန်တော် final MVP ရရှိတဲ့ player ကိုစုချင်းငွေချက်340နဲ့အတူဒီမှာရှိတဲ့အနိုင်ရရှိတဲ့ champion အသင်း Yangon Galacticos ကိုကျွန်တော်တို့ Infinix GT50 Pro phone တွေရဲ့ကျွန်တော် MVP player award အတွက်340ရဲ့ပေးအပ်ချီးမြှင့်ပေးဖို့အတွက်ဒီနေ့ခမ်းနားလာတဲ့ MSL Myanmar Season 3ပွဲခမ်းနားကြီးကို presenting sponsor ဖြစ်ပါဝင်ပေးပါတယ်လေးစားချစ်ခင်ရပါတယ် Infinix Mobile ရဲ့ marketing manager ကိုဇော်လွင်ဦးစင်မြင့်တက်ကိုလေးစားချစ်ခင်စွာဖိတ်ခေါ်ပါရစေလက်ခုပ်တန်များပြည့်စုံပေးပါခင်ဗျာFinal MVP Award winner, Shane! သူချင်းငွေချက်340ဖြစ်ပါတယ်ခင်ဗျာ Okay ကျွန်တော်ပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ဒီမှာရှိတဲ့ player တွေကိုကျွန်တော်တို့ရဲ့ presenting sponsor ဖြစ်ပါဝင်ပေးပါတယ် Infinix Mobile မှာ Infinix GT50 Pro ဖုန်းများကိုလက်ဆောင်ပေးသွားမှာဖြစ်ပါတယ်ခင်ဗျာလက်ခုပ်တန်တွေချက်ပြီးတော့အားပေးပေးပါအောင်လားခင်ဗျာအခုအလဲပါနေရာယူပေးပါဓာတ်ပုံလေးရချင်ပါတယ်ခဏလေးပါကဲ share camera လေးကို main ရှိပေးပါခင်ဗျာဟုတ်ကဲ့ပါကျွန်တော်တို့ရဲ့ MSL Myanmar Season 3နိုင်ပွဲကြီးအတွက် presenting sponsor ဖြစ်ပါဝင်ပေးပါတယ် Infinix Mobile လိုက်လဲစွာကျေးဇူးထူးပဲတင်ရှိပါတယ်ခင်ဗျာဟုတ်ကဲ့ပါကျွန်တော်ဆက်လက်ပြီးတော့ဒီနေ့ရဲ့ MSL Myanmar Season 3 Champion အသင်းဖြစ်တဲ့အားလုံးအားပေးတဲ့ Yangon Galacticos YG သင်းကနေပြီးတော့ပြင်သစ်နိုင်ငံ Paris မြို့မှာကျင်းပမယ် EWC MSC 2026 ပြိုင်ပွဲမှာတွားရောက်ရှင်ပြိုင်ဖို့အတွက်ဂုဏ်ယူစွာဖြင့်လက်မှတ်ထိုးမဲ့အစီအစဉ်ဖြစ်ပါရခင်ဗျာโอเคအဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ပြည်သစ်နိုင်ငံ Paris မြို့မှာကျင်းပပြုလုပ်မဲ့ AWC MSC 2026 ပြိုင်ပွဲမှာတောက်ရှင်ပြိုင်ဖို့အတွက်ကျွန်တော်ရဲ့ Yangon Galacticos အသင်းသားများဂုဏ်ယူစွာဖြင့်အမှတ်တရလက်မှတ်ထိုးမှာဖြစ်ပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်ဘယ်နေရာမှာထိုးပေးအောင်လဲခင်ဗျโอเคကျွန်တော်ဒီနေရာလေးမှာပြင်ဆင်ပေးပါလားအဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ပြည်သစ်နိုင်ငံ Paris မြို့မှာကျင်းပပြုလုပ်မဲ့ EWC MSC 2026မှာမြန်မာနိုင်ငံကိုစားသွားရောက်ရှင်ပြိုင်ရမယ့် Yangon Galacticosကဲပြည်သားများခင်ဗျာဒီလိုဆိုရင်တော့ကျွန်တော်တို့မြန်မာနိုင်ငံကိုစားပြုသွားရောက်ရှင်ပြိုင်ရမယ်ကျွန်တော်တို့အားလုံးအားပေးတဲ့ဂုဏ်ယူရတဲ့အသင်းထွက်ပေါ်လာပြီဖြစ်ပါတယ်အဲ့အတွက်ပြည်သစ်နိုင်ငံ Paris မြို့မှာမြန်မာနိုင်ငံကိုစားပြုအနေနဲ့သွားရောက်ရှင်ပြိုင်တဲ့အခါမှာလည်းကျွန်တော်ရဲ့ Champion Yangon Galacticos အသင်းကိုဆက်လက်ပြီးတော့အားလုံးချစ်ချင်းမြတ်တာတွေနဲ့အတူအားပေးဝင်ရမှုကိုလည်းဒီနေရာကနေပြီးတော့တိုက်တွန်းချင်ပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်ရဲ့ဒီနေ့ MSL မြန်မာ Season 3 Day 1 Day 2 ခန်းနာများအစီအစဉ်များကိုပံ့ပိုးပေးကြတဲ့ Infinix Mobile Atom Vico Energy Drink DX Racer GrabNet KLC ပြီးရခါမှာပါဝင်ပေးကြတဲ့ကျေးဇူးတင်တိုက်များနဲ့ကျွန်တော်တို့ရဲ့ online ကနေပြီးရခါမှာကျွန်တော်တို့ရဲ့ Thuwunna Indoor Stadium မှာကိုယ်တိုင်ကိုယ်ကျလာရောက်ပြီးတော့ကြည့်ရှုအားပေးကြတဲ့ပရိသတ်များကိုကျေးဇူးထူးပဲတင်ရှိပါတယ် Day 1 Day 2 ရှင်ပြိုင်မှုနဲ့အတူကျွန်တော်တို့ရဲ့ MSL မြန်မာ Season 3 ပြိုင်ပွဲခန်းနာစီစဉ်များအောင်မြင်စွာပြီးမြောက်ကြောင်းနဲ့ Champion Yangon Galacticosကဲလက်ခုပ်တန်တွေကအားဖြစ်စေဆိုတာတတ်သိပြရအောင်ချမ်း
There you go. Congratulations to YG Yangon Galacticos booking their ticket to Paris, France for EWC, the Esports World Cup 2026, happening very, very soon. And not even like a few months, man. And we're going to see them there on the big stage. And they're also, of course, the champion of Mobile Legends Super League Myanmar Season 3. They completed the undefeated run.
Yep, undefeated, unblemished record, and just a true statement of what it takes to ascend the throne of Myanmar. They have set the bar high. So I think from this point onwards, people are going to look back at the Season 3 run by YG as one of the best runs by a single team. How they handle deficits, how they handle losses, and how they just show, I think, unwavering perseverance. It's mad impressive, and this does set the stage for Paris. If they can bring this to Paris, and you know, how much further can they go, right? Can they still bring back what the Burmese are known for, the ferocity that has given Southeast Asia a run for money every single time we meet them?
That's right. I mean, you can only go from how far, right? And everyone, once again, just like before in M7 and other EWCs, all eyes are going to be on Myanmar as they head to EWC, and we hope to see all of you there. Of course, on behalf of the whole broadcast crew here in MSL Myanmar Season 3 playoffs, we have been your casters. We have Husky and Rockhart. We thank you so much for hanging out with us and watching history in the making here in MSL, and we hope to see you next season.